111. After Vision opened a large hole in the ceiling, the rest of the people also knew the current situation and stepped on the pile of rubble that had fallen. Dr. Banner, who was walking at the end, looked back, but found that the yellow-skinned boy, who had just known him for a day, stood in place and calmly looked at Wanda, unmoved by everything around him. Chen, let's go quickly. When Wanda really bursts into madness, then no one can resist her. He couldn't help but exhort. It's true that no one can stop Wanda now. Vision nodded and took a deep look at Chen Tian. This teenager he can't see through at all. Anyway, he has already persuaded him with good words, and whether he listens or not is the other party's business. Then he floated and flew out of the cave. Trample. Next second, Chen Tian not only did not listen to the two of them, but seized the moment when Wanda was temporarily controlled and left, but even took a closer step towards each other. Chen. What the hell are you thinking? If you don't leave, forget it, and actually approach each other. The look of doubt on Dr. Banner's face suddenly became more and more intense. Rumble. Right at this moment. Not far away, the zombie Wanda's body had already erupted into a wave of terrifying waves, and the scarlet pillar of light soared into the sky, and a round of powerful after-power spread out in all directions, blowing over all the equipment in the base. Damn it! Seeing this, Dr. Banner stopped and looked at the zombie Wanda. Wanda, sober up, you shouldn't be like this. Now he can't transform into the Hulk at all, and his physical strength is just an ordinary person. All that can be done for Chen Tian is to stop Wanda verbally. Roar. The zombie Wanda chose to respond to him with a low roar. Rumble. Next second, the scarlet energy that erupted from her body suddenly became more and more turbulent, and the strong airflow in the base became more exaggerated, like a hurricane. The more substantial General Scarlet Energy 207 rushed out and directly turned the Banner doctoral student into the air. Damn it! His whole body rose to the ground, swinging his limbs in the air helplessly, but now he had no way at all. Dr. Banner. Then, in the hole in the ceiling, Spider-Man leaned out and reached out and shot a cobweb, sticking to the Banner and quickly pulling him up. Chen. Banner looked at the hole that was quickly approaching him, regained all his composure a little, and then turned to look at Chen Tian, but saw that the other party had already walked to the opposite side of Wanda. And the latter is also at this moment, directly breaking through the shackles of the spider web. The surging scarlet energy became more and more majestic, as if it wanted to occupy all corners of the eye, blowing Chen Tian's hair and clothes to hunt. Let's go. Banner looked at the two people standing opposite each other and couldn't help yelling, but unfortunately Chen Tian was indifferent at all. Next second, he has been pulled directly out of the hole by Spider-Man and jumped outside the base building. It seems that basically everyone came out. Vision floated in mid-air, watching Banner come out, and sighed, I don't know what that person is doing with Wanda, but now I can't joke about one person's life and take other people's lives. Vision, what are you going to do? Dr. Banner's face changed when he heard the other party's words. At this time, I saw that the mind gem on Vision's forehead had begun to radiate a golden luster. The people present looked at the building in front of them that burst into the sky with red light from the inside out, and immediately understood what he was going to do. Next second. Rumble. A golden laser wrapped in majestic power burst out. Instantly pierced the air, rippled in the air, and bombarded the base building in front of it. Advertisement. The base building made of cement and steel, washed by the thick golden laser, was like a cardboard structure, and it was easily smashed into pieces and collapsed. Countless building debris collapsed, the ground trembled, and the dust garden was everywhere. Vision actually destroyed the entire building. The place where a few people had stood for a minute had suddenly become a scrapped building. Large chunks of broken pieces, smashed down. But in a few breaths, the area below has been completely buried. Would Vision actually act so decisively? Black Panther, who was eaten off one thigh, looked so stunned, then he tricked me before and let she eat me. The Wasp and Sharon agent were also straight-eyed, and if they remembered correctly, Chen Tian seemed to stay inside. If so, Chen seems to be completely finished. Bruce S. Banner looked at the base, which had been completely reduced to ruins, and muttered with a rather ugly face. Little Spider-Man next to him also sighed, before Chen could teach me magic, this guy Vision actually smashed the building directly. Chen Tian is also true, he does not value his life at all, everyone else is gone, but he stays. D. Ant-Man's head was wrapped in a magical cloak, floating in midair, looking at the ruins in front of him, and couldn't help swallowing. I don't seem to know the name of that new friend until now. He muttered. His name is Chen Tian, and he's a great magician. Little Spider-Man looked at the ruins in front of him and sighed, but I don't know why he didn't want to come out because it was such a good opportunity just now. At the moment, the night breeze blew and it was a bit cool. There was only a trace of the remnant sun left at the junction of heaven and earth, and the light was about to dim completely, and thousands of zombies gathered outside the camp fence were still motionless staring at the servants across the fence. That weird little guy is Chen Tian, right? He just didn't come out, and now he is completely helpless. Vision looked at the base in front of him that had been buried by rubble, and shook his head. Even if it is buried, it will not stop Wanda for long. There's a Quinjet in the Karakara over there, so get out of here. Otherwise, when she comes out, no one can leave here alive with Wanda's strength. It's all my fault that I can't bear to deal with her and hurt so many people. Said. Vision pointed everyone in the direction of the warehouse. Seeing this, the others took a deep breath. The situation was very urgent now, and they couldn't get entangled too much, so they turned around and rushed towards the warehouse. Vision, why don't you look like you're going to go together? Bruce S. Banner ran 2 steps, but when he turned around, he found Vision staying in place with a serious face, and couldn't help but say in confusion, "Nope." Vision looked back at Banner and smiled softly. The mistakes I made earlier were so deep that I needed to stay and atone for my sins. The words did not fall. He stretched out his hand and gently placed it on the infinite gems with golden light flowing on his forehead. Vision. What are you going to do? Banner saw that the other party was about to detain infinite gems, and suddenly felt a little anxious. The birth of Vision is Iron Man's artificial intelligence butler J.A.R.V.I.S, relying on the power of infinite gems. If the gem is removed, Vision will cease to exist. Although Banner also feels that what Vision has done for Wanda before, it is indeed excessive. But those people are already dead, and there is no need to atone for their sins by cutting off their lives. Therefore, he still stopped in a loud voice, I don't think you need to do this at all, let's stop and leave together. Boom. Right at this moment, the ruins that collapsed down suddenly began to shake. One after another, the aftermath that was like substance suddenly spread out from it, and a dense, bottomless crack instantly spread out on the ground. As the rubble shook more and more frequently, those cracks spread faster and faster. It even spread to the feet of those zombies outside the fence, and many zombies standing still immediately fell into those 2 kings. What happened? Advertisement. Bruce S. Banner felt this movement and couldn't help but be shocked. Wanda is coming out, Dr. Banner, I know you're a kind person and you shouldn't have to die here. The expression on Vision's face also fluctuated somewhat. He said in a solemn tone, you better hurry up. Saying that, Vision weighed the strength on his hand. Next second. Rumble. Among those frantically shaking ruins and stones, scarlet luster began to flow. Then, 2 pillars of light that were scarlet as blood and blazing as fire immediately burst through everything, soaring into the sky and penetrating the sky. At this time, the remnant sun of the sky was completely hidden below the horizon. However, the surrounding nearly 10,000-meter firmament was dyed red by the two red pillars of light that rose up into the sky. The surrounding clouds were pierced, forming blank circles that swung around. Whew! Meanwhile, on the ground, those collapsed buildings were directly overturned by the clutter when the light rushed into the sky. A huge amount of stones flew out. At the same time, it is even more powerful to the extreme, powerful and terrifying, and the howling wind is scattered. The thousands of zombies standing around the camp were all blown backwards by the fierce wind that blew out. Round after round of coercive waves, spreading like a mountain roaring tsunami. Just look at it this way. You can feel that these two red pillars of light contain extremely terrifying energy areas. I was inside, feeling an extremely powerful chaos force, an energy I had never seen before. Vision's eyes, and all the ground that could be seen around him, had been illuminated red by the two pillars of scarlet light. Could it be that Wanda has become stronger after eating a person? Dr. Banner turned pale against the terrifying wind pressure that kept pouring towards him, and his pupils vibrate. I have never seen such terrifying energy before. After turning into a zombie, can the increase in ability that can be obtained by eating people be so strong? Vision slowly lowered the hand in front of his forehead and said solemnly, "No, this power is not only strong. I can feel it, this is the power of two people." The words did not fall. Rumble. I saw the two scarlet pillars of light rising into the sky, and in an instant, the time became more terrifying, and the light bloomed more and more dazzling. The energy contained in it became more and more violent, like a raging tide rising into the sky, and it seemed that even the firmament was about to be torn apart. The sky at a height of 10,000 meters, the surrounding clouds, and the ground as far as the eye could see were all dyed a deep scarlet. Light pillar power is more prosperous. I saw that the two pillars of light suddenly exploded, revealing endless power, turning into endless torrents of scattered energy, tilting out in all directions. In an instant, a hurricane ravaged all around, rolling up a terrifying dust storm that covered the sky. Even those zombies around the camp were directly swept up by the strong wind and thrown further away. Damn it! Vision's face froze, and he quickly stabilized himself in the storm, and then flew over to catch Dr. Banner, who was also blown off the ground by the wind. A few seconds passed. The sudden burst of wind and torrent of energy could not be dissipated. In the ruins of the base, there are two figures standing opposite each other, which come into view. That's Wanda and Chen Tian. Dr. Banner narrowed his eyes, then recognized the identities of the two sides on the other side, and was suddenly a little surprised. Chen is actually not dead. A few people had already arrived in the warehouse not far away. I also noticed the two figures in the ruins, and they couldn't believe their eyes. That's Chen. Little Spider-Man also recognized Chen Tian. His expression was puzzled. Just two energy pillars, one of them has him. Advertisement. As for Winter Soldier and the others, they looked at Chen Tian blankly, unable to say a word. It's really shocking. This yellow-skinned boy of unknown origin, who had previously revealed the dimensional gate, was enough to amaze them. Now can actually compete with the fully erupted Wanda? This is also two against the sky. The other side. This little guy named Chen Tian actually has origin magic power. Vision's eyes reflected the figures of Chen Tian and Wanda, and he took a deep breath and spoke with a hint of incredulity. He felt a familiar aura from Chen Tian's body. That's the chaos force that only Wanda has. I never expected that the aura on Chen Tian's body was exactly the same as Wanda's magical breath. The same breath? The same magic. When Dr. Banner heard Vision's words, his expression was a little strange, and he couldn't figure out the origin of the teenager more and more. The heart can only secretly say the incredible. A few people in the warehouse not far away didn't know what to say. Boom. Right at the moment. The two people standing in the middle of the ruins rose up with a bang and rose into deep fear. Roar. Food. Although Wanda was suppressed most of his sanity because of hunger, he still seemed to notice that the boy on the other side actually had the same magic as himself, and suddenly roared. Immediately after, she stared at Chen Tian and raised her hand. A little scarlet shimmer instantly appeared in her hand. Then, endless majestic terrifying magical energy began to gather madly from the surrounding air, and a shimmer of light frantically gathered. However, in the blink of an eye, a magic ball of the violent chaos force has been condensed inside. The other side. Chen Tian looked at the zombie Wanda's movements, smiled lightly, and also raised his hand. Buzz. An identical magic ball, condensed in an instant. Because of the blessing of the new bloodline, the condensation speed is even a little faster than the other party. The next moment, both sides strike at the same time. The magic balls condensed by the two giant chaos forces bloomed with a scarlet luster like a big sun, colliding together in an instant. Rumble. The moment the two scarlet spheres collided, endless majestic power instantly spread out from the collision point. It was in the roar that even the heavens and the earth trembled. Waves of scarlet energy aftermath burst out in an instant. Everywhere the magic energy went, a thick curtain of dust covered the sky was swept up, and the strong wind howled, and all the clouds in the sky were dispersed by the fierce wind. The earth trembled suddenly, and the already devastated ground was even more trembling wildly, instantly spreading out dense as a net, and the deep terrifying cracks of the road collapsed. The surrounding zombie group was directly crushed and shattered by the aftermath of the energy at the moment it touched the energy aftermath, and the remains of the corpses splashed all over the sky. Even the surrounding space was blown by the aftermath of that round, and ripples like ripples appeared. Damn it! Seeing this, Vision's mood swings became even more. Picking up Dr. Banner, he rushed towards where the others were. Then the infinite gems on the forehead suddenly bloomed with dazzling golden light, turning into a protective shield, barely slapped everyone behind. While the rest of the people were aware of the terrifying aftermath outside, their faces were already bloodless. Rumble. The next moment, where the two Chaos Force magic balls collided, an even more violent energy aftermath erupted. Everything that passed, stones, buildings, ground, dirt, plants. It's all turned into powder. 112. Rumble. At this moment, the sun at the intersection of heaven and earth has been completely engulfed by the horizon. Yet at the moment, above the deep space, there seemed to be two rounds of dazzling scarlet luster, colliding fiercely. Everything within a radius of 10,000 meters was dyed a layer of crimson red, as if the end was coming. At the collision of the two magic balls containing chaos energy, just the strands of energy that spilled out were enough to tear the clouds and the ground tremble. Even as those endless amounts of chaos energy dispersed, the surrounding space was distorted, showing endless folds and shattering. The space began to be unbearable, and a faint feeling of brokenness emerged. Boom. There were also round after round of huge aftermath, sweeping up the heavens and the earth with terrifying strong hurricanes, madly pushing everything on the ground to collapse and fly. Even because of the collision of the two sides, the ground frantically spread out a series of bottomless cracks. The air is trembling, and heaven and earth are crying. All of this has created a situation that even makes people wonder whether it is the end of the world. It's terrible. It's terrible. Ant-Man, who had only one head left, was held in her arms by the Wasp Girl, and exclaimed with a twisted face, "In this situation, are not really two gods fighting? I think that's all there is to the mythical Ragnarok." Little Spider-Man also said with a serious face. The other side. Vision unleashes the energy of infinite gems, condensing energy shields to resist chaos force, wave after wave of mighty energy. Gritting his teeth and looking up at Chen Tian, who was confronting Wanda in the deep space, the look under his eyes flickered and he sighed. It's incredible. This teenager named Chen Tian, the chaos force power displayed is really terrifying, it can be said that he has perfectly instilled origin magic power. It's unbelievable, I dare say that his origin magic power is not lost to Wanda. As his thoughts progressed, he couldn't help but mumble and sigh. Vision, huh? Bruce next to him, after hearing the other party's exclamation, Banner couldn't help but shrink his pupils, and his eyes showed shock. According to what you mean, that is, Chen Tian perfectly copied Wanda's ability? He asked in surprise. 15. After hearing his question, the expression on Vision's face became more and more solemn, and he nodded without saying more. Chen. To be able to do this. So young. Little Spider-Man listened to the conversation between the two, stunned, and couldn't help but sigh, but there is also good news, that is, we don't have to run anymore. Yet at the moment. As soon as his words fell. Next second. Boom. There was a continuous tremor, although all the energy aftermath was resisted by Vision. However, the ground under everyone's feet still began to appear fine and dense cracks, which began to falter after being affected by magical energy. No, it seems that we still can't continue to stay here, we have to leave quickly. Vision noticed this and frowned. The magical energy caused by the collision of the two of them will completely destroy this place. Boom. Advertisement. At the moment, the ground began to tremble again, and the land outside Vision's energy shield had quickly drifted into powder. And the ground under their feet began to spread more and more cracks. Everyone noticed this, and the expressions on their faces began to become ugly. Let's get out of here. Vision glanced at the ground, sighed helplessly, and then took T'Challa and Oki and got off the ground. Little Spider-Man, on the other hand, puts on the magic cloak left by Doctor Strange and leaves with Dr. Banner in his arms. As for Ant-Man, who has only one head left, he is held by the Wasp Woman. Several people got up from the ground at the same time and tried to stick to Vision as much as possible, so that he could protect everyone from being forced to be affected by the full power. Boom. At the moment when the feet of several people just left the ground, all the surrounding ground was bombarded into powder by the terrifying energy aftermath at this time. The land was directly collapsed by those churning energy aftermath, bombarding and collapsing more than 10 meters. Broken. The confrontation between these two people has not stopped, and it will even get stronger and stronger. Vision glanced back at the two great scarlet suns above the sky, analyzed the energy flow in them, and came to this conclusion. We have to speed up as much as possible. He gritted his teeth and sped up. When the others heard this, their faces also changed drastically, and they hurriedly accelerated to keep up. Just when they flew some distance again. Boom. In the 2 rounds of scarlet daylight after deep space, an even more intense and turbulent aftermath of chaos force erupted again, tilting down from above the sky. Behind Vision's group, in an instant, it was filled with denser scarlet energy, and even the surrounding space was distorted for a while. Time and space fluctuate with it. Meanwhile, above deep space where no one can see, the observer was condescending, his gaze overlooking everything in Chen Tian's reality from a great distance, and a clear shock gradually emerged in his previously calm gaze. No wonder this little guy can have the ability of incredible human dimensional teleportation, it turns out that he can copy other people's abilities. The observer's eyes flickered, and he couldn't stop muttering, I didn't expect that even such a powerful origin magic power could be directly and perfectly copied. Isn't this? Became her. When his words proceeded here, there was already a faint tremor that could not be detected. It seems that in the eyes of the near-omniscient observer, a presence emerges that even he finds terrifying. In the mouth of the observer, she refers to the character born at the beginning of the multi-universe, that is, Protégé. Protégé. It is a powerful artificial human created by the Cosmic Truth sect and canonized by its sect as the god they believe in. At one time, the Cosmic Truth cult had ruled more than half of the galaxy. But no matter how many worlds were conquered, there was no sign of their gods returning. Eventually they set out to create their god in their own image. Using a combination of selective breeding, genetic manipulation, various chemicals and drugs, science and arcane magic gathered from conquered worlds, they finally managed to create Protégé. Protégé has a very powerful ability to copy others. No matter whose ability is seen, it can be directly and perfectly copied. It is even possible to copy the abilities of cosmic gods like Court of Life, Transcendent. For a long time, Protégé had almost completely absorbed the life cord of one of the 5 great gods. Eternity, one of the 5 gods, had a deep fear of Protégé at that time. She is like a dark cloud weighing on the heads of all the multi-universe gods. He also threatened to become the only true god of the multi-universe. Later, because Protégé was too terrifying, she was attacked by the Inquisitor and covered her head, making her unable to see the skills of others, and finally sealed in the hourglass of death by the Court of Life. The terrifying existence of a generation of multi-universes disappeared. If this person really has the same copy ability as Protégé. Advertisement. As his thoughts progressed, the observer's gaze towards Chen Tian became more and more solemn. Then will he become the second Protégé in the future? Boom. Then. In the multifaceted prism through which the observer overlooks reality, the movement that erupts pulls his thoughts back. He looked up. I saw that in reality, Wanda had condensed a torrent of scarlet energy in the deep space above his head. That torrent full of violent spiritual energy was like a long river flowing in deep space. Inside it bloomed a long river of chaos energy with dazzling scarlet brilliance, rushing, roaring, mighty, and terrifying. Round after round of terrifying power spread out from the scarlet waves, and the surrounding space was pulled and distorted by the rushing chaos force. It is completely conceivable that if this chaos force, the long river formed by convergence bursts, what terrible damage it will cause. Roar. It's just that at this moment, the zombie Wanda looks extremely painful, and constantly emits a long and harsh sound. Stimulated by Chen Tian, she has been constantly strengthening the delivery of chaos energy, dominated by the hunger instinct. Until this moment, the zombie Wanda has exported his chaos force to a level beyond his control. Not only did she seem very painful, even the mighty chaos force river above his head has already appeared to be faintly about to collapse. It is possible to erupt and devour everything around you. Wio. Wio. As time passed, the expression on the hideous face of the zombie Wanda became more and more distorted, and even red cracks appeared on the body. The long scarlet river above her head also began to become more and more violent with the changes she appeared, as if it was close to the brink of collapse. The surrounding space that is distorted by the influence is becoming wider and wider. Looking at the past from afar, it simply looks like the world is about to collapse. However, Chen Tian on the opposite side looked at the zombie Wanda now at the edge of time and space, but his face did not show the slightest panic. He felt those terrifying chaos forces, paved up, and felt the amazing destructive power hidden in them. I couldn't help but sigh, this origin magic power is really wonderful. Meanwhile, Chen Tian has a completely new discovery. Also, I really want to be able to suck her chaos force directly from the zombie Wanda. He raised his eyebrows and muttered suddenly. As a matter of fact, when the two collided just now, Chen Tian absorbed a little of Wanda's energy, although there was only an extremely subtle hint, but it was still keenly captured by him. There will be such an effect, perhaps it is related to the strength of my mind. Chen Tian silently analyzed in his heart. Although before meeting the zombie Wanda of this universe, he was still not as good as the other party in terms of soul. In the super brain, Charles's mind ability, and now chaos force, just copied from Wanda. With the blessing of the 3 factors at the same time, Chen Tian's spiritual aspect has become incomparably strong. It is completely possible to suppress the opposite Wanda. Perhaps, it is precisely for this reason that I, who have a stronger mental ability, can absorb or Wanda's chaos ability. After his thoughts went here, Rao was Chen Tian, and he couldn't control the box in front of him. In this way, as long as he absorbs the chaos force of the zombie Wanda in front of him, he can have double the origin magic power. As for going back with Mind Gem and activating little Wanda's chaos force, Chen Tian could easily have 3 times as many chaos forces. Since then. Advertisement. Suck dash. Chen Tian couldn't help but take a deep breath, and when he raised his eyes to look at the very manic zombie Wanda on the other side, his eyes couldn't help but flicker with a strange luster. Now, the zombie on the opposite side, Wanda, in Chen Tian's eyes, is no longer an ugly zombie, but a fat prey of 007. Waiting to devour it yourself. Moreover, in the end, the other party can no longer be considered a human at all, and is completely a monster dominated by hunger. Coupled with the appearance of the zombie Wanda, it is also far from that youthful and beautiful appearance. So, Chen Tian began to devour the other party's chaos ability with his hands, and he did not feel guilty at all. Come on, you're welcome. He smiled slightly and raised his arms. Next second. Whew. Chen Tian's body floating in mid-air, every corner began to circulate scarlet energy. The majestic red chaos force immediately filled every corner of his body. The zombie Wanda on the opposite side also seemed to feel Chen Tian's desire for herself, and the whole person roared uneasily. The long river of uneasy chaos force above his head also began to rush up, towards Chen Tian. Boom! The surrounding space was rippled by the surge of the majestic chaos force, and even subtle spatial cracks spread. Pity. This is a disaster for everyone else. Put it here in Chen Tian, that is, you can't ask for it. Come on. He looked at the long river of scarlet energy that he used, his eyes lit up, and he suddenly opened his mouth. Whew! Suddenly. Chen Tian's mouth seems to have turned into a black hole in the universe at this time that is enough to devour everything, and the whale frantically absorbs and swallows the giant chaos force into it. The smile on his face became more and more exuberant as time went by. Because Chen Tian can feel that as he successfully devours these chaos forces belonging to the zombie Wanda, the power in his body has also become stronger with the naked eye. This growth rate can even far exceed the progress of Kryptonian bloodline when absorbing the power of fixed star. Definitely. The improvement of Krypton's bloodline, although in comparison, is not as fast as it is now. But its preciousness is that it can be infinitely improved. Every minute can make Chen Tian stronger. And Chaos Force, which devours the zombies at the moment, is asking for a short time to pull away. Whew! Whew! Chen Tian's expression became more and more excited, and the devouring speed became faster and faster. The chaos force in the body grows visibly with the naked eye. This is the feeling of getting stronger. The other side. How is that possible? Vision, who was leaving with the others, suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction where Chen Tian was from a distance, and his face changed. Chen Tian. Devouring Wanda's chaos force. 113. Whew! Watching the zombie Wanda condense the entire chaos force into a long river, leaning towards him. All the surrounding air was squeezed by the majestic scarlet energy in it, unable to withstand the pressure, and rippled in bursts. There are even fine and dense cracks that spread directly from the space. Chen Tian felt the coercion of the tail coming from the paving, but a look of joy appeared on his face. After all, he can devour the other party's chaos force. Come on! He shouted loudly, opened his arms, and suddenly the same thick chaos force spread out from all corners of his body. The whole person seemed to turn into an abyss giant mouth, devouring all the mighty chaos force that was rushing towards him into his body. Suddenly, the chaos force that Chen Tian possessed became thicker and heavier at a speed visible to the naked eye at this moment. Lost Wanda seems to notice what Chen Tian is doing at the moment, and yells for the chaos calendars that were directed to the latter. However, now the power she unleashed is too great to be controlled by herself at all. I can only watch my own power being plundered and absorbed by Chen Tian. The other side. With the group, Vision had already flown far away from Chen Tian's location. At the moment, he suddenly noticed that the originally violent behemoth energy behind them suddenly calmed down. Did they stop? Dr. Banner glanced back, and also found that the power of the previous collision seems to have gradually subsided. When the others heard this, they also temporarily stopped moving forward. I don't know who won. Little Spider-Man looked up into the distance, where the two collided, and his words were filled with concern for Chen Tian. I have to say, Peter Parker originally's heart is still very kind, and he has a strong sense of justice under Uncle's teaching. Otherwise, they would not continue to act as a good neighbor Spider-Man under all kinds of insults and incomprehension. It's not stopped, the situation has changed. Then, Vision looked at the two majestic energy flows in the distance through the data exploration ability given by Infinite Gems, and suddenly frowned. What other changes? Ant-Man, who was held in the arms of the Wasp Girl, immediately showed a curious expression on his face. Vision was silent for a moment before slowly whispering, that Chen Tian is absorbing Wanda's chaos force, and the absorption speed is fast, he wants to suck Wanda dry. What? Dr. Banner was a little surprised when he heard this. Can Chen Tian still do such a thing? Time. Chen Tian's image in his heart has become more and more mysterious and tall. Where did the people with so many powerful abilities come from? At the same time, Banner also noticed that Vision's expression was a little wrong. He knows that as a machine life form based on artificial intelligence, the latter will not have any strong emotional expression in most cases. And now, Vision's chance to write the worry on the faces of the two people is enough to show how unfavorable the situation Wanda is facing at the moment. Are you going back to save her? Dr. Banner asked in a low voice. Vision didn't look back, his eyes kept staring in the direction where Wanda was, and he muttered, I'm not going to stop Chen Tian. I should also understand by now that the former Wanda has long since disappeared, and if she continues to live in the way she is now, it will only increase the pain for her. Including before, the trick used to give her food. The expression on Vision's face became more and more ugly. Actually, after Wanda regained her senses, I still detected her sadness and sadness. Perhaps, if it really ends like this, it will also be a relief for Wanda. Meanwhile, advertisement. The zombie in front of Chen Tian, Wanda, is still in a state of extreme hunger and thirst for food, and all behaviors are still controlled by instinct. After she realized that her chaos force was absorbed by Chen Tian. Because the zombie Wanda's ability is out of control, even if she consciously recycles her energy, it will not help. Can go over time. The extra chaos force was absorbed more and more by Chen Tian. Wanda, the zombie, instinctively realizes that she is beginning to regain control of chaos force. Immediately, the expression on her ugly face became more and more hideous, and she opened her fang-filled mouth and roared vigorously. Swing of both arms abruptly and flexibly. The scarlet chaos force that overflowed around his body began to condense together quickly, outlining the patterns in the dazzling words. Formed a formation. Suddenly, the energy around the zombie Wanda actually began to change qualitatively. If the energy she emitted before was a loose gaseous state, then now the chaos force around the zombie Wanda has turned into a liquid state. More solidity. Boom. In the moment when those red formations condensed, the space around it, which was already overwhelmed and covered with fine cracks, began to vibrate wildly. Round of ripples visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out in circles. Meanwhile, there are even more terrifying aftermaths, scattering towards heaven and earth. Below the ground, which was already full of cracks and collapsed down because of the collision between Chen Tian and the two just now, faced the aftermath of this time again, and all the objects were directly shaken into powder. The height of the surface has dropped more than 10 meters directly. As for those shattered powders, they were also directly driven by the terrifying aftermath, turning into a huge sandstorm and blowing out in all directions. Countless towns that were no longer manned and only zombies were directly buried by those fluttering sand. Whew! The next moment, the zombie Wanda's body actually erupted with a terrifying suction force, and the chaos energy that had been surging towards Chen Tian was pulled back to his side. In a short time, Chen Tian actually had a feeling that he couldn't pull the other party. This is absorb magic. He looked at the scarlet formations that appeared around Wanda and narrowed his eyes. People who almost forgot about this universe will still retain their abilities after becoming zombies. The previous zombie Wanda, rather than using magic, directly urged his chaos force and then smashed people. The use is entirely brute force. And from the beginning, the zombie Wanda began to use her own magic, that is, on the basis of chaos force, added skills. Gee, I almost forgot about it. However, after figuring out the joints of the matter, Chen Tian felt the chaos force on his body, but was sucked back by the other party, but his face did not show any worried expression. After all, Chen Tian is a man with the ability to replicate. Your ability is good, but the next second it's mine. Battle detected, rewarded, absorb magic, Scarlet Witch. Sure enough. As the zombie Wanda began to use his ability, Chen Tian's mind immediately sounded the sound of ability replication success. In that case, then I'm welcome. Chen Tian took a deep breath, looked at the zombie Wanda with a hideous expression on the other side, and slowly spoke, moreover, absorbing your chaos force, in addition to being for myself, is also helping you to liberate. With his knowledge of Wanda, he knew that the real other party would definitely not be willing to live with such a look. Next second. Advertisement. Chen Tian stretched out his hand forward. Suddenly, the scarlet chaos force that bloomed in his body began to quickly interweave and arrange around him, condensing a red magic array with intricate patterns. Boom! Chen Tian's absorption of chaos force in his body has also been sharply improved at this time. The situation has changed again. All the mixed scarlet energy that had just cast absorption magic for the zombie Wanda and was absorbed back instantly flipped, and it flowed back as Chen Tian's inner body instantly burst out of strong suction. Pieces Scarlet Torrents instantly gathered together and poured into Chen Tian's body. Zombie Wanda noticed this, and roared in pain again, and her already ugly face suddenly became more and more hideous. However, this time she had no way to return to heaven. No matter how much the zombie Wanda struggled, she could only watch the chaos force in her body being sucked away by Chen Tian. The other side. Vision, who had been staying in the distance, realized that Chen Tian had learned Wanda's absorption magic again after learning origin magic power. This Chen Tian's learning ability is really terrifying. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion, it's actually stronger than me as a robot learning ability. Meantime, above deep space, observers outside reality naturally noticed this scene. If you are familiar with his presence, you will be surprised to see the appearance of the observer at the moment. Because his eyes that have witnessed countless large file size and small events in the multi-universe actually rippled. The observer's mood fluctuated, and it was unusually violent. Chen Tian. He slowly said the name of the man who had received his attention. In fact, there has been too much to witness in the endless years since the observer entered the observational transformation. No matter which universe's superheroes, Avengers, or the Justice League, these have touched the emotions of countless creatures in the universe. In his eyes, it was just a drop in the ocean, a grain of sand in the ocean, which did not deserve his special attention at all. There is no need to say that the observed person remembers the name. But at this moment, Chen Tian has received such an honor. Although today's Chen Tian, in terms of strength alone, is still not worth the shock of observers. But the latter saw endless potential in him, so terrifying that observers would be excited. It's really a replicate-like protege. In this way, I am afraid that this creature called Chen Tian only needs to be given a chance to contact high-dimensional existences and not die at the same time. Then multi-universe, there will be another terrifying existence similar to protege. The observer's thoughts were constantly, his eyes flickering. At the moment, Chen Tian has fully entered his field of vision. Observers are sure that this creature, which is not yet strong today, will rise up if he catches the slightest opportunity. Stand at the top of the entire multi-universe. So, what kind of changes will happen to the multi-universe in the future because of Chen Tian? It's really worth looking forward to. Mumbling his eyes, the observer's expression and tone began to gradually become serious. Meanwhile, in the real world, in the countless violent torrents of scarlet energy, Chen Tian frantically absorbed the chaos force from the zombie Wanda's body. Even because of the attraction that erupted from his body, it was too terrifying, and even the space around his head was like the surface of the water, and there were bursts of folded ripples. Then, it collapsed, forming a twisting and rotating spatial vortex around Chen Tian. With him as the center, within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, the clouds that had only dispersed because of his collision with the zombie Wanda before were all because of such a terrifying attraction. Came together again. Above the deep space, a terrifying tornado constructed of endless thick ink-like dark clouds was formed, and dense red thunder flashed on it. The momentum is terrifying. Time passes quickly. Advertisement. With the last wisp of chaos force on the zombie Wanda, it was deprived and absorbed into the body by Chen Tian. The vitality of the former is also rapidly beginning to weaken. At the same time, the eyes that had become cloudy because of the transformation into zombies suddenly regained some clarity. Wi. Thank you. Zombie Wanda's eyes no longer looked crazy because of extreme hunger, and seemed to have recovered a little sanity. She looked at Chen Tian and thanked her gently. Subsequently, the last trace of vitality seemed to be consumed with a sound of thanks. The zombie Wanda slowly closed her eyes, could no longer maintain flight, turned into a cold dry corpse, and fell. Everything in heaven and earth also returned to calm at the moment. The howling wind suddenly stopped, and the thick dark clouds gathered together slowly dissolved. Whew! Distance. A galloping red figure broke through the air at a very high speed, catching the figure that fell from the sky. Its vision. He stared closely at the zombie Wanda who had stopped breathing in his arms, and slowly landed on the ground, with great sadness under his eyes, and he was speechless for a long time. The mind gem on his forehead was also flickering madly because of the agitated mood at the moment. Wanda. Vision slowly stretched out his hand to touch the zombie Wanda's face. Originally because it was a mechanical body's hand, he actually gave birth to a slight trembling. Then, Chen Tian also slowly landed to the side without speaking. Everything should have been better, but it's all over now. Vision mourned himself. Then, he looked up at Chen Tian, take this gem and redeem this planet. Saying that, he already put his hand on the mind gem on his forehead. Chen Tian was speechless, silently staring at the infinite gems that Vision would use to sustain his life. Next second, Vision weakly hugged Wanda in his arms to the end. Chen Tian looked at the two people, and his emotions were a little complicated. Sometimes life is not perfect, but leaving like Vision is also a good destination. He sighed and leaned over to pick up the infinite gems on the ground. Chen. At this time, Dr. Banner and several people rushed over from a distance. After coming to Chen Tian, they all looked at the corpses of Wanda and Vision on the ground and fell silent. After a while, Oki saw the mind gem in Chen Tian's hand and hesitated. "Chen, take the gem in your hand and go to Wakanda and use our technology to quickly save all mankind," she still said. However, she was not sure that this mysterious and powerful teenager would be willing to do so. When Chen Tian heard this, he suddenly reacted, "If there is no miscalculation, Infinite Gems Thanos is also in Wakanda at this time." At this time, the latter had 5 other infinite gems in his hands. "In that case, you can go once, so that you can gather 6 infinite gems at once to snap your fingers." Chen Tian's eyes lit up and suddenly turned off. Then he stood up, "Let's go to Wakanda." The words did not fall. Chen Tian was in front of everyone again, raised his hands, slowly drew a circle, and constructed a dimensional gate splattered with golden points of light. Whew! The dimensional gate expanded abruptly, and instantly took on the scene on Wakanda's side. You can see. At the moment, on the other side of the dimensional gate, far away, a huge crowd appeared on the horizon. The large purple man at the head wears a pair of gloves. And on the back of his clenched hand are 5 gemstones shining brightly. A faint glimmer, but it contains infinite power. 114. The circle representing the dimensional gate slowly expanded in front of everyone, and as it opened, golden points of light continued to splash around. Sure enough. Chen Tian's gaze looked through the dimensional gate and saw Wakanda at this moment, and at the same time found his own goal. "Let's go." Then, with a little expectation, he took a step into the dimensional gate. The rest immediately followed. Black Panther, who remained at the end, T'Challa and Oki stood in place, startled. They boast that Wakanda's technology is the best in the world, but it has never been hidden from the world, so it is not known to the world. But now seeing the magic that Chen Tian performed one after another, both of them suddenly had a strange smell that was a little unclear in their hearts. No matter how advanced Wakanda's technology is, it seems that it cannot easily cross the endless space like this dimensional door. Meantime, Black Panther and Okai looked at Wakanda, who was only within reach, and also felt a little homesick. "Let's go." Black Panther took a deep breath and spoke. "Yes." Okai responded gently, picking up the ladder and slowly walking through the dimensional gate. Because it's in a different time zone than New York. It was already dark on the side of the dimensional gate, but Wakanda was actually in the afternoon, and the sun was still a long way off before it set on the mountain. In the polarized sunlight that belongs to the afternoon, the group suddenly felt a tremor on the ground, as if something extremely large was approaching Wakanda. "Look!" Little Spider-Man reacted quickly found the direction where the vibration was coming from, and reached out. Everyone looks for prestige. In the far distance, outside Wakanda's protective shield, there was a huge crowd like a surge tide, approaching this side. Everyone in the crowd seemed to be different from the humans on Earth, fully armed, holding weapons that did not belong to the Earth at first glance. The tall figure in the center of the crowd is particularly eye-catching. Purple skin, bald head, and the muscles on the body swelled terribly, and just by looking at it, I felt a sense of oppression rushing to my face. In particular, the 5 gemstones on the other party's golden gloves reflected a faint shimmer, which made people feel that they contained infinite power from afar. "Who the hell is this guy? Why did you come to Wakanda?" Black Panther stared at Wakanda's army, his brows tightened slowly, and asked in a deep voice. "I don't know, I've been away from Wakanda for a while. I didn't expect that someone would find out about Wakanda's location and organize so many people to attack it." The look in Oki's eyes was also not relaxed. The rest of the people also showed doubtful expression. 017. Only Chen Tian's expression was indifferent, with some expectation, and his eyes kept on the infinite gems inlaid with dew-killing gloves. Whew! Then a large black car came behind everyone and quickly drove to a stop in front of them. "Welcome to Wakanda, but we need to know who you are and how you can get through Wakanda's defenses." In the car, an indifferent female voice was heard. Snap! The car door opened, and a woman with a bald head and brown skin got out of the car with an indifferent expression, her eyes scanning everyone indifferently. "T'Challa." The woman saw Black Panther in the crowd and was surprised. Especially noticing that the latter was actually missing a leg, the expression in his eyes was both eager and sad. "Big brother, how did you become like this?" Advertisement. "Your legs. Who did it?" The woman said back, her tone visibly angry. "Surui, I haven't seen you for a long time. After a while, now I look like an excellent leader." Black Panther looked at his half-sister Surui and smiled softly. "I am very pleased that you have grown up quickly." "Brother." Surui couldn't laugh and pursed his lips. "Who did it?" She was still grappling with Black Panther's leg injury. "It's just a little accident, and now that the matter is over, it's a big deal to have an on-jaw prosthesis." Black Panther waved his hand indifferently. "After all, Wanda and Vision are dead." He looked outside the shield again, ready to attack the incoming army at any time. "Now it's more important to talk about what is the situation of those strange armies outside. Why did Wakanda get suddenly targeted?" Surui heard this and replied, "To be honest, in fact, I don't know very well, and the group of guys outside has just arrived. But this group of guys was unfortunately infected with the zombie virus. Fortunately, we Wakanda have a protective shield, and they can't get in for the time being." Hearing such an answer, Black Panther fell silent. "I couldn't scratch my head for a while." Then, "The big guy out there is called Thanos." Chen Tian slowly spoke. "Others call him the overlord of the universe, and his goal is to eliminate half of the universe's life forms, trying to restore balance to the entire universe's life circle in this way." My God! When little Spider-Man heard this, he was immediately taken aback, and said in a strange tone, "There is such a perverted concept, this guy should not be a cold-blooded idealist, right? Isn't it so simple to bring a cosmic circle of life into balance?" As for Dr. Banner, when he heard Chen Tian's words, he couldn't help but shake his body. In fact, he knew that Thanos was going to attack the Earth, but he didn't expect that the other party was actually holding such a reason as the target of action. This cosmic overlord is really crazy from a certain point of view, right? Thinking. He couldn't help but glance at Thanos outside the protective shield, but found that the latter's purple skin was now constantly lightening, and his eyes began to cloud. The feeling of wisdom in the eyes is gradually disappearing, replaced by a strong appetite. Hiss. Dr. Banner noticed this and couldn't help but gasp. Now it doesn't matter what Thanos' original motivation was. I think the only thing he wants to do now is to quickly open the lid of Wakanda and eat a full meal. The voice just fell. Boom. The huge amounts of explosion came in from the outside of the protective shield, and the sound was roaring, and it could even cause the ground to vibrate with the human chest. And the initiator of all this is a huge silver behemoth that emerged from the clouds of deep space, and its body is made of silver metal. Roar! The giant beast roared, huge amounts of mouthparts, but a majestic energy began to gather, and immediately lit up with a dazzling blue brilliance. Next second. Rumble! A powerful laser cannon burst down and hit Wakanda's protective cover. The entire semicircular protective cover immediately swayed violently like jelly. Boom! The roar that shook the world immediately filled all corners of Wakanda, echoing back and forth in everyone's ears. Dr. Banner looked at the other party's battle, his expression changed slightly, and his eyes showed worry. "These people look menacing, can your Wakanda's shield hold them?" He couldn't help but ask. "If we can't stop it, it's not only them, we will even have to face a larger number of endless zombies." Hearing his words, little Spider-Man and the others who came with him also became worried. Advertisement. Regarding the robustness of the shield, naturally there is no need to worry. When Surui heard their question, his eyebrows were obviously a little unhappy. This is a protective shield that I specially developed and transformed, and it will not be cracked so easily. When she spoke, her tone seemed very confident. No, this shield can't stop them. Chen Tian on the side looked up at the giant that kept hitting Wakanda's protective shield, and muttered. What did you say? When Surui heard this, he couldn't help but retort, do you not believe me, or do you not believe in Wakanda's technology? Surui. Black Panther T'Challa looked at her sister's gaffe and immediately interrupted, so are you ready to join the snow when it is broken? However, this protective shield really won't be easily broken. Surui was a little aggrieved. Black Panther was speechless. It seemed that his sister was really not ready. Because he had seen Chen Tian's power before, he was subconsciously willing to believe the latter's words. Moreover, even if the other party's judgment is wrong, it is beneficial and harmless to prepare for emergencies in advance. Surui, you hurry up and gather the guards, let them all prepare for battle. Black Panther then said to his sister, it's not that I don't believe you, but if the other party really breaks the protective shield and rushes in, the consequences are not something we can bear. Thanos is already in hand and has collected 5 infinite gems, Fej. Dr. Banner, who had been silent, also spoke at this time. In fact, he will be teleported back in order to deliver to Avengers in advance that he is preparing to attack Earth. It's just that the news hasn't spread yet, and I know that the Avengers are gone. Almost all human beings on the Earth have become zombies. Today, Wakanda, who is still protected by a protective shield, still retains a large number of normal humans for the time being. With his thoughts in mind, he took a deep breath and continued, infinite gems are the most fundamental power in the universe, and anyone can contain terrifying power. Vision is based on one of the infinite gems, and I think everyone knows Vision's ability. As he spoke, Dr. Banner's gaze slowly scanned the crowd. If 6 infinite gems are assembled, no one will be able to stop Thanos. In this way, even if it is only Thanos that has collected infinite gems, it is not something we can stop. Little Spider-Man reacted immediately after hearing Banner's words and said in surprise. Boom! The words of the crowd just fell. The protective shield above his head trembled wildly again, and ripples like water waves rippled on it. It is obviously subjected to a terrifying impact beyond imagination. Roar! Thanos' roar came in from outside the shield. He felt that little by little his sanity was disappearing, replaced by a raging hunger that emerged from every corner of his body, tormenting himself. Thanos is slowly forgetting his reason for coming to Earth, and he smells the sweet smell inside the Wakanda shield and wants to eat it. Roar! Attack! He roared again. The soldiers beside them, who were completely infected into zombies, also roared. The tens of thousands of interstellar legions were all transformed into starving ghosts from under hell at this moment, and only the desire for hunger remained in a pair of eyes. Rioted madly, smashing the protective shield in front of him. Rumble! 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 Above the sky, more metal behemoths and spaceships began to emerge, frantically bombarding Wakanda's protective cover. Under such a violent bombardment, the entire protective shield began to flicker wildly, and the Deo was like the folds of water waves rippling endlessly. However, it seems that in a short period of time, Wakanda's protective shield still shows no signs of being breached. Seeing this, Surui was quite surprised. The corners of her mouth unconsciously quietly outlined a curve, and she looked at the deputy factory on the side. Don't worry, it has been said that this protective shield is specially studied and reinforced by me, and it is not so fragile. Surui's expression was indifferent, but he was snickering in his heart. Advertisement. Okay, hurry up and pass my orders down, so that all the powerful people in Wakanda are ready. The expression on Black Panther's face was a little ugly. This protective shield can't last forever, and these army of zombies, in addition to feeling hungry, will never feel tired. They're going to attack, it's just a matter of time. When Surui heard this, his face changed. What else to be proud of? She also knew that although the protective shield could block the other party now, if the other party was tireless and kept attacking, there would naturally be times when it broke. Don't be nervous. At this time, Chen Tian took a step forward with a calm face. He said it all. Everyone around him set their eyes on him. After all, Dr. Banner and the others had seen the terrifying strength of this teenager before. Moreover, he also knows that Chen Tian at this moment has completely devoured the giant chaos force of the zombie Wanda. It can be said that now in the eyes of everyone, he represents mystery and power. Therefore, as soon as Chen Tian made any move, he immediately attracted the attention of the people around him. He felt the gaze gathered on his body, and said slowly, "You only need to deal with those shrimp soldiers and crabs, Thanos has me to deal with it." Huh. Hearing this, a look appeared on the faces of everyone around. Neither little Spider-Man nor anyone else has really touched Thanos. Not understanding what kind of existence the other person is in the universe. But they know infinite gems. Or rather, everyone present knows the strength of vision. So, even if there is no real fight. But I can also imagine in my heart how terrifying Thanos, which gathers 5 infinite gems, can reach. Chen. Little Spider-Man looked at Chen Tian's serious face, opened his mouth, and stopped talking. He didn't expect that Chen Tian would actually fight Thanos alone. Judging from the expressions, the thoughts in the hearts of the rest of the people were almost shocked. Chen Tian naturally noticed their expressions, but his face still maintained a calm expression. Others definitely didn't know his mind. In fact, it is to get the remaining 5 infinite gems in Thanos' hand. Infinite gems, with each additional one, the stronger the power obtained. And when the 6 infinite gems are all gathered together, the power that can be achieved is completely qualitative change. If Thanos were now, it would already be the existence of all the infinite gems. Then even me is not necessarily his opponent. Chen Tian pondered silently. However, if it is only 5 infinite gems, although it is only one difference from 6, the power they can have can be very different, even several times. Now Thanos, I can still do it? He raised his eyes and took Thanos outside the shield into his field of vision. At this moment, the other party was desperately smashing the protective shield in front of him with hideous and terrifying eyes, and his already ugly face began to decay at this moment. And the incomparable infinite gems on its gloves are already shining with a brilliant luster. And as long as Subai can collect 6 infinite gems, even if he returns to the original Marvel world, he can become a top-notch existence. Perhaps, many people have a perception of the Infinity 6 gems, just in the movie. But Subai understands. With 6 infinite gems, that's a multi-universe. Even if it is the God King Odin at the peak of the main universe, he can only reach the body universe. 6 more infinite gems. Even if you face the 5 gods, you can have the power of a battle. 115. Under the sunlight, the 5 infinite gems on the zombie Thanos gloves shine brightly, revealing a mysterious and brilliant brilliance. Chen Tian's gaze crossed the extreme distance, and he received the appearance of those infinite gems. What is the concept of 6 infinite gems? As a crew member who knows the American comics universe, he naturally understands the meaning of this. Ultron, who has 6 infinite gems, directly threatens the existence of the observer because of the existence of the multi-universe body. Easily wander between various parallel universes. It can be said that it has 6 infinite gems, and it is unbeatable below the multi-universe level. As long as I get the 5 infinite gems in Thanos' hand, I will return to the real world of Marvel. Chen Tian has already begun to look forward to it. At that time, let alone just establish the mutant empire, even if the entire universe is reshaped, no one can stop it. While his thoughts were going on, his eyes were already flickering irrepressibly. Rao is that Chen Tian has reached this level, and the heart in his chest is still beating uncontrollably. The other side. The other people present, after hearing Chen Tian's thoughts, the expressions on their faces couldn't help but become a little strange. After all, although this teenager had already shown strong enough strength before. But the person standing outside Wakanda now is the powerhouse of the level universe, Thanos. Not to mention that now the other party has 5 infinite gems in his hand. Chen. Dr. Banner looked at Chen Tian, his tone a little hesitant, although according to your plan, our pressure can undoubtedly be reduced a lot, but if you are alone to fight Thanos, wouldn't it be too reluctant? Rest assured, this battle concerns all of us and everyone will do their best. Little Spider-Man also stepped in. Yes, Chen, we are now partners fighting side by side, and we can't just let you face the most dangerous opponents alone. Others also came up to admonish Chen Tian not to be impulsive. As for Black Panther's sister Surui, the gaze projected on Chen Tian was a little skeptical. Is this guy really powerful, or is he just young and vigorous? Definitely. Whoever it is, exhort or question. Others are more or less optimistic about Chen Tian's plans to face Thanos. At the moment, Chen Tian is already excited about Thanos' 5 infinite gems. No longer heeded the dissuasion of others. He waited so long for this moment. Snap! Snap! Chen Tian stared at the location where the zombie Thanos was, and a white arc of divine speed began to slowly appear on his body. The next moment. Boom! Chen Tian's figure suddenly flashed, and it disappeared in place under everyone's gaze. With the superposition of many super speeds, as well as the blessing of Godspeed power, his speed can now easily exceed the speed of light. Thanos. It only took him an instant to rush to the Thanos army. All the rest of the zombie soldiers couldn't react to Chen Tian's arrival at all, and still stood up and smashed the protective shield in front of them with all their strength. Huh. Only Thanos, who has become a zombie, but still maintains all sanity and ability, detects a fleeting hostility. He frowned slightly. Chen Tian's flashing figure still did not stop, and he clenched his fists at the same time. The 5 fingers superimposed on countless super strength were fiercely gathered together. Syllable. Even the air between the palms was directly compressed to the extreme in an instant, and then a sharp vacuum explosion was achieved. Even the space next to his fist faintly showed some fluctuations. Meanwhile, Chen Tian solely stomped on the ground. The majestic power spread out instantly along the position where his feet were stepping on. The land within a radius of 100 meters was instantly shaken into fine powder. Rumble. Advertisement. The next moment. With a loud explosion, Chen Tian's speed could climb sharply again. Those shattered earth powder rose up into the sky. The fist was in the air, and Sheng Shen knocked open a vacuum channel, pulling out a terrifying afterimage. Arrive. Thanos already felt the terrifying killing intent like a storming wave. Roar. He hissed, swung his large hand wearing a golden fist, and grabbed it in front of him. The next moment, Chen Tian directly smashed Wakanda's protective shield and punched Thanos' army head-on. The earth-shattering power directly exploded to the extreme at this moment. Like a terrifying wave pressing forward, it is like a 10,000-meter mountain descending. Rumble. Suddenly, the landslide and the earth cracked, and the roar of heaven and earth resounded. The thick dust and fog that covered the sky rose up into the sky, as if the sun and the moon were shaken. At this moment, everything, at this time, trembled madly. As if the end has come, the Titan has stepped on the ground and destroyed everything. Even thousands of meters apart, you can feel the violent trembling. Followed by With Chen Tian's blow, the strong wind generated suddenly swept away, forming a terrifying hurricane after another, flying sand and stones, rolling up countless stumped limbs and broken arms, flying up. He only punched, and it was also a punch aimed at Thanos, and the little residual power that spilled out directly crushed the thousands of soldiers around the ladder into smashes. Phew! The wind howled. Even Dr. Banner and the others, who were standing in place, felt the strong air flow in front of them, pushing their bodies, and their clothes and hair were dancing wildly. The flesh skin on everyone's face was even suppressed by the wind to appear a wave of flesh visible to the naked eye. Everyone leaned down and narrowed their eyes because of the oncoming terrifying airflow. But the shock in his eyes that was like substance could not be hidden. Chen Tian's performance in this blow even exceeded their understanding. Before, they thought that this teenager had already exerted his full strength in the confrontation with Wanda. Therefore, Dr. Banner and his party will feel that even if he is strong, he will still have some reluctance to face Thanos alone. However, now it seems that Chen Tian's full strength is even beyond the imagination of everyone present. Surui felt the fierce wind blowing on his face from thousands of meters away, and he was even more stunned and froze in place. His gaze was stunned. It was also the first time she had seen a biological individual who could burst out with a terrifying speed and power emperor with only her body without relying on any technological help. Is he really a human? Perhaps, this boy is just a god with human appearance. She thought back and forth in her mind incredulously, the power of this punch is terrifying, and the explosives are completely unattainable, right? Hoo-hoo. Under a strong wind blowing. The thick dust and fog that rose up in the sky were suddenly torn apart and went away. Everyone standing in place slowly straightened up and looked at the distance to know how much damage Chen Tian's punch had just caused. However, the people, who were already full of shock in their hearts, fell into silence for a long time. In everyone's eyes that were already full of shock, their pupils couldn't stop trembling. In between, Dr. Banner and everyone saw only a huge amount of pit. Like a meteorite falling, the surface mud kings of the giant stars are rolling to both sides. The army of soldiers who had originally slammed the shield with Thanos had all turned into broken limbs that flew into the sky, and at this moment they were falling like dense rain. Above the big pit, it was like a heavy rain composed of endless blood, mixed with countless pieces of minced meat, bone stubble and internal organs. The ground within thousands of meters around was quickly stained red by the blood that fell from the sky, becoming muddy, exuding a thick heat and fishy smell. Chen Tian also said, "Let's deal with those trash fish, do we still use our hands?" Advertisement. Dr. Banner looked at the scene in front of him, his heart was horrified, the corners of his eyes kept beating, and his mouth couldn't control his muttering. As for Surui, he couldn't say a word. In the bottom of my heart, I was already shocked by Chen Tian's terrifying strength. What about Chen Tian? However, at this time, little Spider-Man keenly discovered that by now, Chen Tian had disappeared. And Thanos, the big purple man, also followed without a trace. There. Then. Ant-Man, who only had a head left, kept scanning his gaze and looked into the air. They are in the sky. Smell. Everyone beside him raised their heads in unison and looked into the sky. See above the sky. A spatial crack opened solemnly, and Thanos' burly body slowly emerged from it. On its golden gloves, there is one of the gems, which is shining brightly. Just now, when he faced Chen Tian's blow, although there was no much sanity anymore, but the instinct of fighting the universe for many years and experiencing countless small battles of large file size still told him that even if he had collected 5 infinite gems, he could not hard take the opponent's attack. Therefore, Thanos urged the power of Space Gem at the first time, and the whole person temporarily hid in a different space. However, he has just appeared. Whew! The space in front of him was strangely emerging with Deofold ripples. Chen Tian actually appeared directly in front of him with an ability that Thanos could not understand at all, and he was the way to go. Get out. At this moment, Thanos is angry because of the growing hunger in his heart. Coupled with the army he brought, it was completely destroyed under one punch, which stimulated the emotions in his heart. The moment he saw Chen Tian, he did not hesitate and roared directly. The power gem on the glove shone brightly, spreading the magical gem power, giving him blessings. With a bang, Thanos also burst out with extreme terrifying power, smashing towards Chen Tian. The huge amounts of fist all the way forward, but also brought up endless raging wind, spewing out a sense of overwhelming oppression, and the surrounding air was also pulled by the hum. Ask for flowers. Here it is. Chen Tian watched Thanos attack him, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. Although the opposite Thanos has been eroded by the virus, his reaction speed is still not weak. And when he strikes, he also has the blessing of the power gem, and the power that bursts out can belong to the most powerful level in the universe. But Chen Tian wasn't going to hide. The hand was clenched into a fist, and it directly burst out with full strength. Rumble. One big and one small, one purple and one white, two fists collided with each other. Moment. A strong wind blowing out with the naked eye. The surrounding space seemed to be squeezed out and distorted due to the collision of the two, showing a fold and ripple-like fragmentation. Round after round of terrifying winds and waves suddenly spread out in all directions at the place where the two met. If you look at the Earth from the perspective of the universe, you can see that the clouds where Wakanda is located begin to appear a circular blank gap. Then that circular gap was still constantly pushing the surrounding clouds away, getting bigger and bigger. Whew. Next second, the two men who faced each other above Wakanda flew backwards uncontrollably. They're into advertisement. Chen Tian looked at the zombie Thanos, who was getting farther and farther away. His expression was not good, and his eyes became more and more solemn. Is this the power of the power gem? He secretly exclaimed. Now he has countless superimposed super strength from different characters, all of which have been strengthened for months under the blessing of the bloodlines of Hulk and Krypton. Even so, with a punch with all his strength, there is even the feeling of being crushed over the head. That's just Thanos with 5 infinite gems. If he were to collect 6 infinite gems, the bonus of all gems would even take him up another level. If that was the case, then Chen Tian wouldn't have to think about how to defeat the other party at all. But fortunately, the current Chen Tian is no match for Thanos, who has a power gem. But with several super speed overlays, as well as divine speed, he is already the top in terms of speed. It has long been possible to surpass the maximum speed value in the universe. In that case, let's take a different approach and plunder the infinite gems. His gaze froze. Snap. 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 The thought just fell. Chen Tian's body suddenly bred a dense white electric current. He directly urged the divine speed force to the extreme. Next second. Whew. Chen Tian's figure suddenly blurred, flickered, and disappeared in place. Huh. The zombie Thanos on the opposite side, when he saw this scene, couldn't help frowning, wondering where the Earthman on the opposite side had gone. Because with his reaction speed, he couldn't keep up with Chen Tian's speed at all. Syllable. Just before Thanos could react, Chen Tian had already appeared at the other party's side, and at the same time quickly stretched out his hands and grabbed Thanos' gloves. Next second, all the muscles in Chen Tian's body stirred up in an instant, and the dense blood vessel meridians jumped wildly under the skin. Directly burst out with full force, ready to tear off Thanos' gloves fiercely. However, Thanos is worthy of being a space overlord with countless combat experience, and the moment Chen Tian appears beside him, he had already raised his hand for the first time. Roar. It's useless. Treasure Destroyer's expression was hideous, and he opened his mouth and roared. Directly brewing in the palm of the palm was an energy mass that contained terrifying energy and seemed to be able to destroy everything. Whew! As soon as Chen Tian struck, that punch of furious energy mass had already directly burst out and bombarded him. Boom! It's just an instant. The energy mass suddenly exploded, turning into a mighty torrent of energy, revealing endless terrifying earth-shattering power, and detonating rounds of roars in the air. It directly engulfed Chen Tian's figure, and the terrifying tide of energy suddenly spread out in the air. Rao is Chen Tian, who was hit at such a close distance, and his body couldn't help but stiffen. Dr. Banner and his group on the ground looked up at this scene, and their faces were suddenly nervous. Damn it! Could it be that even though Chen Tian's strength is already so strong, he is not this Thanos opponent? Dr. Banner's mood sank straight to the bottom. The expressions on the faces of the others were even more worried. First, he was worried about Chen Tian, for fear that he would be injured by some accident. Second, he thought that if Chen Tian's strength was so strong that he could not defeat Thanos, I was afraid that the others would have no chance to resist. However, in front of Thanos, who is invisible to everyone, Chen Tian, however, relied on his amazing defense power to fight the crazy bombardment of Thanos. After the body was just bombarded, it froze for a moment. Chen Tian then directly counterflowed the torrent of energy coming from the front without any influence. Forcibly reached out and grabbed Thanos' gloves, bursting out infinite gems with endless power. 116. The power of the power gem cannot be taken lightly. After Chen Tian and the zombie Thanos confronted, his face gradually became solemn. He had already determined that at the moment himself was still a little inferior in strength to the other party who had the power gem. Immediately gave up the idea of overturning the other party head-on and seizing the infinite gems. Prepare to set off on a different track. Snap! 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 The mind settled. Chen Tian directly urged the divine speed, and dense white arcs began to appear on the surface of his body. The next moment, whew! His figure instantly blurred and flickered, disappearing in place. But in an instant, he had already crossed an extremely long distance and flashed to the side of the zombie Thanos. It's fast. Even the zombie Thanos was a little unresponsive and was slightly stunned. However, when he saw Chen Tian who grabbed his gloves, he immediately understood the mind of this human being. Airplanes. Before his thoughts fell, the zombie Thanos had instinctively raised his hand, and a mass of energy containing terrifying power instantly condensed in his palm. The next moment, the energy mass burst out, turning into a majestic pillar of violent energy, roaring and booming Chen Tian. But in an instant, his body was already swallowed up by the rushing and mighty pillar of energy. The surrounding air rippled and twisted like folds. And as an energy column directly bombards the object, every corner of Chen Tian's body felt the terrifying destructive power carried by the seemingly endless turbulent energy. Merely. Today's Chen Tian has a body of steel from Dachao, plus a new bloodline of Krypton, Hulk bloodline, and Asgard bloodline integrate. And the body density adjustment obtained from Vision not long ago. In the face of Thanos' energy bombardment process, Chen Tian's body has already adjusted his density to the extreme 903, and his defense power has suddenly increased to the highest standard he can reach. Boom! Although at this moment, the torrent of energy in the hands of the zombie Thanos has been washing the surface of his body. He also felt the terrifying illusion-breaking force, and a huge amount of heat energy spread in his body, and his body also produced an uncontrollable slight shaking in the process. However, it wasn't broken at all. The energy ball condensed by the zombie Thanos in an instant at most made Chen Tian feel all the positive pressure. But it can't do any real harm to it at all. Roar! After noticing this, the zombie Thanos suddenly urged the infinite gems on the gloves. Suddenly increased the energy power rushing out of his hand. Thundered. Suddenly, the torrent of energy that rushed towards Chen Tian instantly became more and more turbulent, and the power became more and more terrifying. It's just a little bit of remnant power that spills out. All the surrounding air has been squeezed, shape-shifting, forming endless wave-like ripples that spread out. Then it condensed into a violent wind, roaring and sweeping in all directions. As for the land that was affected by the falling energy above the sky, it instantly shook into powder. With those stirring winds, together form the Mangatianya. The whole ground trembled. It's like encountering thousands of thunder dragons migrating. Ja. Chen Tian can still resist. Although at this moment, all the bombardment of the energy torrent he faced was already several times stronger, but he could no longer break through his defenses. Bring it to me. Advertisement. Chen Tian felt the energy washing on his body, his gaze froze, and he forcibly stretched out his hand against the impact of the energy torrent. Grab Thanos' gloves. All over the body, those muscles whose density was far beyond diamond were all agitated in unison in an instant, bursting with power, and driving their arms to pull back fiercely. Roar. At this time, the zombie Thanos also sensed Chen Tian's thoughts, and while maintaining the energy bombardment in his hand, he also burst out his power and grabbed his gloves. The speed exploded backwards, towards the torn space wormhole. And his hands showed infinite power, trying to break free from Chen Tian's bondage. The other side. Dr. Banner below, all standing on the ground, noticed this scene. Looking at Chen Tian, who was bathed in a torrent of terrifying energy and wrestled with the zombie Thanos, his pupils continued to vibrate. Can Chen Tian actually withstand such a strong energy impact and remain safe and sound? Dr. Banner was shocked. With such a strong physical defense, I am afraid that even his transformation into Hulk cannot be compared. As for the others, they were completely unable to react. At the moment high in the sky, this scene in their eyes has completely exceeded their imagination. Are people like Chen Tian really human? In my mind, it is worth such a question, which is constantly impacting the three views of these people. Meanwhile, imperceptible high-latitude space above deep space. The mysterious and powerful existence of the observer has been paying attention to Chen Tian's ability after determining his ability. Chen Tian's physical quality is really powerful. It can actually carry the energy impact with the blessing of energy gems. Before that, he had never touched the existence of the level universe. Just so, is the copied ability enough to support Chen Tian to this point? When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but mutter, then if he is given the opportunity to copy those other powerhouses in the level universe, what kind of point will he reach? While marveling, the gaze of the observer looking at Chen Tian gradually became solemn. After raising the attention to the latter, he felt that Chen Tian's body exuded several breaths from different sources. Moreover, those breaths seemed to have almost become one after running in. This is another major discovery for observers. That is, Chen Tian's ability is not just a simple copy of other individuals' abilities. Meanwhile, in the real world, Chen Tian looked at the zombie Thanos who was about to hide in the space wormhole, and frowned. Buzz. In the light, the red luster immediately flashed. The next moment. Rumble. The two red beams of energy that were smaller than the zombie Thanos, but had a higher density, suddenly pierced all obstacles, directly against the energy torrent. Blasted onto the shoulder of the other party. Zombie Thanos suddenly felt no pain, but still felt a huge impact, like a giant hammer smashed into his shoulder. The entire burly body was slightly skewed because of this. Seeing this, Chen Tian on the opposite side, all the muscles up and down his body were beating wildly at this time. Burst out with even greater power in an instant. Grabbed the golden gloves of the zombie Thanos with both hands and pulled them back fiercely. Duh. Suddenly time. Chen Tian felt that he had grabbed something in his hand, and the entire body of explosive power also had no power to fight against it, and he retreated fiercely. Whew! In just an instant, he had already flashed out thousands of meters away, which was able to stop the momentum of retreat. Did you get it? Chen Tian muttered and raised his head, but found that the space wormhole that the zombie Thanos had torn open before was still hanging in the sky and had not disappeared. Looking down again, he found only one soul gem lying in his palm. The infinity gauntlet in Thanos' hand is still intact. The remaining 4 infinite gems are embedded in it. Advertisement. Can't you even tear that glove off like this? Seeing this, Chen Tian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, his expression helpless. Dwarf's forging technique is really first class, but sometimes, the quality of the things created is too good. For some people, it is not a good thing. On the other side, Thanos watched the gem in his hand disappear and suddenly ran away. Roar! Roar! He subconsciously felt that the gem was extremely important, and now he was going to be taken away, roaring with all his might, and was not ready to retreat into the space wormhole that he had torn open before. Instead, he raised his hand with a distorted face, and with a hum, a violent energy mass that looked unstable appeared in his hand in an instant. Rumble! In another instant, he shot directly at Chen Tian rage. A pillar of heaven-piercing energy roared and bombarded Chen Tian. Chen Tian on the opposite side felt the terrifying majesty coming from the paving, and his face turned cold. Humph! The remaining gems are just placed with you for the time being, and I will definitely take them all later. He snorted coldly and wrinkled his brows. In the cold eyes of the original address, a crimson light suddenly lit up. Rumble! The next moment, 2 hot red beams burst out. Directly with the energy column of the zombie Thanos, it bombarded it head-on. After the majestic energy on both sides collided, it erupted one after another with earth-shattering after-power, and once again created a gust of howling wind. Only then did it turn into scattered energy fragments and slowly dissipate. Whew! Whew! Zombie Thanos stared at the soul gem in Chen Tian's hand. His whole body couldn't stop trembling, his chest was exaggerated and heaving, and he gasped. Anger almost turned into substance and spewed out from his eyes. In the end, the zombie Thanos roared angrily, roar, 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 roar. On the back of his clenched fist, the inlaid reality gem suddenly glowed with golden light, and the entire heaven and earth were suddenly twisted with this roar. Everything in everyone's sight began to lose its shape at this time, like the surface of the water that did not stop choosing, swinging up and down. Damn, what happened here? Little Spider-Man only feels like spider telepathy, who is in crisis, frantically warning himself that a terrible crisis is coming. He looked hastily at everything that was undulating and twisting around him. As for the others, including Dr. Banner, they couldn't imagine what was happening, and their faces were full of panic. The next moment. But in the blink of an eye, it seems that everything has returned to calm. However, the already hot air around them, at this moment, the temperature rose again, and the heat was terrifying. Oh my God! The blonde Sharon agent looked up and exclaimed and couldn't help but step back. I saw that the sky, which had originally become cloudless because of the collision of Chen Tian and the two, had turned into a hell rock reflecting the red fire. The surrounding ground was no longer Wakanda's oasis of countless plants, and all the land turned into deep black cracked rock. Endless lava flowing with high temperatures, and countless hideous-looking evil spirits bathed in it, stretching out their upper bodies. Roar and struggle inside. Damn, are we coming to hell now? Or what happened? Dr. Banner raised his hand to stop several people behind him, his face pale and his tone trembling. Could it be that Thanos did a good thing? Little Spider-Man muttered, looking up at Thanos, the zombie floating in mid-air. The others inquired around with some trepidation and slowly leaned together. The other side. Chen Tian was much calmer in the face of sudden changes. After slowly looking around at the changing environment around him, he set his gaze on the shining orange-gold gemstone behind the zombie Thanos gloves. That's the reality gem, which has the effect of distorting reality. If you add space gem, you can reshape space. Now it seems that the zombie annihilation did exactly that. Chen Tian silently thought in his heart, did he directly turn the entire Wakanda into the current hell? Thinking. Advertisement. Once again, he lamented the magic of infinite gems. Everything in the surrounding environment is only temporary, and it can be restored after a while. But everything is too real today. Chen Tian had no doubt that the magma flowing on the cracked rock earth would really burn people to ashes. There are also those demons who struggle in the magma, and also have the ability to tear people apart. These are temporary existences, but they are also real existences. Then. Roar, roar. The zombie on the other side, Thanos, still glared angrily at Chen Tian. At the moment, the flesh and skin on his face appeared to be more and more dry, and the originally full face was already tightly attached to the face bone, and his nose was completely collapsed. Looking at it like this, the entire head was almost the same as the skull. A pair of eyes that should have been full of domineering and wisdom also began to cover a layer of cloudiness. He was being invaded by the zombie virus more and more. After all, the zombie virus of this universe is a quantum-level virus brought out by the Pims when they returned from quantum space. Rao is the universe overlord level Thanos and can't resist. Roar. However, even as the virus invades more and more, the zombie Thanos still has a deep attachment to infinite gems. He stared at Chen Tian's hand and roared again. Raise your hand. Boom. The world, which had changed greatly, began to shake violently. The ground, which was already full of cracks, was even more frantically shattered at this moment. The magma flowing in the cracks was shaken out of waves and sputtered everywhere. Click. Together with the top 1.6, which was reflected red by the firelight, it also began to spread densely cracked. Large chunks of rock, peeled off and smashed towards the ground. Damn it! Zombie Thanos, what is this going to do? On the ground. Little Spider-Man is dexterous, tossing and turning, and when needed, he bursts out with terrifying power, kicking away the huge rock that fell towards everyone. I don't know, I hope Chen Tian can really defeat him. Dr. Banner and the others were also barely dodging the falling stones, and looked solemnly into the air. Click. The shaking between heaven and earth became more and more terrifying. Cracks in the rock wall overhead spread more and more. Chen Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Thanos, and at the crack that was still spreading above his head. Mind ability and spider ability are telling him that danger is coming. Roar. The zombie Thanos on the opposite side is still roaring madly in anger. The words did not fall, and the raised big hand waved down fiercely. The next moment. Rumble. The rock layer that was already full of cracks above the head burst apart, and endless debris collapsed. Roar. A violent roar turned into an endless sound and fell from the sky. Those falling gravel giants were instantly shaken into powder by the impact. And the source of this roar, which was originally hidden behind countless rubble blocks, was also exposed to Chen Tian's field of vision. It was a behemoth. Chen Tian stood in front of it, but as small as a grain of rice. From his point of view, he could only see a huge mouth full of densely packed sharp teeth, and he couldn't see how huge the other party's body was. The huge mouth with a strong fishy wind suddenly approached Chen Tian. As if in the next second, it will completely devour Chen Tian. P.S. I remember that infinite gems in Let's Be used in other universes. 117. Roar. An earth-shattering roar fell from overhead, like an endless surge of solid sound, instantly shaking countless shattered huge stones in the sky into powder. Then wrapped Chen Tian's whole person floating in mid-air. Even with his current strength, he would feel his entire body tremble. When he raised his head, he could see a terrifying mouth that was almost boundless, with dense and sharp teeth all over the place, tearing towards him. Too big. This big mouth belonging to the giant beast was too big, and Chen Tian stood, and under the big mouth, he raised his head and directly felt the extremely rich fishy qi, condensing into a terrifying airflow like a strong wind and slapping on his face. Raising his head to get rid of this big mouth, he couldn't even figure out the specific appearance of this giant. Only a seemingly endless number of fangs could be seen, all the way to the deepest part of the giant beast's throat that was not visible. Chen Tian's whole person, compared with this big mouth, is just like a grain of rice. And the mouth of the giant beast is like a hellish abyss that can never see the earth, and in the next moment it will completely devour its entire person, but it will not recover. And in addition to the pressure that Chen Tian has to face this abyss mouth, the rest of the Dr. Banners standing on the ground, even if they were thousands of meters away, could also feel the oppression of destroying the world. The feeling of being like an abyss falling into the world makes these people feel that they will be swallowed up with them in the next moment, facing death. Dr. Banner and little Spider-Man turned pale instantly, and a deep sense of fear spread uncontrollably in their hearts. As for the others, their bodies were soft, trembling with their souls. "I'm going to die, I'm going to die." Among them, Harpy, who had the most fragile mentality, sat on the ground with his whole body closed, closing his eyes tightly, and muttered like he was lost in thought. The shadow of death has enveloped everyone's hearts. That's the power of infinite gems. Just a few infinite gems can be so powerful. If it's 6 infinite gems, it's hard to imagine what it would look like. Chen. Dr. Banner looked up at Chen Tian's thin back, his eyes vibrating. He thought that in the face of these 15 situations, I am afraid that even if he can successfully transform into Hulk, he may still be powerless. Little Spider-Man and others on the side all hung their heads. The thoughts in his heart are almost the same as his. A deep sense of fear, and an endless sense of powerlessness. They can't do anything. Nothing can be changed. Everything seems to be coming to an end. I don't want to die. Ant-Man, who had only one head left, wailed bitterly. The rest were silent. 2. None of them saw that Chen Tian, who was standing high in the sky, did not have half a panic on his face. Just calmly looked at that terrifying big mouth and approached him. The strong airflow falling from the sky blew his hair and clothes, but Chen Tian still stood tall, his eyes were still unwavering. He raised both hands. In one hand is the mind gem and in the other is the soul gem. Only 2 infinite gems, that's enough. Chen Tian muttered, "It's time to finish." At the moment, he has 2 infinite gems, facing Thanos, who has not collected 6 infinite gems, even if the latter is not his opponent no matter how tenacious he is. Syllable. Chen Tian's voice just fell. Advertisement. He gathered his 5 fingers and tightly grasped the 2 infinite gems, and in the next second, a scarlet halo began to flow on his body. Subsequently, twice the chaos force obtained by copying and absorbing the zombie Wanda, he rushed towards the 2 gems with a majestic, almost endless momentum. The 2 gemstones that absorbed the origin magic power were instantly activated, blooming with a brilliant brilliance belonging to infinite gems, which shone out from between Chen Tian's fingers. That's right. He directly used the endless origin magic power like the Hanhai to complete the complete activation of infinite gems. Next second, he opened his palm, and 2 infinite gems that bloomed with endless dazzling brilliance were like 2 rounds of superb stars, clinging to Chen Tian's palm. On his 5 fingertips, thousands of strands of scarlet origin magic power are entwined, rolling upside down into the gems. Airplanes. Chen Tian gently raised another finger. In just an instant, there was a terrifying energy intertwined with red, white, and yellow powers, spreading out like a spider's web. In the blink of an eye, it has already enveloped the surrounding space of thousands of meters. But for a moment, The atmosphere in the entire space suddenly became particularly strange, as if everything in the air had become Chen Tian's personal belongings. Time, space, or everything else is completely under his control. Even small pieces of molecular level information need to be completely obeyed by his orders. What does it feel like? On the ground, Dr. Banner, who was still in fear and despair, tightened his heart, but he felt that everything about himself was being seen through. It seems that in front of his Chen Tian, there is no more secret. The others, also at this time, raised their heads one after another and looked towards the teenager above the sky. I saw Chen Tian at this moment, although he stood under the huge mouth of the abyss, his eyes were calm. His hands seemed to control 2 rounds of brilliant stars that would never be erased, and his body was filled with scarlet energy imperial robes. The mighty supreme majesty radiated from every corner of his body. It gives people a feeling of supremacy. Just looking up at him, they feel awe. Within thousands of meters of the surrounding area, the space filled with 3-color energy has become the space under his absolute control. However, the mouth organ of the giant beast that fell from the top of the head suddenly stopped its direct movement and stiffened in place. The supreme sense of oppression that Fang Cai exuded was also gone at this time. There is also the zombie Thanos standing opposite Chen Tian, who is also stationary at this time. Fang Cai Rage's expression has completely converged, and the whole person is like a statue, standing in place with dull eyes. Then, boom! Boom! High in the sky, the 2 gemstones in Chen Tian's palm suddenly trembled violently, erupting into a series of terrifying heat waves that seemed to be endless. Time. All the surrounding space is surrounded by endless terrifying high-temperature Xianjian. Even the hair and clothes of everyone on the ground faintly smelled burnt. This is the high temperature from infinite gems. Without mentioning that the direct activation of the use of gemstones, the resulting temperature is not the normal dimension of the creature can withstand it. Even the current big super Clark can't do it. Chen Tian did. This was the effect of his previous integrate of multiple bloodlines. Those bloodlines, whether it was Kryptonian bloodline, Hulk bloodline, or a Jezroyal bloodline. The 3 bloodlines are randomly rotated out separately, all of which have the potential of the level universe. As long as the owner can tap the potential in the blood vein normally, he can become a true level universe powerhouse. Advertisement. And now, Chen Tian completely gathered the 3 bloodlines into himself, and at the same time, he also put the complete bloodline integrate together to generate a new bloodline. Moreover, this new bloodline that belongs to Chen Tian is not just a matter of superimposing those 3 bloodlines together, and the effect is multiplied by 3. Thanks to Chen Tian's powerful effect of copying ability. These bloodlines can also provide upgrades to other bloodlines. Mutually promote the speed of tapping the potential of the bloodline. Distinguishing each bloodline, the existence of a separate can already give the owner the potential of the level universe. And Chen Tian's bloodline has been exponentially improved on the basis of the 3 bloodlines. So, a few months after getting the new bloodline, he had grown to the point where he could withstand the negative effects of infinite gems activation. Even if 2 infinite gems are activated at the same time, they can be completely resisted. Boom. Next second, Chen Tian's expression condensed, and his thoughts concentrated on the mind gem and soul gem in his hand. In his clear and calm eyes, time began to become extremely deep in an instant, and if you look closely, you can even see the vast and boundless river of stars in your eyes. The cycle of life and death of countless living beings, the changes in the universe in hundreds of millions of years, including the continuous change of existence and destruction. He directly enhanced telepathy ability with Mind Gem and Soul Gem. Coupled with the ability that he got from Charles before, and the superimposed effect of the superbrain of the dragon bloodline. Endless waves of spiritual fluctuations that surged like a frenzy erupted from his body. At the moment, the psychic fluctuations released by Chen Tian are enough to control the entire Wakanda, and even the entire planet. completely remembered 10 times more, far more than Charles, who has been strengthened by brainwave strengthening. If Chen Tian is willing now, he can even kill all the creatures on a planet in an instant with a single thought. That's why, after he inspired 2 infinite gems. On the opposite side, the zombie Thanos, who was originally caught in an endless rage, suddenly became sluggish, stood in place, and no longer made any moves. As for the behemoth above his head, it was naturally achieved by controlling the mind of the zombie Thanos, and then indirectly controlling the infinity gauntlet in his hand. You're nowhere near enough to call my opponent, and as for infinite gems, it's my time now. Chen Tian stared at the zombie Thanos, who was frozen in place. He could feel the latter's thoughts, constantly trying to fight against his mind control. Pity. Now Chen Tian's mind fluctuates like a 10,000-meter mountain. And the zombie Thanos' mind is just like a dust ant, so tiny that it is almost invisible. No matter how hard he struggles, it is impossible to shake Chen Tian's control entanglement. Click. Click. As the zombie Thanos was controlled by Chen Tian, everything that had been created using the infinite gems in his hand began to spread into dense cracks. Subsequently, the uncontainable began to collapse. The behemoth that had been keeping its mouth open also began to turn into wisps of sand and dust. Chen Tian looked at the zombie Thanos on the opposite side, and then at the infinity gauntlet in the other party's hand. His eyes flashed slightly. He took a step forward. Whew! The figure is blurry and flashing. But it directly flashed in front of the zombie Thanos. On the back of the glove on his hand, the 4 infinite gems that were still inlaid were left with a faint halo flowing on the surface after losing the control of the zombie Thanos, which looked clear and holy. Next, the infinite gems of this universe will all belong to me. Advertisement. Chen Tian looked at the infinity gauntlet, who was close at hand, and still couldn't help but be thrilled. He took a deep breath and stretched out his hand directly. Suddenly ripped off the infinity gauntlet in the hands of the zombie Thanos. Boom! At the same moment, in the surrounding space, everything that had begun to gradually collapse suddenly increased the speed of fragmentation. Overhead, the giant beast with the mouth of the abyss, the speed of dissolution of 970 degrees, was also sharply accelerated. Everything is quickly returning to normal. Chen. Win. Dr. Banner looked around at everything that was going on and was startled. To be honest, Thanos urges infinite gems to turn reality into what this world of purgatory looks like today. And when summoning that terrifying behemoth, he already felt that there was no chance of victory at all. Even someone with Chen Tian's great power is no match for Thanos. As for these people, let alone that. However, unexpectedly, Chen Tian was able to break through his imagination again. Even in the face of such an enemy, it can still break out and defeat the opposite side. We survived. The head of Ant-Man, who was held in the arms of the Wasp Girl, looked around in disbelief, and then became gradually excited. Chen won. Fortunately there is still Chen. Otherwise, none of us can be Thanos' rivals. Little Spider-Man, who had been in a state of tension before, and others, suddenly felt the pressure loosen and sat directly on the ground. He did. Surui, who had questioned Chen Tian before, looked at the young man in the sky with a complicated face. Too strong. She was in the mood of the rest of her life after the disaster. Her eyes reflected Chen Tian's figure, and only awe remained in her heart. Like a godlike reverence. The other side. 6 infinite gems, finally here. Chen Tian looked at the gloves inlaid with 4 infinite gems in his hand, and his face couldn't help but show an unconcealable joy. When he knew he had a chance to collect 6 infinite gems. Chen Tian has been longing for this moment. As long as he can perfectly control the 6 infinite gems, Chen Wei can become a true multi-universe level powerhouse. And if the infinite gems in the timeline are different from other worlds, they are very special. It can be used in other parallel universes, perhaps as long as it is in the same multi-universe. Definitely Chen Tian hasn't experimented yet and doesn't know if it will succeed. But the strength of 6 infinite gems, there is no need to question. Looking at all the American comics world, there are only a few. You can completely control your own destiny, do not care about the hostility of others to you, and can do anything according to your own will, almost as you like. To become a strong person of this level can be said to be already Marvel's top existence. This is what Chen Tian is most pursuing. Definitely has copy ability, and he's definitely going for more than that. Weo. Meanwhile, the surrounding purgatory world, which was built by infinite gems and had begun to gradually collapse, was instantly like a curtain directly torn off between heaven and earth. Wakanda has returned to her original appearance. 118. Weo. After Chen Tian removes the Infinity Gauntlet from the zombie Thanos. The scene of Purgatory, where everything around it had begun to collapse, was like a curtain that covered the heavens and the earth and was quickly torn apart. But in the blink of an eye, everyone found that they had returned to the original Wakanda. When Chen Tian's group first arrived here, it was in the afternoon. At the moment, after a series of battles, Inyang has turned westward. The orange sunlight slanted on the earth, dyeing everything with a layer of color that belonged to the evening. Everything is somewhere between brilliant and bleak. Dr. Banner and the others, after watching all the changes in the surrounding environment, felt a burst of light. The person who had been sitting on the ground before also stood up at this moment. It's really over this time. Banner raised his head, looked around, and took a deep breath. The feeling of suffocation that was born before because of the crisis has slowly dissipated. But in the chest, the heart that was still beating wildly because of the excitement could not be calmed at once. The temperature around it, which was originally frighteningly hot, has returned to normal, and even with the evening breeze blowing on the face, there is a bit of coolness. It was as if everything before it was nothing more than a dream. Little Spider-Man felt the spider telepathy danger alarm that suddenly stopped, and suddenly felt a trance, like the changing scene of the previous world was just an illusion. It's just. That's all true. He raised his head and looked at Chen Tian, who was floating opposite the zombie Thanos above the sky, and muttered to himself. At the moment, look at the boy who is about the same age as himself. Peter Parker's eyes revealed a complex feeling spreading in his heart. He even began to doubt the reality of this world. After all, the scene that Chen Tian started with his hands was completely beyond his definition of a human being. One punch kills the army of thousands of Thanos. He can also be alone and directly suppress the invincible zombie Thanos. The thoughts go on here. Little Spider-Man couldn't help but start looking around at Wakanda, who had recovered from a distorted reality. I saw the boundless plain bathed in the sunset sun, and the aftermath of the previous horrific battle still existed. Endless cracks in the ground spread outside Wakanda's shield, in all corners as far as the eye could see. There was also a gust of wind that wiped off all the sand and gravel on the ground, and countless plants were uprooted, exposing the rock layer that should have been several meters above the ground. When I saw all this, not only little Spider-Man, but also Black Panther T'Challa, Oki, and Surui, the indigenous people of Wakanda, and others, were incredulous. Even if I had seen it once, the scene was real in my mind. But now that I think about it, it still feels too outrageous. Surui muttered, looking in the direction outside Wakanda's protective shield. As the distorted reality constructed by the zombie Thanos disappears, only one of the most shocking traces of battle remains. That was the giant pit that Chen Tian created when he first shot and killed the entire Thanos army. Meteorites smashed into the ground like deep craters, placed in a large number of environments, are extremely conspicuous. The broken limbs and pieces of internal organs of the previous morning army around it were piled up, and the land turned muddy and scarlet. There was a strong smell of blood in the air, spreading over the boundless plain with the wind. Advertisement. Just one punch is like a natural disaster. Looking at that trace, Chen Tian's image once again opened up several times in the hearts of Black Panther and others. With human power, it can be done to this extent. Even if it's a god, that's all, right? Black Panther muttered unconsciously. And the people around him, when they heard his evaluation, they did not feel the slightest feeling of inappropriateness in their hearts. I even think that's how it should be. Meanwhile, the residents of Wakanda City, after sensing that the terrifying turmoil outside the city began to subside, gradually came back to their senses in trembling fear. Sure, no more horrific scenes like before, they had the courage to walk out of the city. Countless crowds walked out and looked at the scene of life on the horizon, and they were all stunned. They who had not witnessed the battle with their own eyes could not imagine what kind of fierce fighting would cause such a terrible aftermath of the war. They simply could not imagine where the two armies were at war. All of this, but Chen Tian. The other side. Chen Tian took a deep breath, calmed down his somewhat excited mood, and his eyes returned to clarity. The harvest of 6 infinite gems this time is enough to be called rich, but it cannot stop there. My goal is much more than that. He thought. Then, it slowly fell to the ground. Holding the infinity gauntlet in his left hand, he spread out the palm of his right hand. The palm that originally held the gemstone was still hot, and the 2 infinite gems that were stimulated to the extreme shimmered. Before he could feel his body, although he was now able to withstand the load when infinite gems was fully stimulated, he could only bear it for a short time for the time being. Definitely, this level is scary enough. The Hulk wore an infinity gauntlet, and after snapping his fingers once, he temporarily lost an arm. Even infinite Thanos suffered a lot of damage. But Chen Tian is still not satisfied with the extent to which he can only stimulate infinite gems for a short time. Then, Dr. Banner, after experiencing a trance and endless exclamations, also came to their senses and trotted towards Chen Tian's location. Chen, you did it? Dr. Banner had a happy smile on his face, and his eyes were full of awe at the young-looking boy in front of him. This is reverence for the strong. At the same time, I felt a sense of relaxation because the crisis of extinction was contacted. Actually, before he came back to give Avengers the news of Thanos' impending arrival, he secretly felt that even if all the Avengers assembled, they were not necessarily the opponents of the latter. When it comes to knowing that the entire Earth is in a zombie crisis, even Iron Man and they are not spared. One of Dr. Banner's heart sank to the bottom. In that case, don't say that Thanos is coming. Left unchecked, the zombies on Earth may make humans extinct. And now, not only has Thanos been defeated, but the zombie crisis has also been solved. How can this not make it easy for Banner? You're really too strong. Little Spider-Man looked at Chen Tian, also in awe and with emotion. I really can't imagine that there is such a powerful person as you in the world. The power of the punch you just gave is even comparable to a nuclear bomb, right? Advertisement. And Thanos, with its 5 infinite gems, is no match for you. QQG=%. It's incredible. He looked at Chen Tian's gaze with incomparable respect, and his tone showed deep adoration. When Ben Uncle passed away, he told little Spider-Man that with great ability comes great responsibility. Therefore, he has always felt that he should bear a lot of burden. And now, seeing that Chen Tian can solve such a big crisis on the Earth with his own strength. Exactly what he wanted him to be. Thinking about it, little Spider-Man let out another long sigh of relief. Seriously, if it weren't for you, looking at that Thanos' formidable appearance, just a few of us, I'm afraid it would be difficult to be his opponent. On behalf of all the people of Wakanda, I sincerely thank you. Surui's opinions on Chen Tian at this moment had all disappeared, and he sincerely thanked him. Wakanda is otherworldly, but not close to fireworks. The feeling of the rest of his life after the disaster made Surui almost moved to tears at this moment. The reaction of the rest of the people was basically the same, and their bodies were shaking with excitement. Maybe it sounds exaggerated. But only by truly experiencing the feeling of death will we deeply realize how beautiful life is. When Chen Tian heard a word of gratitude, he responded with a kind smile. It was when the mood of the crowd was agitated and joyful. Only Black Panther T'Challa, who was standing behind, was silent, her eyes hesitantly fixed on the infinite gems in Chen Tian's hand. Chen. He hesitated for a moment, but decided to speak, now that Thanos' problem has been completely solved. So what are you going to do with these infinite gems in your hands now? This question suddenly quieted the originally lively crowd. They also realized that Chen Tian in front of them was not only powerful, but also had 6 infinite gems in his hands. And just an infinite gems, put on the earth, or even any corner of the universe, will make countless races crazy. Perhaps, you can store these infinite gems in different places, which can avoid a lot of trouble. Dr. Banner had already traveled through a space trip before and naturally knew the preciousness of infinite gems. Also find out how many cosmic beings these gemstones can provoke. So he looked at Chen Tian seriously, and gave his advice in a sincere tone. I think Dr. Banner is right. With great ability comes great responsibility. Little Spider-Man nodded repeatedly, but again, the more powerful the force, the more crises will come. 6 infinite gems put together, something that will attract is impossible to imagine. After all, only existences with matching strength dare to take action against infinite gems. The other side. Surui looked at Chen Tian, took a deep breath, and brooded for a while before daring to speak to the latter. Chen, if I can, I hope to leave one in Wakanda. For us to study and develop stronger technology. Saying that, she paused and continued, All research results will be shared with you. Moreover, we can also use Mind Gem to make an antidote to the zombie virus. Deal with this planetary crisis. Ant-Man and the Wasp, hearing her say this, he will look at Chen Tian with anticipation. After all, the source of this Earth zombie crisis was brought back by Dr. Pym and his wife. The two of them were more or less apologetic to the fact that the entire Earth had become what it was. Advertisement. I hope this matter can wait until it is properly handled. As for the others, they also want to know what Chen Tian will choose. Regardless of the angle, everyone also hopes that the Earth can be freed from the current zombie environment. Earth's zombie crisis, you don't have to worry, I can solve it directly with infinite gems. Chen Tian said indifferently, as for infinite gems, I also have my arrangements. This statement came out. Everyone's eyes suddenly showed a bit of vigilance and panic. Where could they not hear, Chen Tian? I want to keep infinite gems to myself. Definitely, according to the combat power shown by the other party, if he really doesn't want to let go of infinite gems, they can't say anything. But human nature is like this, always worried that people with great power will cause harm to themselves. Therefore, when they heard Chen Tian's words, they still couldn't help but worry in their hearts whether the former's mentality would begin to distort after possessing extremely powerful power. Meanwhile, the distance is too far beyond reality to be measured on any scale. The observer is also watching everything. That's not right, it shouldn't be like this. His expression became more and more solemn, and he gradually realized that something was starting to go wrong, and muttered in his mouth, Chen Kai broke the absolute time and place of this abandonment. A lot of things will go down the path that he should not have taken because of his choices. Although the observer cannot intuitively observe what will happen in the future. But as the historian of the Marvel Universe, he can feel this universe, because Chen Tian, an outsider, has completely changed. What should have happened, did not continue to happen. Everything that was supposed to happen, began at this time. There was an unexpected node. At this point, the observer's thoughts, which were already frowning no longer, tightened even more. After experiencing a rambling that led to the accelerated demise of a planet, their race decided to exist only as witnesses. Objectively gaze at everything in the universe, according to the intervention of no external force, slowly developing. And the observer after a long period of observation. I have also gradually understood that on a nearly infinite time scale, the prosperity or destruction of any civilization is actually a reincarnation. Look at it in a lower dimension. It's like a farming on Earth's land. All crops, after planting, will grow differently, some will grow luxuriantly, some will be yellow, and some will not even germinate at all. But in any case, a year passes, all cultivation will end, and then a new round of cultivation will usher in. So, observers don't particularly care about the tiny influencing factors. However, what Chen Tian is doing now is that the entire land may collapse, and the probability is extremely high. After all, he has the potential of protégé, and even more than a single universe, but even all multi-universes, may be affected by him in the future. The mood swings under the observer's eyes become more and more pronounced. And just as he thinks, his mood keeps changing. The observer suddenly noticed a strange feeling. He looked suspiciously at the multifaceted prism through which he observed the real world. Unexpectedly, he noticed Chen Tian, who was being observed, and slowly raised his head to look at the deep space with an expressionless face. And the direction in which the other party is staring seems to be looking at Gan. How is that possible? The observer noticed this, and suddenly his scalp was numb and he trembled in summer. 119. How is that possible? When the observer noticed Chen Tian, who was separated from the mirror of the dimension and reality, and raised his head, he couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. He found that the latter seemed to be aware of his own existence, and his eyes were not looking elsewhere, but at himself. This shocked the observers. After all, the position he is in now is a four-dimensional world that is not just deep space, but higher than the real three-dimensional world. In the long years that he has been an observer, unless it is a higher existence of the same dimension, no one in the three-dimensional world has become aware of himself. After all, three-dimensional creatures, placed in front of high-dimensional existences, have no secrets at all. How did he find me? Before that, Chen Tian didn't notice any signs of me. The observer's tone was full of shock. Meanwhile, in the real world, Chen Tian raised his head and looked up into the deep space. As a traverser, he naturally knew the existence of the observer, but although he knew in his heart that his every move was being watched by the other party. But due to his strength, no matter how much Chen Tian tried to find the existence of the observer, it was futile. It wasn't until he had just collected 6 unique infinite gems in each universe that he finally sensed the existence of an observer with the blessing of the power of gems. Definitely. Chen Tian has no hostility towards this big-headed doll voyeur who is usually hidden in a higher dimension. After all, the other party voyeur is voyeurism, but he has not done anything that is not a threat to him. Chen Tian was looking for him, again for no other purpose, but to copy the other party's ability. And an individual observer can observe all the changes in the entire single universe at the same time, and the ability is naturally extraordinary. This race possesses the inherent ability to fulfill almost any need. These include increased personal attributes, time and space manipulation, molecular manipulation, energy projection, and vast psychic powers. Among them, no matter which ability, as long as it can be copied by Chen Tian, then it can make a qualitative leap in his current strength. And just when Chen Tian finally found the trace of the observer and began to secretly generate anticipation in his heart. Chen, I think you need to think carefully about infinite gems. Black Panther T'Challa's voice cut in, interrupting his thoughts. Chen Tian came back to his senses, looked around, and received the expressions and eyes of everyone around him. These people in front of me found that their attitude towards themselves was full of vigilance of 757 deep. His eyes immediately became indifferent, I said, I will deal with the zombie crisis on Earth. As for infinite gems, I have my own arrangements. And the consequences involved, I will naturally bear it myself, and I have also made a good realization of it. Chen Tian's tone was very cold. The people around them, hearing Chen Tian's words, immediately fell silent. After all, infinite gems were indeed obtained after the other party fought the zombie Thanos. They were just acting as spectators on the sidelines, and they didn't help at all. Since Chen Tian himself has already said that he is ready for enlightenment, then they should not force anything. Ultimately, the mysterious young man in front of him is much stronger than them. That's all there is to it, that's enough. Chen, I still hope that you can calm down and not lose yourself because of the powerful power. Why? Dr. Banner looked at Chen Tian with a hint of concern in his eyes. He has seen a lot, and after gaining power, he loses himself and eventually ruins his own things. Chen Tian had saved them all before. So, Dr. Banner didn't want this young teenager to be ruined by something like this. Chen, since you have decided to take on the responsibility behind this power, then I can only wish you well in the future. When little Spider-Man heard Chinchin's words, he also scratched his head and sighed. Advertisement. Well, I know you're thinking about me. Chen Tian smiled, but what I carry is heavier than you think, so I still need this power. This statement came out. The rest stopped talking. Everyone present fell silent. At a height of 10,000 meters, ripples like folds suddenly appeared, and the entire space seemed to be shaking with it. The overlapping pressure suddenly fell from above the firmament, and pressed towards everyone. The pressure was like a 10,000-meter mountain, pouring down, and it was as terrifying as the crashing waves. It only made people feel that the sky was falling, and their bodies and souls trembled at the same moment. People who had just experienced the aftermath of a calamity had calm expressions on their faces, and time was full of panic again. Damn it! Could it be that the terrifying guy just now has not actually been solved and has made a comeback? No, this time the movement is much more terrifying than just now. BFFJ. Are we really going to die this time? All the residents of Wakanda were terrified. And Dr. Banner and others, the expression on their faces is also pineapple. Because they can feel that the coercion that is falling down now is much more terrifying than the zombie Thanos just now. Even the gap between the two sides can be discussed tenfold. Tear and pull. Next second. Above the sky, a deep spatial crack suddenly appeared. Fang Cai's already terrifying coercion instantly became more intense, and all corners of the entire heaven and earth began to be filled with coercion-like substance. Even the space began to tremble. Subsequently, a figure with a huge head and a white robe slowly floated out of that spatial crack. The moment he appeared, the sense of oppression in heaven and earth rose even more abruptly. Overwhelmed everyone. Who is he? Are they people who want to be bad for the earth again? Dr. Banner raised his head and looked at the other person, his pupils constantly concussing. The expressions on the faces of the rest of the people also looked ugly. Wakanda's Dora guards, whose expressions were already tense to the extreme, raised their spears one after another, ready to fight at any time. As for Chen Tian, after watching that figure appear high in the sky, his eyes also began to become solemn. He recognized the identity of the other party. It is a high-dimensional being in this universe, an observer responsible for observing all the changes in the entire Marvel universe. How did he end up here? The thoughts in Chen Tian's mind raced to think, and he was surprised in his heart. I haven't gone to find the other party, but I didn't expect this observer to descend into the real world himself. But it just so happened that he wouldn't waste his energy going to me personally. What are you doing here? Isn't your family not interfering with reality? Chen Tian stared unkindly at the observer and questioned. In fact, he had already vaguely guessed in his heart why the other party had appeared. Most likely, it is because of yourself. Chen, do you know him? On the side, Dr. Banner immediately had a puzzled expression on their faces. Natsui. Obviously, through Chen Tian's words, it is certain that he knows the existence that is full of horror and oppression. It's just that the words in the teenager's mouth make them scratch their heads and can't understand the meaning of the other party's words at all. Can't interfere with reality? Advertisement. Isn't this guy with a huge head and a very incongruous body now appearing in reality? How to speak as if the other party should not have appeared in reality? Chen, who is he? Little Spider-Man followed suit. After all, he couldn't understand why such a strange-looking guy could actually exude such terrifying coercion. As for the others, they looked at the silent observer with a wary face. I always feel that the other party reveals a feeling of superiority. He did not despise himself, but did not care about their existence at all. Especially Black Panther and Surui, two high-ranking beings in Wakanda. It is very sensitive to such contempt. They are all secretly evaluating in their hearts whether they can fight against each other with Wakanda's combat power. The other side. After the observer appeared, there was indeed only Chen Tian in his eyes. Other people, no matter who they are on Earth or what they have experienced, are nothing more than dust on an endless time scale. Since you can detect my presence before this, then you should understand that I am acting for you. He looked at Chen Tian, his tone full of indifference. I just appeared to remind you that your behavior broke the absolute point in time. Such actions will be sanctioned by the gods. The observer kept looking at Chen Tian's face as he spoke. It's just that he never saw the slightest bit of nervousness on the latter's face. Sanction of the gods. When Chen Tian heard this, he laughed lightly. I am a god, and no one is qualified to sanction me. When the observer heard Chen Tian's words, he did not refute it, but fell into a brief silence. You are not a god. It seemed that after some thought, he slowly spoke again. Definitely, neither am I 21. When the observer said this, his expression was extremely solemn. When the true God came and appeared, you were ashamed of your words. When Chen Tian heard this, he chuckled. He naturally knows the power of the gods in the so-called Marvel universe. And now, even if he has 6 infinite gems, if he really moves, he is not the opponent of those cosmic gods for the time being. Chen Tian would say this, but only to provoke observers. Since you're just here to remind me, that means you won't make a move. So what do I do? What does it matter to you? He continued, his tone full of frivolity. In the course of dialogue between the two sides, little Spider-Man next to him can be heard clearly. The big-headed baby in the sky is most likely a powerful existence that exists outside the Earth. As for what the other party came from, he didn't have any thoughts for a short time. What these two people say is in the clouds. He sighed bitterly. Apart from giving me a profound feeling, I can't figure out what they're talking about. Again, reality and interference and divine. The other people around him, who actually looked at Chen Tian and the observers, experienced little difference from him. The other side. Absolute point in time. If you do want to continue, you may even affect the direction of the multi-universe. When the observer said this, the originally calm expression on his face began to become solemn and his tone serious. But you can't interfere with reality. Chen Tian naturally noticed the change in the other party's attitude, but did not have any mood swings because of this. Instead, they continue to stimulate each other. It's not that I can't interfere with reality, I just stick to the principles of the family. Sure enough, the observer's brows furrowed after hearing Chen Tian's words, and I know that you are not this realistic person. If necessary, I will sanction you. Advertisement. When he said these words, there was already a hint of threat in his tone. And such emotions, for observers, are no different from strong killing intent. As for what observers said to Chen Tian, it is not false. That's right, according to the family's concept, he definitely can't make a move. But Chen Tian is indeed, as he said, not a person who belongs to this reality, and can shoot if necessary. Huh. Chen Tian did not continue to reply to the other party's words this time. Instead, he directly put on the infinity gauntlet that he had just snatched, and also embedded the 2 infinite gems he had snatched before. Buzz. The extremely large infinity gauntlet, which was originally worn by the zombie Thanos, directly turned into a glove that just matched the file size of his hand under the action of reality gem. Suddenly, the 6 infinite gems set in the glove burst into a dazzling gemstone luster in an instant. Each gemstone blooms with a different color of brilliance. Next second, all the surrounding space between heaven and earth shook. The 9-colored luster that bloomed on the infinite gems soared into the sky and shone dazzlingly, as if there was only such a magical brilliance left in the heavens and the earth. Meanwhile, 6 lusters belonging to infinite gems appeared on the gloves, which instantly spread to Chen Tian's whole body. Next second, the brilliance of all infinite gems burst out abruptly. But it turned into an incomparably violent, terrifying energy, surging towards his body in an endless gesture. Chen Tian began to feel that the energy in his body was filling up madly in a furious posture like a tidal wave. The observer on the opposite side, seeing that Chen Tian had brought Infinity Gauntlet directly, his expression instantly became gloomy. Next second, the observer wrinkled his brow and waved casually. Dr. Banner and the others standing around Chen Tian disappeared directly out of thin air and directly transferred to the distant city of Wakanda. Followed by rumble. An extremely powerful pillar of energy instantly bombarded down from above the firmament, directly covering him and Chen Tian's bodies. This moment, in the entire heaven and earth, everything that could be seen was shown in a dazzling white. Wait until the white light slowly disperses. The figures of the 2 had disappeared in place. Meanwhile, because the white brilliance was too dazzling just now, Chen Tian, who closed his eyes a little, slowly opened his eyes. I found myself in a space that was white all around. The observer stood right across from him. Chen Tian, you have disrupted the balance of other universes, he said to Chen Tian with a cold expression. You just stay here, infinite gems can't play a role here, it's a unique dimensional space. Are you going to imprison me? However, when Chen Tian heard this, he snorted coldly and slowly raised his hand. It wears the fist of the Infinity Gauntlet. The 6 infinite gems embedded on it instantly burst into dazzling brilliance to the extreme. A terrifying power like a solid tide burst out directly at this moment. The surrounding space vibrated like the sky was shattered. Twisted, wrinkled. Advertisement. 120. It's a unique dimensional space where infinite gems don't work. Chen Tian, don't disturb the balance of the universe, stay here. The observer looked at the teenager in front of him with an extremely cold expression. The voice fell. He turned around and prepared to leave. Are you ready to imprison me? Humph. Chen Tian's eyes flickered, looking at the endless white space around him, and there was no end in sight. A deep gloomy meaning gradually flowed between the eyebrows. He snorted coldly and slowly raised the hand wearing the infinite handset. The 5 fingers slowly gathered, clenched into fists, and the surface of the 6 infinite gems inlaid on the back of the hand began to flow the light of the ball. Buzz. Suddenly, all infinite gems are activated at the same time. Chen Tian's body began to surge with majestic and vast infinite energy. The terrifying heat wave aura of the Dao Dao also began to spread and sweep around. As a result, the surrounding spaces distorted visibly to the naked eye. Chen Tian looked at the observer's back, his gaze getting cold. The other side. Huh. The observer who turned to leave noticed the strange appearance behind him and slowly turned back. Immediately afterwards, because of the scene that came into view, his brows furrowed. The infinite gems in Chen Tian's hand actually emitted a faint shimmer in this special dimensional independent space. And as the observer turns around, as time passed, the gemstone's luster was actually becoming more and more dazzling. There was a high-temperature heat wave like a surge, and a surge of stars crashing towards him. He felt Chen Tian's murderous intention for himself. Seeing this, the observer's pupils shrank fiercely. Why can the infinite gems in Chen Tian's hand be used in such a special space? It stands to reason that after infinite gems leave the universe where they were born, shouldn't they be invalid? Time. Even the observer is slightly agitated by this. Everything was so unexpected. Boom. Next second. Chen Tian, who was opposite him, had an indifferent expression and a cold gaze, and his raised arm seemed to grasp the space, dragging back slightly. The infinite gems on the glove suddenly burst into an even more dazzling light at the moment. At the same time, there was a majestic energy body, bursting out from it, instantly condensing into an endless vortex with furious power. The surrounding space was torn into deep fold-like distortions. The entire special white independent space was wildly shaken because of this. It was as if it would collapse and crumble in the next instant. What the observer didn't know was that when he successfully stimulated the ability of infinite gems, Chen Tian was actually slightly surprised in his heart. He had thought that in the independent space of this special dimension, the energy of infinite gems would be limited. But the moment Chen Tian clenched his fists and activated Infinity Gauntlet, he felt the energy zone emitted by infinite gems. He can use infinite gems here, and he also discovers that these gemstones seem to be becoming special, they break through certain limitations and become special kinds. Thoughts are not falling. Chen Tian felt that with the current situation, it was better not to waste time entangled in these matters. The priority is to restore one's freedom. Come to think of it. Chen Tian's expression was fierce. Whew. His arm wrapped around endless energy swung out violently, and in the huge vortex that had already taken shape, in an instant, there were endless majestic pillars of energy light, roaring and bursting out. Advertisement. Fiercely pulled up the surrounding space, and rushed forward towards the observer. The surrounding space was all affected by this extremely violent energy giant pillar, and it was even torn out of the obvious black space crack of the Deo. Abominable. Seeing this, the observer gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice, and at the same time his hand movements were not slow. An arm that appeared very small compared to its huge head immediately stretched out from the white robe, and a colorless, but equally majestic energy body erupted from the palm of his hand. The small palm quickly slapped forward. When even a strong energy barrier like a city wall took shape. Rumble. Kankan blocked the bombardment of that roaring pillar of energy before it fell. In the earth-shattering collision, there were waves of terrifying aftermath that rushed to disperse in all directions. There is even a terrifying heaven-shaking roar, and the endless essence of the sound wave is chaotic. If not in this white space, not on Earth. Otherwise, I am afraid that just this impact, the airflow created, I am afraid that the climate of the entire planet can change irreversibly. Damn it! And the barrier formed by himself condensed the moment it touched that energy pillar. The observer couldn't help but curse secretly, even his expression was a little distorted. The huge impact of the terrifying waves poured into him fiercely, and it actually made him fall backwards uncontrollably. Whew! Flying upside down for an unknown distance, the observer slowly stabilized his figure. His face was completely occupied by disbelief and unexpectedness. It's impossible. It's impossible. He couldn't suppress the emotions in his heart, first whispered, and then questioned in a voice. On the other side, Chen Tian's expression remained cold in the face of his words that were obviously infected by emotions. After all, the other party planned to imprison him forever in this kind of independent space that no ghost could see. Naturally, it is impossible to give the observer any good looks. Neither universe nor the universe is impossible. His eyes were indifferent, And his tone was low, just like you can't imagine that there will be a second protege in the world. At the same time that Chen Tian slowly spoke, the infinite gems in his hand were frantically blooming with dazzling brilliance. As his voice fell in front of him, it had once again condensed into a distorted vortex of energy. It was an energy vortex condensed by the majestic infinite energy in the 6 infinite gems, and only a trace of the energy contained in it was enough to easily smash a planet-like planet. Don't think that everything should be under your control. Chen Tian scolded in a deep voice. Next second. Rumble. Another torrent of energy that was condensed like a terrifying and wild current was born, and under a roar, it burst out with a bang. The observer's expression became more and more ugly, and his voice was low and serious. You won't be protege. Between words, the tiny hands waved one after another, and the invisible energy was enveloping in both palms. The surrounding invisible space, however, began to take shape with his movements, twisting and rushing giant stars stacked in front of the observer. A huge wall formed by the original condensation of space suddenly took shape. Rumble. The torrent of colorful energy bombarded by Chen Tian, after touching the wall of that space, was like a real river hitting a boulder, and it could not shake the latter. It turned into several small torrents that rushed in other directions. And the other side. The observer pulls the space, condenses the wall. Chen Tian himself felt the boundless space around him, but he followed it and became narrow. Detect Dao battles, get rewards, space manipulation, observer. When he heard the sound of copying ability in his head, Chen Tian realized that at this moment, he was actually wrapped in an invisible energy. This is the observer's manipulation of the space fire. In the action he just had, he actually pulled the surrounding space in front of him at the same time, forming a wall to block Chen Tian's bombardment. Meantime. Advertisement. Chen Tian himself was restrained by the space around him because he was pulled away. It's just that now I also have the ability to manipulate space. Thinking of this, a smug smile began to appear at the corner of his mouth. Next second. Chen Tian's thoughts have not yet fallen. But he felt that the space around him became more and more narrow at this moment, and Jinping was about to bind him to death. And he was about to launch the space manipulation ability, when he would pull the space away, snatch back apart, and resume the action. Next second. Chen Tian felt that all the space around him was pushing him back. Then, his whole person directly broke through the white space. Countless white spaces floated like shards like glass, and Chen Tian found himself directly in a narrow space that seemed to be composed of countless Zhaoqian prisms. This narrow space, composed of countless prisms, seems to be infinitely deep and infinitely far, and there is no end in sight from up to bottom. Moreover, all the prism lattices around him reflected his upside down at the same time. The direction seems to have completely lost its meaning at this moment. It is really worthy of being an observer, and the means of launching can actually cross dimensions. Chen Tian felt a strong feeling of weightlessness and couldn't help but mumble a sigh. Thoughts are not falling. Wuyo. In the blink of an eye, the observer appeared in front of him with an indifferent gaze. At this moment, the former's body has turned into 100-meter file size, and in Chen Tian's eyes, he is like a giant standing tall in the sky. Its already huge head is now looking at a huge mountain. And his short limbs, although still small compared to the head, are thicker than Chen Tian's body. Since you say you're the second protege, come and beat me. The observer's eyes were indifferent, and his behemoth body floated in front of Chen Tian, looking down at the latter condescendingly, with a majestic anger in every word. The next moment, that terrifyingly large fist had already slammed down on Chen Tian. The surrounding space seemed to turn into the surface of the water that had been thrown into huge stones, making ripples one after another. Rumble. The huge force was instantly poured into all corners of Chen Tian's body. The entire body, which was bound by the narrow space, flew out upside down again, smashing one of the spatial walls formed by countless prisms behind him. Boom! Countless prism fragments reflecting Chen Tian's face splashed out with him like a rain of flowers. Ask for flowers. Together fell into the other side of the eye, all red and treacherous otherworld. Up and down, back and forth, left and right, every direction, the sky, the desert without any life, the distant mountains, are all bloody rays. Even Chen Tian himself was turned red by this treacherous otherworld. Bells and whistles. Chen Tian looked at the red world around him and whispered disdainfully. The voice fell. Chen Tian's whole body began to exert strength at the same time. Click click boom. Fang Cai had been surrounding his body, restraining his spatial power. He was freed by his life, turned into a scattered spatial turbulence, and was swallowed and absorbed by the red world in it. Chen Tian. At the same time, an angry whisper sounded in Chen Tian's ears. When he looked up, he saw that the figure of the observer had appeared at an unknown time. His body has expanded hundreds of times compared to just now. The whole person stood in front of Chen Tian, and his huge body covered most of the crimson sky. A pair of big eyes on the huge head were also dyed red by this world, full of icy murderous intent. At the moment, Chen Tian, standing in front of the observer, is like an inconspicuous speck of dust at the foot of a 10,000-meter mountain, put together and undetectable. The sense of oppression, which was like substance, suddenly roared high like a stormy wave, and slapped it at him head-on. It seemed that with the momentum alone, he was going to crush him to pieces. Advertisement. You shouldn't be here anymore. Next second. Observers who glared at Chen Tian were directly challenged. A huge fist as thick and terrifying as a pillar of heaven smashed towards it. 0. The huge amounts of fist face, more mammoth than the thousands of meters of mountain peaks, swinging and smashing, actually triggered an endless wind roaring and rolling, fiercely sweeping in all directions. On this desert located in the Crimson World, a violent sandstorm was triggered to engulf all directions. That huge amount of fist is like the entire firmament collapsing down, and it is like falling meteorites that are unstoppable. Boom! The fist has not yet fallen. The huge shadows cast had already dyed the space around Chen Tian for thousands of meters into a deep black like thick ink. There was also a majestic air pressure bombarding down. Just by the fist wind, the ground under Chen Tian's feet has begun to be unable to withstand it, and it begins to collapse meter by meter, and the density of the sandy ground becomes more and more large. Directly by the terrifying air pressure, a fist mark with a diameter of thousands of meters was pressed out. Heaven and earth, space, light, all tremble with distortion. This punch seems to crush everything that exists into powder. Rumble. After the observer's fist flashed, the wolf smashed on Chen Tian. Click. At the same moment, where the giant fist fell, a pitch-black spatial crack was born, which spread to all corners of the entire red vast world in an instant. It is clearly a world that exists independently, but at this moment, it is like a thin and brittle glass, shattered, collapsed, and turned into countless fragments splashing. This punch is just a piece of the world that you weigh shattered. As the main target, Chen Tian felt that he was hit hard by the unstoppable world torrent. The whole person suddenly turned into a humanoid meteor and fell into a river of stars shining with endless stars in the vast universe. Weo! 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 When Chen Tian fell, his body shattered one after another of the brilliant stars, crossing a dazzling river of stars. Under this blow, the speed at which he flew upside down was actually several times the speed of light. All the stars in the field of vision turn into infinitely long twisted lines with the body regressing. Combat detected, rewarded, molecular control, observer. Then, in Chen Tian's mind, the prompt sound of copying ability sounded. The huge information that far exceeded his previous acquisition of ability immediately appeared in his mind. Chen Tian can already control the changes in matter at the molecular level. There is an ability. He was overjoyed in his heart, and then his eyes became serious. It's almost time to fight back. The other side. Separated by countless rivers of stars, the observer standing above the star field, overlooking Chen Tian's gaze was gloomy. This is what you asked for. However, then his eyes froze. Huge amounts of eyes rummaged left and right, but found nothing. It actually disappeared. The next moment, the observer felt a spatial crack appear behind him, and a figure immediately appeared from it. Big-headed doll, you're far behind. Before he could look back, he heard Chen Tian's whisper, ringing in his ears. Turning his eyes again, he saw that the latter directly punched out by gravity. Whew! Click, click, click. The majestic to the extreme of the huge force all exploded to the extreme after being restrained on this heavy punch. The boundless power of the torrent is unstoppable and spreads in all directions. All the stars are suppressed at this moment. All the starships fell apart under coercion. The whole universe is shaking. All space is shaking and crawling with cracks. Fist falls. Boom. Fourth. Advertisement. 121. You can't do it with a big head. The next moment the observer discovered the lost trace of Chen Tian. He was shocked to hear his whisper ringing in his ear. Rip and pull. Immediately afterwards, he noticed that a spatial crack was torn out of thin air behind him. What? As soon as the observer looked back, he saw Chen Tian's expression indifferent, and he threw himself out of it, and already clenched his fist and blasted out. The fist did not fall. The fierce coercion roared like 1,000 angry waves, and roared towards his back. The observer's eyes widened suddenly, far expecting that the other party could do this, but Chen Tian did not have this ability before. Between the electric stone fire, he thought of a shocking possibility, and the sense of surprise in his heart became thicker and thicker. But at this moment, Chen Tian's fist was about to fall, and all the bright stars in the surrounding universe were flickering madly because his fist pressure was too terrifying. One after another, the river of stars began to shake wildly, as if it would fall apart in the next second. With the blessing of 6 infinite gems, Chen Tian became even more separated. It seems to have reached the existence of the level universe, and the coercion that spreads out can already affect the wavering of the universe galaxy. In the face of such a menacing offensive, the observer couldn't help but think more, and immediately turned around very quickly to fight back. However, seeing this, Chen Tian burst out a fist that seemed to be carrying the fall of an endless meteorite, and it suddenly accelerated. This moment, all the stars in the boundless universe around the two of them shook even more terrifyingly, and crazy fold ripples appeared in the space. Whew! In a flash, the observer only felt that he was already coerced by Chen Tian, shrouded in death, unable to escape, not hiding, too late. I can only resist hard. In the lightning thoughts, the observer has raised his hands, and the huge amount of energy of the visible is frantically rewinding, layered on top of each other. In an instant, between his and Chen Tian's fists, condensation 793 formed a thick energy barrier. However, syllable. As soon as that barrier was formed, the observer felt that a spatial energy that was not inferior to him and had the same origin as his own energy invaded the barrier. It was actually directly at the same frequency, directly crushing the barrier he had just condensed. The barrier shattered and turned into a splash of stars. Expose the amazed observer again. Not only space manipulation, but Chen Tian has even learned his molecular manipulation skills. Thoughts are not falling. Chen Tian's fist has fallen fiercely. Endless majestic terrifying power burst out in an instant. It's like 10,000 volcanoes erupting, and it's like a fixed star explosion for hundreds of millions of years. The huge force that was enough to crush everything, unstoppable heavy focus smashed on the observer's body. Rumble. Moment. His body simply fell backwards uncontrollably, falling into the infinite galaxy universe. Fall. Fall. The figure of the observer was extremely embarrassed to break through the starry rivers and smash countless floating space meteorites. All this, falling into his field of vision, seemed to turn into a blurry picture. There were even dense cracks around the body. Next second. Bang. The space shattered, and the body that fell beyond the speed of light by the observer tore a crack. His whole body fell into the crack, and the surrounding environment changed. The originally endless icy starry universe turned into an endless land. Rumble. The observer's behemoth body slammed into the ground, setting off a cloud of dust and fog, and endless wind. The entire continent was shaken by his fall. Advertisement. When the dust and fog cleared, you could see that all the visible corners of the continent were crawling with densely packed cracks. The position where the observer's body lies has sunk into the middle of the pit for thousands of meters. All the surrounding earth and rock were blasted into a fine powder by the aftermath of the fall. Damn it! The observer cursed secretly, only feeling that his body was in pain everywhere. It seems that he has never been so embarrassed since he was born. However, when he raised his rolling eyes and looked up at the sky, I saw that the spatial crack that had just been smashed out by himself had not yet healed. Chen Tian's figure had already followed closely behind, bursting out, and his indifferent gaze fell on him from above the sky dome, like a 10,000-year-old glacier falling fiercely on him. You. The observer noticed the other party's overlooked gaze, and immediately became angry, and the dragon teeth grinned and got up. However, there was no time to make any moves. Chen Tian, who had just appeared from the sky, moved again instantly, and his entire body was like an unstoppable cannonball, crashing down. It was like a meteorite that destroyed the world and smashed the ground, and even the surrounding space was twitched by his movement into endless ripples. Blink again. Boom. Chen Tian's feet had already slammed into the observer's huge head. Boom. In an instant, the surrounding heaven and earth shook wildly again. Chen Tian stepped on the observer's head and blasted out all the way to the depths of the earth. The underground rock layer where it passed, under the crushing of the giant distance, easily shattered into fine powder. But in an instant, the two of them had already penetrated tens of thousands of meters deep into the center of the earth, fiercely penetrating into the deepest core of the planet. The endless heat frantically burned the observer's head. And Chen Tian, who stepped on his head, accelerated again. Boom. Even more intense energy ripples erupted around the body. The two sides smashed forward again. It actually directly penetrated an entire planet, fluttering with endless dust and stones, and leaped into the universe. Chen Tian. The observer felt that there was nothing else behind him to block it, and immediately adjusted his shape, roaring and roaring. However, the words just fell. When he saw Chen Tian in front of him, his eyes were indifferent and he didn't say a word, adjusted his figure, but he directly clenched his fists and bombarded him again. Rumble. Once again, the terrifying power erupted above the observer's body. The planet behind Chen Tian, which was penetrated by them, could not withstand the aftermath of his punch, scattered and sputtered, and exploded. The observer's body flew upside down. Rip pull. Another spatial crack was torn apart by his body. Look how embarrassed you are now. Chen Tian spoke coldly. The figure is flashing. Another explosion on the observer's head. Boom. He stepped on the ladder and threw himself into the spatial rift lord. Suddenly, the sky swirled, and everything around changed again. The originally cold universe shattered, turning into countless pieces and falling one after another. Chen Tian and the observer once again passed through a vast space tunnel full of infinite colors and streamers. Descended into a strange world with heaven and earth clouds and ecological environment. The two are very fast. In the blink of an eye, you are over a city full of modern buildings and wafting gun smoke. Boom. Chen Tian's feet exerted force, the 10 jumping observers kicked out. The latter's body was like a giant cannonball bursting with infinite power, and it smashed into countless mountains of ruins. Boom! Under the impact of the behemoth, countless building ruins that were already broken enough were bombarded into powder by the observer's body. Advertisement. The fierce and terrifying wind of the Deo Road blew around, and it drove layer after layer of dust and fog to sweep the sky. You. The observer was hit hard one after another, and Rao felt groggy in his mind, and all the corners of his body were in pain. He staggered to his feet, looked around, and for a moment his mind was confused about which real world this was. I just saw that all the buildings around them were dilapidated, covered with traces of the post-war period, and gunsmoke was everywhere. You can even see the ground covered with blood from various broken limbs. It is clearly the battlefield after just experiencing a brutal war. Bang! Next second, Chen Tian's figure fell from the sky, and the spatial crack above his head slowly healed. His gaze was indifferent with a bit of deliberate contempt and mockery. Big-headed doll, you are really vain. You were so crazy just now, I thought you had too much. The observer looked back at the other party, his eyes flashed with a complicated expression, and took a deep breath. Your learning ability is very strong. That's it? He had to admit that Chen Tian's replication ability was not weaker than Protégé, and it was simply to the extent that it could be perfectly replicated. The previous understanding of Chen Tian is undoubtedly correct. If left unchecked, this little guy will be able to grow into a protégé in a very short time, enough to threaten the existence of the multi-universe. When the mind goes to this point, the expression on the observer's face has become extremely serious and serious. He felt that the decision he had made before was not wrong, and Chen Tian had to be controlled. It doesn't matter if you have a vendetta with the other party now. The other side. Chen Tian looked at the observer with a gloomy expression that could drip water, and opened his mouth to say something. 2. Combat detected, rewarded, mind ability. In an instant, Chen Tian felt that his already powerful enough mental ability, and in an instant, he had soared. Directly from the magnitude that can envelop a universe at the same time, it has risen to the level of shrouding a universe. Next second, he then felt the fluctuations of a superstar's mind and blasted towards his mind. Observer, didn't you expect that you are also good at Wang using this kind of inferior means? Chen Tian stared at the observer, a sneer outlined at the corner of his mouth. You actually tried to invade me with your psychic ability between conversations. The observer on the opposite side was slightly stunned when he heard this, and a hesitant light flashed under his eyes. What? Immediately afterwards, I saw that his face changed greatly, and his expression instantly changed into sluggishness. Because the observer felt that Chen Tian's mind burst out with a terrifying and majestic spiritual fluctuation. In an instant, his invaded mind ability was easily destroyed into pieces. Moreover, after Chen Tian's mind fluctuation appeared, the completed defense did not give up, but slammed towards the observer. Seeing this, the latter quickly used his mental ability to build layers of thick spiritual defenses in his mind. However, observers found that Chen Tian's abnormal mental fluctuations were actually much stronger than himself. That layer of spiritual defense, placed in front of the opponent's offensive, is simply like paper paste. It's easy to be torn apart. In the face of the most proud spiritual ability, also encountered. Fold halberd. The horror in the hearts of the observers climbed beyond belief. Next second, Chen Tian's mind fluctuations tore through the observer's mental defenses. It immediately turned into a heavy hammer and smashed the latter's mind fiercely. Rumble. The observer was immediately blasted into a blank brain, only to feel that his brain was stabbed by a sharp cone, and his expression was stunned, and the whole person stood in place. Chen Tian, on the other hand, was not surprised by his performance. After all, just now he directly copied the observer's mental ability. Based on the same ability, he also has Charles's psychic ability, Kryptonian super brain, and twice as much origin magic power. There are so many buffs stacked together, giving Chen Tian's spiritual ability blessings. In terms of mind, even observers who have a broad mind and can multi-universe cannot bear it. Wio. Advertisement. When the observer desperately condenses the mental ability, and finally recovers himself from the mental dilemma just now. His whole person seemed to have collapsed, his face was as pale as paper, cold sweat was pooling, and he unconsciously took a few steps back. Your growth rate is even more terrifying than I expected. The observer looked at Chen Tian, huge amounts of a pair of pupils constantly vibrating, his voice trembling, and he couldn't return to his senses for a long time. He realized that he had misjudged the latter. The young man in front of him not only has terrifying potential, but even the strength he has at the moment is completely beyond his imagination. So on. The observer's mind erased Chen Tian's thoughts and became more and more determined. If not, this guy will definitely have an irreversible impact on the entire multi-universe. Everything will change drastically because of him. Between thoughts, the observer's gaze with a stormy sea becomes more and more determined. He only felt that the air around him became frozen and solidified at this moment. Gollum. The observer swallowed unconsciously. Chen Tian also looked back at each other with a smile. Heaven and earth seemed to be quiet for a while. But then, there is a terrifying storm that can break out at any time. Right at this moment. Boom. There was a strange noise from the side of the two people. Who are you? A deep voice of doubt. The space was stirring, and the space rift of the sundial was torn open out of thin air. A figure immediately came out of it. It was a silver figure wrapped in vibranium, inlaid with 6 shining infinite gems, and exuding a round of mighty power. High above, the gods overlooked the earth. This is. The moment the observer saw the other party's appearance 2.9, the expression on his face changed instantly. Chen Tian also narrowed his eyes slightly. He recognized the other party. It's 6 infinite gems Ultron. Unexpectedly, I accidentally came to the universe of 6 jewels Ultron. He muttered. At the same time, his gaze slowly fell on the few infinite gems on the other party. The 6 jewels Ultron was puzzled by the appearance of Chen Tian. He realized that none of the other belonged to this universe. Then, Ultron also noticed the 6 gemstones on Chen Tian Infinity Gauntlet. You actually have infinite gems too. He felt a subtle sensation that generated between Chen Tian and himself, and suddenly questioned. The other side. Chen Tian slowly clenched his fists, and there was some kind of connection between the gems. He senses that the 6 jewels Ultron has a killing intent on him. Really? Next second. 6 jewels Ultron stretched out his hand directly, and the gemstones on his body shone brightly. Majestic energy surged out, and the ground shook the sky, but directly from the ground, a huge stone like a mountain was born. Surge of gas. The huge rocks that were full of mountains and half the city were scattered on it, exuding rolling coercion, smashing towards Chen Tian. Wio. 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 That sky-shading boulder is getting faster and faster. It turned out to be directly in the air, rubbing except billowing smoke and dense Mars. It's like a real extraterrestrial meteorite. Chen Tian looked up at the boulder getting closer and closer, and was stunned in place. However, it was not that he was deterred by the attack of the 6 jewels Ultron, but that a prompt sounded in his mind to successfully copy ability. Combat detected, rewarded, reality gem, Ultron. 122. Combat detected, rewarded, reality gem, Ultron. Chen Tian looked at the sky-shading boulder that fell towards him, felt the boundless coercion from the paving, and heard the cold prompt in his mind, but he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He felt the extra ability in his body, and his heart was shocked. He didn't expect that his ability could actually copy the ability born in infinite gems. But when he dealt with the zombie Thanos before, why couldn't he copy it? Could it be that Ultron's infinite gems are even more special? Chen Tian's thoughts turned over in his heart for a while, and his eyes flashed constantly. But think about it, it seems that the performance of 6 Jewels Ultron in Marvel, What If before is simply too perverted. This possibility is not non-existent. And, in any case, being able to replicate the infinite gems ability he holds is a beneficial thing for me. When Chen Tian thought of this, he couldn't help but raise his eyes and mutter, and a slight smile appeared on his face. The successful replication of 6 Jewels Ultron's infinite gems abilities led Chen Tian to have a new idea for the former's infinite gems. Or rather, a new idea for the ability to replicate gemstones was born. After all, it's not certain that the Infinity Gauntlet in your hand will be restricted from going to other universes after leaving this multi-universe. He muttered, so, if you can copy ability on your body, that's definitely the safest move. Time. The thoughts in Chen Tian's heart were determined. That is to try to copy the 6 gems Ultron's gem ability completely. This ensures that even if infinite gems cannot be used, it will already allow him to exert his 6 jewel level combat power. And while his thoughts were constantly going on, Wuyo, the behemoth stone that fell from the heavens to the continent had already descended not far above his head. The air pressure that was pulled by the stones fell heavily, constantly ruffling Chen Tian's hair and tearing the clothes on his body. In that case, let's do it over there. Seeing this, Chen Tian collected all the thoughts in his heart for the next exhibition. Immediately decided to start copying the 6 Jewels Ultron's gem ability. Syllable. The 5 fingers suddenly gathered, pinching the air between the palms, creating a loud explosion. Take a step forward. Swing arm. Muscles stir around the body. 1 punch. Rumble. Suddenly, the boundless power like the Han Sea erupted above his fist. His fist and the huge mountain-like stone that fell towards him were as fragile as a broken demon. Boom. But in an instant, there were endless cracks like spider webs, covering all corners of the huge stones. It was like a huge stone of the size of an island, and in the next second, it fell apart. Exploded into infinite fragments and splashed everywhere. The ground, which was already covered with ruins, was even more smashed. Endless debris splashed everywhere. On Chen Tian Infinity Gauntlet, the inlaid infinite gems were immediately stimulated, blooming with brilliant gemstone brilliance. Endless majestic earth-shattering energy erupted from his hand. Reality Gem's ability was driven directly to the extreme. A void vortex that was enough to distort the real space was born out of thin air, erupting with earth-shattering terrifying suction power, roaring abruptly and twisting. It actually attracted the huge stone fragments scattered around him madly. But in the blink of an eye, under the influence of Reality Gem's power, those fragments condensed into a stone tornado with supreme destructive power. Boom! With Chen Tian's big hand. That stone tornado was like a mad dragon that displayed supreme power, roaring and slamming towards Ultron. The huge amounts of vortex rolled up like a violent doomsday tornado, sweeping the land everywhere it passed, and all the surrounding colors were dim. It seems that in that terrifying whirlpool, the crazy attraction that bursts out can be devoured together with the light. Advertisement. Wuyo. The 6 gems on the opposite side, Ultron, watched the earth-shattering attack coming towards him. He didn't show any unexpected emotions. Just looked at Chen Tian coldly. 6 infinite gems are embedded on the chest, revealing a sparkling brilliance. He raised his hand. Suddenly, infinite power unfolded from within the gemstone, frantically gathered. The next moment. Rumble. A torrent of supreme energy that seemed to be able to blast everything through at the same time tilted out in his palm. In an instant, time passed through the space. Directly bombarded on the twisted berserk tornado condensed by Chen Tian. In the terrifying roar that was enough to shake the heavens and the earth, the 2 attacks were wrapped in endless power, and the wolves collided together. The aftermath of the earth-shattering collision swept in all directions. The fierce wind, however, directly rolled up all the bulges on the ground, whether it was the ruins of the building or the raised stones, and flew farther away. Directly sweep out a flat ground with a radius of several kilometers on the spot. Rumble. Next moment, where the two bombardments collided, a terrifying pillar of light burst out into the sky again, tearing all the clouds in the sky, and even the entire starry sky was shaken. A few seconds later, the terrifying aftermath of the collision slowly dissipated. In this process, 6 Jewels Ultron's gaze did not look away from Chen Tian for a moment. "Where did your gems come from?" His cold birth question, emitted by electronic synthesis, without the slightest emotion of the cold electronic sound. "This world, there is not just a universe." Chen Tian smiled when he heard this. "Countless universes, then there are countless infinite gems." The 6 Jewels Ultron on the opposite side was visibly stunned when he heard Chen Tian's answer. Then he seemed to understand something, and continued, "That is to say, there are countless worlds, I will save them when I sleep." It's really pitiful, those worlds must be troubled by the creatures in their universe. When Chen Tian heard the other party's words, he was speechless and pulled the corners of his mouth. Seeing this guy, another self-misleading OO, wants to kill all humans and completely restore calm to the earth. Meanwhile, the 6 Jewels Ultron on the opposite side seemed to fall into a long silence. After a while, he slowly raised his head again, his gaze locked on Chen Tian. "Since there are still countless worlds waiting for me to save, then I can't stay in this place for too long and waste too much time." The words did not fall. 6 Jewels Ultron's red eyes seemed to be shining madly with a terrifying luster. "Starting with you." Every word he said sounded very calm. But Chen Tian could feel endless killing intent from it. And in the moment when the other party finishes speaking, "Wu." Chen Tian noticed the figure of the 6 Jewels Ultron, but it flickered and disappeared in place. Another flower. But in an instant, he had already crossed a space of tens of kilometers and came directly to Chen Tian. "To save the world." 6 Jewels Ultron whispered. Raised his fist. "Airplanes." The 6 infinite gems embedded in his chest suddenly burst out at this moment with an even more dazzling color luster. There seemed to be rolling energy, which instantly poured into his body. His fist, in the next moment, had already slammed down on Chen Tian. The speed of this punch exceeded the speed of light, shattering one white sound barrier after another. So, before the fist fell, it was even silent, and no sound could be heard. Fists fall faster than sounds. Advertisement. Chen Tian's eyes reflected a rapidly enlarging silver fist, but an unconcealable joy appeared between his eyebrows. Battle detected and rewarded. Supreme Power Emperor Power Most Jewel, Ultron. Just because, in his mind, the prompt sound of copying ability sounded. Meanwhile, Chen Tian felt that a source of invisible power began to emerge out of thin air in his body, and it instantly dispersed to all corners of his body. The physical strength that was already strong enough was actually enhanced by soaring at this moment. After all, what he copied now was the power of infinite gems. "Starting with me, it looks like you're going to be disappointed." Chen Tian laughed and murmured. Suddenly clenched his fists. The majestic power circulated wildly in the body, and then all converged on Chen Tian's arm. The other side. The observer who stood far away also found that Chen Tian's strength had almost doubled. It horrified him. Isn't Chen Tian now also under the increase of power gems? The expression on the observer's face no longer had the indifference of silently observing the rise and fall of the universe before. His facial features were even a little uncontrollably distorted. How does his strength feel that it has almost doubled directly? Doesn't that mean? He felt his figure tremble a little. Doesn't this mean that he copied the power of the power gem again? How is it possible? The observer lost his voice and screamed. Chen Tian, even the power of infinite gems can be copied. No, it can't be. Thinking about it, the observer immediately dismissed this speculation. Replicate the power of infinite gems, even protege can't do this. Same as this. Bang. Chen Tian's fist had already collided violently with the 6 gems Ultron. Ultron, who originally obtained 6 infinite gems, was confident that he could successfully execute the human teenager in front of him easily. He was shocked to find that his own strength was simply not comparable to the other party. Nearly twice his own strength, from Chen Tian's fist, like a surging boundless wave, it was fiercely poured into the body of the 6 gems Ultron. Rumble. It was just a confrontation, but it directly blasted the latter to the ground. And then, the uncontrollable figure smashed directly towards the ground, smashing all the way into the rock formation within more than 10 kilometers underground. Huge amounts of coffee table instantly made the entire earth collapse. The big crack that could not be seen in depth spread out in an instant, and countless rock blocks rose up in the sky. Time. The whole world was in the midst of a terrifying roar, and the landslide cracked. Heaven and earth were at this moment, trembling and shaking madly, and everything in sight was falling apart. Damn. The observer noticed the scene and quickly controlled his body to float. Then his eyes looked through the rocks on the surface and looked for Ultron's location. This is when I found out that the other party had been blasted into the ground more than 10 kilometers deep. When he saw this scene, he had just calmed down a little, and suddenly became agitated again. Could it be? My guess was correct. The observer felt even a little suffocated. Can Chen Tian really directly copy the ability of the gem? From the fight between Chen Tian and Ultron, he clearly and deeply felt that the power that Chen Tian burst out of was obviously much stronger than Ultron. And both sides obviously have the existence of 6 infinite gems. Even if there is a gap between individuals, it cannot be a genius. If such a situation can occur, it can only make sense if Chen Tian copies the other party's gem ability. Time. The observer was stunned in place, and a terrifying tide had already been set off in his mind. Right at this moment. Whew. He suddenly felt a flash in front of him, and suddenly found that Chen Tian actually flashed directly in front of him, looking at himself with a contemptuous smile. Big-headed doll, what are you stunned? Advertisement. You don't think I'll just let you go, do you? Chen Tian smiled wickedly and spoke. The words did not fall. He has already punched out. The majestic sense of strength, suddenly at this moment, erupted. The surrounding air was at this time, making folds and ripples visible to the naked eye. Boom. The figure of the observer floating in place was directly bombarded by his first phase on the ground. The figure fell like a kite with a broken thread. The place where it fell was the huge hole that the 6083 Jewel Ultron had just smashed out on the ground. Whew. You. The observer feels the infinite pain emanating from the head, and only feels that it is black in front of his eyes. The bottom of my heart was even more shocked and angry. Chen Tian, this guy, actually stared at his brain. Boom. Before the observer could return to his senses, his body had already smashed on the body of the 6 Jewels Ultron. As for Chen Tian, in this process, there is not the slightest pause. A punch smashes down the observer. The figure once again turned into a blurry afterimage that exceeded the speed of light, and burst out with terrifying speed and coercion. Fiercely towards the location of the opposite 2 people, stepped down. Boom. Suddenly, Ultron and the Monitor were trampled by Chen Tian, bursting out with terrifying speed, and smashed deeper into the center of the earth. Countless rubble splashed between them. The speed of several people is getting faster and faster, shattering not only the planet under them, but also the surrounding space. The entire space became distorted with their impact. Chen Tian stepped on them and directly penetrated a planet and fell into the endless cosmic starry sky. And the speed at which Chen Tian stepped on them has not slowed down. Boom. Next second. The space around them was already twisted, covered with dense cracks, and they could no longer withstand it, and they burst open like a mirror. Boom. The Observer and Ultron fell simultaneously on a deserted desert. Chen Tian, on the other hand, slowly floated in mid-air and looked down on the two. Behind him, a great sun hangs in the sky, shining with billowing hot light. On the ground. Impossible, why is your infinite gem so good? Ultron stumbled to his feet, his tone calm mixed with countless doubts. The inlaid infinite gems on the body burst out with brilliant to the extreme. Shine with endless light. He directly urged the power of his gems to the extreme. Seeing this, Chen Tian on the other side smiled. Because what you have, I have, and what I have, you don't. The voice fell. In his mind, one after another cold prompts sounded. Battle detected, rewarded, mind gem, Ultron. Combat detected, rewarded, time gem. Reward, soul gem. Get rewarded, space gem. The breath in Chen Tian's body rose up wildly at this time, as if it was going to crush everything. And the observers standing next to Ultron seemed to perceive something. His eyes widened, his body trembled and he took a few steps back, and the expression on his entire face became distorted and white in an instant. Adaj. He will surpass Protégé. The observer's voice and soul were trembling, and in his eyes, Chen Tian, reflected in his posture, was like a god and inviolable. 124. Stephen Strange. When Ancient One Magician heard this name, he suddenly looked slightly stunned. She couldn't be more familiar with the name. This is the heir she chose after watching countless timelines. Even before being influenced by Chen Tian, Stephen would play an important role in many important points in the future timeline. At the same time, it is also clear that the latter, after inheriting his position, will receive the title of Doctor Strange. It's just that Ancient One didn't expect that Doctor Strange in another universe would actually be Blacken. The observer on the other side saw her thoughts, and said in a deep voice, in the infinite multi-universe, different universes, everything that happens to individuals, is different, and may even be diametrically opposite. When Ancient One heard this, he came back to his senses and laughed dumbly at his reaction just now. It's natural. As Sorcerer Supreme, who guards the timeline, she knows this. It's just that Stephen's words alone probably can't deal with Chen Tian today, right? She said immediately. Today's Chen Tian has strength that even observers can't resist. Even though the so-called blackened Doctor Strange has something special, Ancient One doesn't think he has any particularly significant influence on Tian. The observer gazed deeply at Gu and did not explain much. Instead, he said, actually, your universe is also very special. Let the Avengers of this universe help. Hear the other person say that. Ancient One immediately explained, now in our universe, Avengers have not yet been formed, and Nick Fury, as the initiator, has been killed by Chen Tian. Saying this, she paused for a moment and continued, now the direction and events of the timeline have been completely confused, and it is impossible to see the final result. Call. The two were talking. The fierce wind outside the window still howled with the university. After all, this is the foot of the Himalaya Mountains, and there are not even a few opportunities to clear up throughout the year. Even if it doesn't snow, the sky is basically filled with thick dark clouds. After hearing Ancient One's words, the expression on the observer's face did not fluctuate much. In fact, except for Chen Tian, who copied Infinite Gem's ability, he kept it this way a lot of the time. It's just the Avengers when we need it. He spoke slowly in a calm tone, and said slowly, one of the guides in the timeline of Nick Fury's timeline. Actually, I could have been one of the guides, but alas. I can't interfere too much with other realities. When Ancient One heard this, he slowly narrowed his eyes. So, the reason why you came to me? Well, you're smart. The observer nodded. I need you to replace Nick Fury and do what he was supposed to do with 570, forming Avengers. Specifically disturbing the timeline, and possibly even threatening the multi-universe of Chen Tian. When he said the name Chen Tian, his voice finally fluctuated, faintly revealing some anger. Is that so? After hearing the other party's words, Ancient One slowly fell into thought. However, she also knew that the survival of the universe was at stake, and did not think too much time. Okay, I see, I will go and gather the Avengers. I won't let Chen Tian go so easily. The observer nodded when he heard this. Well, this matter will be left to you. I will temporarily go to the moon to recuperate, if Chen Tian comes back, and if necessary, I will go directly to Kuang. Said. He stood up and opened the door, and the wind and snow outside whistled and came on the surface, freezing cold. If ordinary people stand here, even if they wear the best thermal equipment, they can't withstand it for long. But for observers, it's not worth mentioning. However, he looked at the wind and snow, and the emotions in his heart were still somewhat gloomy. Chen Tian. The observer raised his head and muttered, and the space in front of him appeared distorted, and then a spatial crack was torn open. The next moment. Whew! His body flickered and blurred and disappeared in place. Advertisement. And the spatial cracks in its air slowly disappeared. Inside the room. Through the open door, Ancient One stared at where the observer disappeared in the wind and snow. I was stunned, and I always felt a little uneasy. Alas. She sighed deeply, her brows furrowed. I hope nothing happens. Meanwhile. The world of the black-robed pickets. Chen Tian naturally didn't know what was happening on the other side of the main Marvel universe. Having just finished several battles across multiple worlds, even he felt a little physically and mentally exhausted. The most important thing he needs to do when he comes back is to rest well. Although because of the existence of the biological position, Chen Tian's body is still clean even after experiencing so many battles. But he still followed his past habits and took a hot bath. Then turn your head and go to sleep. Now with his strength, unless it is those gods in the universe, crossing the dimension to find trouble. Otherwise, in terms of the world combat power of the black-robed pickets alone, he can be said to be an invincible god. As for the previous situation, as long as there is a strong existence and cross-dimensional operation, Chen Tian can also perceive it for the first time. Slept all night. Until the next morning, because the sunlight shone through the gap in the curtain to Chen Tian's body. All the cells in the body began to work to absorb fixed star energy, and he slowly woke up. It seems that the bloodline in the body has been upgraded again. At the moment of opening his eyes, Chen Tian sat up directly with surprise. He suddenly realized that the speed of increasing the bloodline in his body had been upgraded again after he copied the ability of the 6 infinite gems. Chen Tian controlled the joy in his heart and felt it carefully. Sure enough. The discovery of such a change came from the Kryptonian bloodline in the new bloodline. With infinite gems energy as a source, it is also rapidly metamorphosis. After all, the Krypton bloodline is a terrifying bloodline with endless potential. As long as it can be given enough energy supply, it can evolve forever without stopping. Now, Chen Tian's infinite gems energy can naturally be called one of the most powerful energy sources in all universes. Moreover, these energies are the purest energy, so there is no conflict with the Krypton bloodline. It can perfectly provide Krypton bloodline and provide evolutionary energy. And when the Kryptonian bloodline evolves, it will also begin to evolve with other bloodlines. So, it's only now that it's back to have such an effect. This is amazing. Chen Tian felt that even though he now had the power of infinite gems, the speed of improvement brought by his bloodline was not as slow as he thought. It's also joy. After all, even if Dachau wants to reach his current level, I am afraid it will take a lot of time. At that time, Chen Tian also thought about whether to give up the deliberate improvement of the bloodline in the future. Just go with the flow, don't continue to force it. But I really didn't expect that the Krypton bloodline could reach such a perverted level. Moreover, his new bloodline is a magical existence that will increase faster as Chen Tian's strength becomes stronger. In that case, then my bloodline can still keep up with me. Chen Tian's face was beaming, and he muttered, perhaps, in the future, after my strength reaches a certain limit, I will still need to rely on the power of the bloodline and continue to help me go up 10 levels. That's nice. He couldn't help but continue to exclaim. Then, Chen, I don't know you're back. There was a sudden knock on the door. Advertisement. Then came Wanda's timid voice. Chen Tian was stunned when he heard this. He rested directly after returning to his room last night, and did not talk to anything. How could Wanda knock on the door at this time? With doubts, Chen Tian opened the door. Just outside the door, Wanda was slightly disappointed and ready to leave, then heard the door open and turned around excitedly. Two big eyes twinkled and looked at Chen Tian. Chen, you're back. She was pleasantly surprised. Seeing this, Chen Tian's heart warmed. Have you been waiting for me to come back? I know your ability, and I don't know when you'll be back, so I'll knock on the door every day. Wanda bowed her head a little shyly. Chen Tian reached out and touched the little girl's head, feeling in his heart that this is the feeling of someone being concerned. That's nice. At this time, Laura behind the door also walked out with a stubborn look. Welcome home. In fact, every time Wanda came knocking on the door, she would follow. Thanks Laura too. Chen Tian did not care about the other, also touched Laura's head and praised. When Laura heard this, a smile suddenly bloomed on her face. Fudge, it's the weekend, I just prepared breakfast, let's go eat together. Wanda laughed. Good. When Chen Tian saw these partners, he immediately became very happy. Then several people came to the dining table together. As always, Wanda prepared a Chinese breakfast. When the rest of the people got up, they saw Chen Tian and greeted him warmly. However, Wolverine was not seen. That guy Logan, like he fell into a wolf's den lately. Charles drank soy milk and quipped with a smile. Then he sighed with emotion, if it weren't for the fact that this is not our homeland, I would be a little reluctant to leave. Chen Tian swallowed the food in his mouth and said seriously, Professor, we will eventually return to the original universe one day. Moreover, even if we leave, it will only be our willingness to take the initiative to leave, rather than being forced to leave the country helplessly. Charles looked at Chen Tian's gaze very kindly, I believe you. Chen. At this time, Pete, who did not dare to take the initiative to talk to Chen Tian, was stunned. Or seriously asked, when will we be able to have the power to choose like you? Boys will always grow. After so many things have happened, Pete's mind has also become much stronger. When Wanda heard Big Brother ask such a question, a look of anticipation appeared in her eyes. She didn't want to be a drag on Chen Tian. Moreover, their brothers and sisters also have things that require strength to accomplish. Chen Tian looked at them and said with a smile, it won't be long before I go out this time, in fact, part of the reason is for you. Really? When Wanda heard this, she immediately stood up with excitement and pounced on Chen Tian. Chen, I've been looking forward to it. Pete's face was also difficult. Hiding his excitement, he said, thank you. Thereupon, in a cheerful atmosphere, the group finished breakfast. Then, Wolverine Logan returned to her accommodation exhausted. Back. He looked at Chen Tian, and his keen sense of smell from years of fighting let him know that Chen Tian seemed to be stronger than before. Good morning, Wolverine. Chen Tian greeted with a smile. Then I was a little surprised. Because Wolverine didn't have the smell of alcohol and perfume he imagined. Advertisement. Logan trains us every day. Laura said softly at this time. Chen Tian glanced back at Charles. The latter spread his hands with a smile, his eyes showing relief. That's just a joke, now Logan goes to play at most once a week. Huh. Wolverine smiled softly. Chen, I always feel that I can't wait for you to arrange everything, I have to do something. You said you wanted to build the mutant kingdom, and that belongs to all of us. Chen Tian nodded when he heard this. The day we go back will get closer and closer. He paused and added, and, I think you and Charles will be back to their peak soon. Oh. I'm going to look forward to it. Logan's tired eyes lit up slightly. Perhaps, right now. Chen Tian thought for a while, and then said. You said. Now. When Logan heard this, he was a little skeptical of his ears. Yes. Chen Tian nodded and did not continue to sell. As soon as the words fell, he urged the power of infinite gems in his body and lightly snapped his fingers. The invisible fluctuations instantly enveloped Wolverine, Charles, and the Wanda siblings. Next second, Logan, who was already showing his old state, quickly became younger. At the same time, he can also feel the increasingly rare super self-healing factor in his body, which begins to become full and active. This is incredible. Logan looked at his body, feeling the same strength as when he was younger, and even stronger, and sighed again and again. The other side. Charles also stood up directly from the wheelchair, and his bald head also had long hair, and he actually regained his youth. That handsome face is also back. How did you do it? He suddenly realized that his spiritual ability had even become stronger. Meantime, the chaos force in Wanda's body was also stimulated, and a scarlet glow surrounded her body. She could feel that she had unprecedented magical powers. Chen. Wanda burst into tears, so excited that she didn't know what to say. And Pete was also acquired the ability of high-speed thinking and high-speed movement, feeling his own ability, and was equally overwhelmed with excitement. Only Laura hasn't changed. Laura, you are still young and not suitable for too much power. Chen Tian felt the other party's resentful gaze and immediately explained. At the same time, he touched the other person's head soothingly. Although Laura was very angry, she felt the temperature of Chen Tian's palm, and nodded obediently, listen to you. Subsequently, Chen Tian looked at the surprised friends on his face, and also showed a heartfelt smile. He wanted to establish the mutant empire, not for his own selfish desires, he wanted to be a dictator. It's just about living more freely for myself and my friends, both physically and mentally. That's why, Charles and Wolverine, who can already live comfortably in the black-robed pickets, still want to go back. Their hearts for decades have been locked in that place. Chen Tian is the same. If you cannot truly gain freedom in the place where you were born and raised, then there will always be a thorn in the freedom of thought. This is also the reason why he obviously has the strength to protect everyone, but he still wants to use the ability of the gem to restore his partners to the peak, and even has great power. Chen. Logan looked at Chen Tian and took several deep breaths before slowly calming his excitement. What's next? As he spoke, he already had a bit of a taste of eagerness. It was clear that Logan wanted to kill back. Chen Tian felt the other party's mood and hooked the corners of his mouth. Let's go back to the original world. As soon as these words came out, everyone raised their heads and gathered their eyes. Take back everything that belongs to us. He continued slowly. 125. Marvel Universe. S.H.I.E.L.D. 3 curved wing building. The tall buildings that used to be brightly lit all the time, after experiencing Chen Tian's bloodbath, fell into death-like silence at this moment. Like a vibrant beast, lost to vitality. Top level. Tony Stark sat in the chief's office, looking at the scrolling materials on the computer screen, his brows furrowed, not knowing what he was thinking. Since the death of Nick Fury and the slaughter of all members of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, this area has become a ghost area where no one dares to approach. Knowing that since yesterday, the people of the branch, and the agents who had survived because they were out on official duty, returned to the headquarters one after another. And he, Tony Stark, became interim acting commissioner as SHIELD. Technical General Counsel. At the moment Tony Stark is extremely worried about the future. He feared that Chen Tian could turn back at any moment. Chen Tian's strength is so terrifying, how should he deal with it with such an S.H.I.E.L.D? Tony Stark muttered with a slight headache, his brow furrowed deeper. The terrifying strength that Chen Tian displayed at the beginning was completely beyond his imagination of an individual's combat power. Such a terrifying existence, although I don't know what the reason is, and disappeared for nearly 2 months without a trace, as long as it returns, it is estimated that no one can stop it. Judging by the speed at which Chen Tian was traveling between New York and Huazhu at the time, even nuclear weapons could not lock him in. Tony Stark looked at the data on the computer screen, and his expression became more and more ugly. How can this kind of guy exist in this world? Whew. Just as he was lost in thought, a golden spot of light suddenly flashed in front of the office. Those points of light gradually dense, splashed into a circle, and slowly expanded. Immediately afterwards, a figure exuding supreme mysterious majesty slowly walked out from it. Tony, seeing this scene, Stark's brows tightened, and he immediately raised his hand. Then a red mechanical component spread out from under his clothes and covered his palms. The energy cannon in the palm instantly lit up with a blue luster and aimed at the figure. Meantime, there were also several red and gold drones flying up from behind him, equipped with large caliber armor-piercing bullets with muzzle 10, aimed at Tony the direction Stark is pointing. After experiencing Chen Tian's incident, he has been in a state of immediate alert and can fight at full strength. Don't be nervous. It was Ancient One. She looked at Tony Stark, looked so tense that he smiled softly. I'm not your enemy. Who are you? Tony Stark now has a certain wariness of these people with extraordinary abilities. My name is Ancient One, I'm the Asgardian of the timeline, and I have no ill will towards you. Ancient One directly articulated his identity. Tony Stark listened to the other party's words, and his eyes still revealed a deep sense of jealousy. It was only on this day that he realized that there were too many things in this world that he could not understand. He couldn't understand how there could be someone with such strong strength as Tian. There is no way to determine whether the words in the mouth of the bald woman in front of her are true or false. Then, Ancient One on the opposite side raised his eyes and looked deeply at him. The nuclear reactor on your chest saved your life, but it also poisoned you with palladium. You. Tony, when Stark heard this, his face changed. It's a secret he keeps in his heart, and almost no one else knows it except Nick Fury before him. Advertisement. Even his girlfriend Pepper didn't know. At the beginning, because of the arms business, when passive rioters kidnapped him, shrapnel entered his heart, endangering his life. The installation of a nuclear reactor in the chest temporarily solved this problem. But then came the palladium element in the nuclear reactor, which began to circulate into his body with the blood, affecting his life again. Seeing him stunned in place, Ancient One still said unhurriedly, Nick Fury originally prepared you with how to solve palladium poisoning, but now he is dead. The words did not fall. Tony, the expression on Stark's face became even more ugly, and he couldn't say a word. I can help you, though. Ancient One glanced up and continued. Why are you helping me? And what price do I have to pay? Tony Stark narrowed his eyes when he heard this. At the moment, he had let down his guard a lot. After all, if the other party knows that his palladium poisoning problem cannot be solved in time, I am afraid that time is running out. Since this is the case, if the other party really has any malice, it will also specifically target a dying person. I help you for the sake of this universe. Ancient One spoke. Nick Fury may have told you about an Avengers plan to assemble a team dedicated to dealing with extraordinary events that threaten Earth, and now you need to complete it. And the extraordinary events that need to be solved most urgently, I think you should be well aware. Tony Stark's expression suddenly became weird. Deal with Chen Fang. I'm afraid it won't be possible. He paused, and the young man's god-killing figure appeared in his mind. His eyes trembled unconsciously. Ordinary people can't deal with him at all, even the so-called Avengers may not be able to. Tony Stark took a deep breath, as if suppressing fear. He's too powerful. No, we have a chance. Ancient One shook his head slightly, his eyes serious. As she spoke, she stroked her sleeve and handed out a gemstone that flashed blue and a gemstone that shimmered red. Any one of them can help you get rid of palladium poisoning and at the same time give you extraordinary power, she said. The two gemstones that Ancient One magician is holding in his hand at this moment are the Space Gem and the Power Gem. It is left by the observer before leaving. He finds the remnants of the infinite gems on the dead Ultron body, and now that the universe is destroyed, the 6 infinite gems belong to the ownerless state. So it was given to Ancient One specifically to deal with Chen Tian. This is the moment a gemstone appears in the air. Tony Stark felt the wonderful and rich energy in it, spreading in the air. With his hand with a steely fighting intent, he took the gem. Meanwhile, the analysis of the 2 gemstones by artificial intelligence J.A.R.V.I.S was transmitted to a computer on the side. It shows that these 2 gemstones contain energy warmer than the sun. But how much there is, and it is not shown, because it has exceeded the upper limit of computing power of the computer. Tony Stark was even more shocked when he saw such a result. It's hard to imagine that 2 gemstones that are just the size of a fingernail can be so large. Is this what is called extraordinary? For this world, the human beings on the earth are still too small. He felt an incomparably shocking feeling. At the same time, he was surprised to find that the calcium poisoning in his body really felt suppressed. This made him feel that if he had the help of these gems, maybe it was not impossible to deal with Chen Tian. Perhaps, there is really a chance. He looked up in surprise. But I found that the Ancient One in front of me had disappeared. Looked at. Advertisement. Tony Stark looked at the air in front of him and was stunned for a moment. Only then did he sit back in his seat and look at the infinite gems in his hand in deep thought. Meanwhile. Boom. Extraterrestrial. A brilliant figure like a golden meteor, and its terrifying speed descended from the sky through the atmosphere, moving to form a huge atmospheric vortex and exploded. The entire sky was dyed gold, and a roar was heard. Huajuanei. Many people were attracted by the scene and raised their heads to marvel one after another. Is this going to happen again? With such movement again, could it be that the legendary gods have recently begun to recover? Don't say any more. The previous change made me dare not sleep for days. I don't know what will happen this time. The other side. SHIELD agents naturally noticed this movement. Alarm bells are ringing in everyone's hearts. All the colleagues who had previously remained in the headquarters were slaughtered, leaving not even a single complete body. This made them nervous. Damn, the magnetic field above the troposphere has changed by huge amounts and a terrifying source of energy is rapidly approaching. My God, the magnetic field change brought by the thing close this time is even stronger than the magnetic field change brought by Chen Tian before. Damn, is it Chen Tian? If it's him, it means he's changed again. Hurry up, hurry up. Contact the task force and notify the Department of Defense and Congress. The agents immediately began to do various preparations, data analysis, and preparation to face the manpower. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, the reaction action is fast. That figure like a brilliant meteor is faster. Ask for flowers. 1 second, looking still above the sky, the distance is far away, and the next second it has directly broken through the wall of S.H.I.E.L.D. and fell into the tall building. A beautiful woman wearing a red and blue color uniform with long blonde hair appeared directly in the corridor on the top floor of the Sankwing building. After slowly scanning the rooms, he stopped at the director's office. Then he took a step and walked towards that side. Downstairs. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, who had not met Chen Tian before because he was out on a mission, saw this scene when he arrived at the building, and quickly took out the communicator and called the task force to come and assist. At the same time, a pair of good-looking brows have wrinkled uncontrollably. In Black Widow's cognition, what can cause this movement is either a natural disaster or Chen Tian. Could it be that Chen Tian, that guy, is so cold-blooded? Must he kill our S.H.I.E.L.D? When she said this, her voice even trembled a little uncontrollably. Then, in the car behind him, a pale and weak Phil Coulson walked down. Tony Stark seemed to be on it and hurried to inform him. Phil Coulson, who was trampled on by Chen Tian, had no life in his chest. It's just that he was revived by Nick Fury's Hill project, but now he is so weak that he even needs crutches to help him walk. Now that Nick Fury and Hill agent have died, the burden of S.H.I.E.L.D. director falls on him. Tony Stark was acting director of S.H.I.E.L.D. during this time. Done a lot for S.H.I.E.L.D. You can't have an accident in the 3 curved wing building. Advertisement. Yes. Black Widow heard his words and understood what the other party meant. Hurriedly accurate. Standby connectivity Tony Stark. However, no matter how much the request is made, the communication device of the other party cannot be connected. Damn, wouldn't it be Tony Stark has already had an accident, right? Black Widow was anxious. Meanwhile, upstairs, Tony, who was lost in thought because of the arrival of Ancient One, and infinite gems. Stark, too, was also attracted by the movement in the sky. Then, he just turned around through the window and looked at the sky. Next second, I felt the whole building shake with it. Sir, I detected an extremely powerful energy source in the sky, approaching. The voice of the artificial intelligence JARVIS came immediately. Will it be Chen Tian? Tony Stark's face changed immediately. It can only be said that the shadow left by Chen Tian before is too great to see such a movement. Everyone thinks of him. Thoughts are not falling. Tony Stark is ready to summon all his battle suits directly. However, he has not stood up yet. Next second, in a flurry of footsteps, the door to the chief's office was opened. A figure surrounded by golden light walked in. Tony Stark's heart immediately tightened again, raised his hand, and the arc light cannon in his palm immediately shone with blue brilliance. Don't tell me that Phil Coulson, who is ready to come back and take the directorship, has become a woman who will shine. He said coldly. Meanwhile, Tony Stark also felt a majestic and terrifying energy exuding from the other party. Such a strong sense of oppression was not given to Chen Tian before. The other side. The arc light cannon opposite the woman who was only on her body, her expression calm, closed the door unhurriedly. I'm coming for Nick Fury. She said softly, her voice pleasant and a little heroic. As he spoke, the golden light wrapped around his body slowly dissipated, exposing his body. He's dead. Tony Stark narrowed his eyes when he heard this, and looked at the woman in front of him from head to toe. The woman was wearing a tight red and blue uniform, and her figure was completely outlined. A golden 5-pointed star is also embellished on its chest, which is held high. With soft blonde hair flowing and shining, wearing a red mask, only revealing a pair of amber-like clear eyes, his gaze is sharp and full of a sense of justice. The woman hears Tony after Stark's answer, his eyes changed. Dead? Who did it? Her tone also began to become serious. Before that, I think you should tell me your identity. Tony Stark said solemnly. When the woman heard this, she slowly took off her mask, revealing a face as delicate and beautiful as a doll. I'm Carol Danvers. She spoke slowly, you can also call me Captain Marvel again. 126. Captain Marvel. Tony. When Stark heard the name, the emotion in his heart changed from guard to surprise. He naturally knew the other party. After all, Nick Fury was handing over the BB machine to Tony Stark, introduced him to Carol Danvers. And the summons signals are all provided by Tony Stark, emitted it himself. According to Nick Fury, Captain Marvel is said to be located countless light years outside the solar system. This makes Tony Stark didn't think about the woman in front of him in the direction of Captain Marvel when he just arrived. In his cognition, not to mention countless light years, even if it is a light year with the current technology on Earth, it will take me an unknown amount of time to cross. So, after pressing the BB machine left by Captain Marvel, Tony Stark didn't expect much from it. Which thinks. It has only been a long time since Nick Fury saw this existence as a savior who can turn everything around, and has already stood in front of him. Are you the strongest Avenger Nick Fury has ever said he is? Tony Stark glanced at the woman across from him again. In my heart, I wonder if this woman can fight Chen Tian. It seems that you already know my identity, so let's talk about Nick Fury's sacrifice. Captain Marvel said solemnly. You sit down first. Tony Stark stood up, pulled a chair away, and said in a heavy tone, a month ago, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters was slaughtered and no one survived, including Nick Fury. Who did it? Captain Marvel did not sit down, his eyes were sharp, his fists were clenched, and his words were clearly suppressing anger. ___. Tony Stark didn't immediately reply, instead taking a deep breath. He thinks back to the scene and feels suffocated. 327. Buildings stained red with endless blood, minced meat and bone stubble everywhere, stumped limbs and broken arms everywhere. That's a replica of hell on Earth. Killing gods descended on Earth. Chen Tian. Tony Stark looked up and spoke a name with difficulty, an extremely dangerous mutant. He killed everyone. He then recounted the situation and everything about Chen Tian. During the narration, Tony Stark had always felt that there was a lingering haze pressing down on his heart, making him almost suffocate. Chen Tian. Boom. In Tony. While Stark finished speaking, Captain Marvel could no longer control the anger in his heart, and directly punched the chair in front of him into pieces. Hearing that someone was actually treated like this makes no one calm. What's more, Captain Marvel has been fighting to maintain peace on all planets. At this moment, learning that the Earth actually gave birth to such a brutal person who wants to destroy the peace also touched Captain Marvel's heart. Where is he? Lead the way, I'll go to him now. I can't wait a second anymore. Captain Marvel took a deep breath and looked solemnly at Tony Stark, his eyes flashed with a rich murderous intent. Such an existence, for every additional second of existence, there is a possibility of one more victim. She said in a serious tone. At the same time, Captain Marvel is also secretly sighing, why when there is such a brutal existence on Earth, Nick Fury did not notify himself at the first time. Nope. However, the opposite Tony Stark shook her head unexpectedly, no one can defeat him, and it's even hard to be equal with him. Why? His strength is far stronger than you think. Between words. Tony Stark's mind came to mind what the bald woman, Ancient One, had just said. Advertisement. It is necessary to assemble an Avengers dedicated to fighting these extraordinary beings. Sometimes, the strength of the individual can indeed be insufficient. For example, if you want to deal with Chen Tian, you need to gather more beings such as Captain Marvel. Then, Tony Stark noticed Captain Marvel's increasingly gloomy expression. Besides, we can't find any trace of Chen Fang now. Since the day he slaughtered the entire SHIELD, the whole person has lost all traces. We've used a lot of tools, and we still haven't achieved anything. His tone gradually became helpless. Chen Tian is like the world has evaporated. If it is not for what he has done, there are still traces. I even wonder if there has never been such a person in this world. Between words, Tony Stark also had deep doubts in his heart. Judging by the previous SHIELD records, that Chen Tian had a record of suddenly disappearing several times before. No one knows exactly where he went. But when Chen Tian returns again, this guy's strength will be qualitatively improved. So, with this time after Chen Tian disappeared, Tony Stark directly activated all the energy of the Stark group to find the traces of the other party. Even paid a lot of heavy costs, rummaged through almost all the corners of the entire Earth that can be searched by manpower, and found nothing. Moreover, this time, not only Chen Tian, but also everyone who had a relationship with Chen Tian, also disappeared. Only one gold union remained. Unfortunately, after interrogation, Jin also said that he did not know the details of Chen Tian, including what he did for Chen Tian, and did not understand what motives the latter had. I am still waiting for Chen Tian to complete the deal with him. Think of this. Tony Stark immediately felt more and more worried. This time, that Chen Tian had disappeared for more than a month, and he had never disappeared for such a long time before. His tone was heavy. Perhaps, when he returns next time, he will become even stronger. I don't even dare to imagine what the scene at that time will be like if he can still be more powerful than him at that time. Captain Marvel didn't care much about this remark. Disappeared. It turned out to be just a rat that had been hiding in the gutter. Such an existence, I will not put it in my eyes at all. She said confidently, although it is suspected of exaggeration, I have not met many opponents that I can't deal with at all. I think that Chen Tian, no matter how big the secret, cannot be stronger than the existence in the universe. Captain Marvel said this, pausing for a moment, and the fighting intent in his eyes became more and more high. Although, according to your statement, he used unknown means to hide his figure. But as long as Chen Tian dares to continue to appear, I will definitely make him pay. Tony Stark looked at each other, and it was not clear how strong Captain Marvel really was. He reminded with a solemn expression, it's best not to underestimate Chen Tian, the process of his becoming stronger is too bizarre, and no one knows what he will look like the next time we see each other. Captain Marvel nodded and didn't say anything more. In any case, Chen Tian has been listed by her as a target that must be dealt with. Tony Stark looked at her, was silent for a moment, and then said, Nick Fury finally left a plan to deal with him. If you can, I hope you can join. You can tell me what the plan is. Captain Marvel is confident in his strength, but he is not a tough person. If there is a better battle plan than going it alone when dealing with things, in fact, she will not refuse. For example, when liberating other planets in the universe, she also cooperates with her Skrulls teammates more often. Super Pajama Boy Band. Well, actually, I mean the Avengers program. Tony when Stark spoke, in order to make the atmosphere not so dignified, he casually joked. However, I felt that the other party's attitude was very serious, so I changed my tone. Captain Marvel chuckled softly when he heard the name. I knew about the plan, and when Nick Fury decided on it, I was the first Avenger. Tony Stark was a little confused when he heard this. Then what am I? Advertisement. Click. Right at this moment, dense footsteps sounded outside the door. The door was pushed open. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff rushed in with several heavily armed contingent members. Carrying the muzzle, he quickly surrounded Captain Marvel. We need you to explain why we trespassed into S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Black Widow's expression was solemn. Captain Marvel didn't react much. Instead, Tony Stark walked up quickly and stopped everyone. Put down the gun. Carol is a guest of our SHIELD and a future comrade in arms, so it doesn't have to be. Then, Phil Coulson, who was at the end of the crowd, was also pushed in a wheelchair. Are you Carol? He was amazed when he saw Captain Marvel's familiar face. Phil Coulson was in contact with Nick Fury many years ago. That's how you SHIELD. Entertain people. Captain Marvel also recognized Phil Coulson, Nick Fury's former assistant. Phil Coulson laughed bitterly when he heard this. Immediately, all the contingent members next to them were out. It's incredible that you're really not old at all. He then looked at Captain Marvel and muttered. Let's think about how to solve that mutant Chen Tian's problem first. So how is the revenge plan going to work? Captain Marvel is naturally happy to see the deceased. Just after seeing Phil Coulson, the tragic death of Nick Fury inevitably sounded, and immediately changed the topic. Phil Coulson nodded, knowing the priorities. I know something about Nick Fury's plan, and we discussed it together. Saying that, he let the people behind him push himself out, and turned back and said, the candidates for the Avengers plan are ready, come with me. Between the words, Phil Coulson's expression was covered with a layer of strong hatred. After all, the organization for which he had been working S.H.I.E.L.D. was erased by the other side. Friend Nick Fury is dead. Even he himself was killed by Chen Tian once. This damn mutant, so to speak, destroyed everything he had. All. How could Phil Coulson not hate? It can be said that the desire for revenge is the strongest now, and he is none other than him. And Tony, after Stark and the others heard his words, they also followed. Everyone, whether they have a hatred for Chen Tian or not, knows the need to dispose of the other party. Meanwhile, another Marvel world. This is a collapsing universe, all matter collapses and disappears, leaving only a narrow solitary standing space. Wrapped in a diamond-like crystal, there is only an endless dark void outside. Inside this space, only a lone figure sat on the small ground. He was wearing a black robe, his face was pale, his eyes were black, and his face was full of sorrow. Surrounded by darkness, it makes people feel like they will be devoured. He is Black and Doctor Strange in Marvel. What if? In his timeline, when he experienced a car accident, he himself was not hurt, but instead it was his girlfriend who died. To resurrect his girlfriend, Black and Doctor Strange learns dark magic, spending centuries devouring countless cosmic creatures. As a result, when he cast the dark magic that truly reversed time, he touched the absolute point of time and caused the collapse of the entire universe. Advertisement. Black and Doctor Strange, who has been alone in the small space left after the collapse of this universe, has reflected for an unknown amount of time. Then, the space beside him suddenly appeared fluctuating and distorting. Immediately after that, a figure with a head almost as big as a torso, wrapped in a white magic robe, walked out of it. It was the observer who Chen Tian had beaten. Stephen, I know you're sorry for your past. He looked at Black and Doctor Strange condescendingly, and slowly spoke, now, there is a person who may threaten the existence of the multi-universe and needs your strength. If that person doesn't deal with it in time, then everything will cease to exist. This statement came out. Black and Doctor Strange, who had been sitting on the ground, slowly raised his eyes with dark circles around him. Is there anything I can redeem now? He asked in a weak tone. Yes. The monitor nodded. This Black and Doctor Strange in front of him has devoured countless powerful beings and demons, and finally devoured the existence of the Translatitude demon, the old dominator Shema Glass. His power also reached the level universe, which caused the collapse of the entire universe. It seems to be one of the best candidates to deal with Chen Tian. Okay, I agree. Black and Doctor Strange has been reflecting on the long time in this independent space, and he is not bad in nature, he just wants to resurrect his girlfriend. I didn't expect the entire universe to collapse. Good. Seeing that the other party agreed, a huge amount of spatial crack immediately appeared behind him. You wait for me, I still need to find more helpers to join you. Am I not enough? Black and 3.6 asked. The observer was silent for a moment, he was victorious. The voice fell. The observer's figure suddenly disappeared into the spatial crack behind him. Time passed quickly. Black and Doctor Strange uses magic to create a tavern in the cracks of the multi-universe that serves as a temporary stopover, waiting for observers to find teammates for themselves. Soon, the first figure appeared in front of him. A woman with short hair who is far taller and bullier than ordinary women. She wears a uniform in blue and white colors, with beige stripes printed on the shield behind her. Are you what observers call teammates? Hello, my name is Carter. The woman had apparently been informed of the situation before she was brought over. Stephen. Black and Dr. Strange said his name while narrowing his eyes. From the other party, he felt the breath of Captain America. And in his world, there has never been such a person. I don't know where the observer came from. He couldn't help but think. Then, more people began to appear in the tavern where he had condensed. Black Panther T'Challa, who became Star-Lord, and Gamora, who inherited all of Thanos' abilities. Eric, who became Wakanda's successor. And the perverse only son Thor. Everyone comes from the world of Marvel, What If, and has a very different experience than the overworld. Just when everyone looks at each other and doesn't know what to do, the observer slowly appeared. Once again, he explained the threat that the multi-universe is about to face. Chen Tian. Now, the mission of saving the universe will be placed on your shoulders. The observer continued, at that time, there will be other people from the universe who will join in this war. 127. As the observer explained everything to those present. Time. Inside the tavern, there was silence. After all, none of them thought that they would one day have to take on the safety of the entire multi-universe. Then, Thor, who belongs to the world of Marvel, What If, walked up to Black and Doctor Strange without care. You built this place, right? He said while looking at the decor of the tavern. Since the tavern here, can you bring out the wine? After all, the atmosphere is so tense now, you still need to drink a sip of wine to suppress the shock. He is in his own world, the only son of the god King Odin. Therefore, I have developed a personality that does everything as I want, and I don't have many habits of taking responsibility. I especially like to open the body, play with everyone in the 9 realms, and even waste a lot of planets because I often change places to hold parties. Definitely, he never felt that there was anything wrong with his act of organizing a gathering of gods, and the most important thing was to be happy. Black and Dr. Strange glanced at him and smiled. Wine is naturally available. Then, he put a beer in front of Thor. Just a drink. Thor raised his eyes to look at the other party, then noticed that the observer on the side was looking at him and raised his eyebrows. In fact, when he was called by the observer, he did not pay attention to it at all, and drank happily. Then he was forcibly grabbed by this big-headed doll. Okay. For the observer, Thor was still a little in awe, so he didn't say anything more, picked up the beer and drank it. Subsequently, in the already empty cup, beer rose out of thin air. That's good. Thor raised an eyebrow, didn't say anything more, returned to the end of the crowd, and gulped down the wine. Seeing that the others had not said a word so far, he swallowed the drink and asked the observer curiously. So according to your statement, when we go to other universes, we may see people they know in other universes. Hear this sentence. Everyone present was stunned. Especially Carter, who had just fallen into 15 silences, heard this sentence, his eyes flashed strangely. In her world, due to accidents, she replaced Captain America by injecting super soldier serum. Later, Carter separated from Captain America, who had strange feelings for him in his heart, and never saw each other again. Thor's words just now made a trace of anticipation rise in Carter's heart. The other side. The observer nodded. Every universe is different, but each parallel universe has its own. Definitely, what happened to them and yours will basically be different. Thor was stunned when he heard this, that is to say, the world we will go to after that also has the same and different self as us, right? It is also possible that you in that period of that universe have already been set up. The observer calmly speaks, telling the facts. Like this. When Thor heard this, he immediately felt a little bored. However, in my heart, I secretly hope that I can see myself in that world in other parallel universes. I don't know that I am a little different from that person. Then, Black Widow in the corner, like Thor, has the same expectation in his heart. Her universe has been destroyed by the battle between Chen Tian and 6 Jewels Ultron. She was rescued by the observers and became the only survivor. I don't know what I will become of myself in the parallel world, if I don't encounter the destruction of the world. At the same time, I am also looking forward to seeing a world that is still safe and sound. Is it called Chen to destroy the existence of our world? If the Black Widow of the world, while thinking, slowly narrowed his eyes, and there was a strong hatred flowing under his eyes. Furthermore, advertisement. Carter fell into deep thought. The same thought from before came back to her mind. The dance party that he missed because he had to carry out a mission, the man who thought he would never see again. I'm starting to look forward to it, Carter said with a smile. As for Black and Doctor Strange, although he was also speechless, his eyes kept flickering behind the bar. After hearing this statement from the observer, he had already put other things aside. I have been looking forward to whether I can see my girlfriend who tried her best in a parallel world, but did not succeed in resurrection and even led to the destruction of Han Zeus. If nothing else, I think you'll all see the people you want to see then. Observers, who do not show any emotions except in special circumstances, naturally notice all the expressions of those present. So he said. Hearing the observers say this, the expectations in the eyes of everyone present who were already looking forward became more and more flickering. Except perhaps for Thor, who was still gulping dry wine. The expectations hidden in the hearts of others are very heavy. Next second. The observer continued, now I have explained all the situation to you. Then, let's go directly to that world. You need to first familiarize yourself with the environment over there, and understand what kind of people there will be, and fight side by side with you to better prepare for battle. The voice fell. The observer waved his arm directly. The surrounding space began to fluctuate gradually with his movements. A spatial rift was born out of thin air in this transformed tavern. And in an instant, all the people present were sucked in. Whew! In the blink of an eye, the people present only felt that the surrounding space began to become strange. Countless brilliances flashed in front of his eyes. Come back to your senses. But I saw that I had appeared in an antique room. In the room, there are several futons for meditation. Inside the copper incense burner, incense eyes slowly float out and flow to the tip of the nose, giving people a feeling of calm and concentration. Once it appeared here. Everyone looked around curiously, wondering where they had been. Turn your head and find that outside the window, you can see the howling cold wind, blowing the snow. Just a glance will make people think of the cold. But standing indoors, I only felt warmth. It's amazing. I don't know what kind of place this is, it always makes people feel that there is some kind of mysterious atmosphere in the air here. If the Black Widow of the world, muttered. The rest of the people, too, basically feel this way. Belch. Then, Thor, who had drunk enough before, gave a long burp, adding a bit of alcohol to the quiet room full of incense. Indeed, it's not bad here. He smashed his mouth and looked left and right. Is this the Midgard in the parallel world? There is such a place. Thor. You're still really? Carter looked at him, his expression complicated. It's too casual. When Black and Doctor Strange arrived in the room, he fell silent. Looking at the layout of the room, and the whistling snow outside the window, touched. Here, he is all too familiar. Isn't this place the Camartage hidden in the foothills of the Himalayas? This is where I started to learn magic and started. I didn't expect that the first stop of our parallel world would be here. He couldn't help but murmur. Whew. At this time, the door was opened, and a man who looked to be big and round, with a fleshy face, walked in. Advertisement. King. Black and Dr. Strangle recognized the identity of the visitor. It was Camartage's magicians, Wang. The king on the opposite side was also stunned when he saw the people sent to the room by the observers. He had never seen these people. Who are you? Why sneak into us, Camartage? He asked angrily, and his eyes suddenly became unkind. Especially when he asked about the smell of alcohol wafting in the air, and then glanced at the beer glass in Thor's hand, his brows furrowed even more. Wang is a violent temper. Seeing the other party's behavior like this, he couldn't bear it. Immediately raise your hand and dance in the air. With his move, endless golden magic energy condensed in the air, outlining mysterious magic patterns and weaving a formation that concealed endless power. The king was ready to move directly towards this group of uninvited guests. His movements were fast, and it only took a breath of time to build a magic formation. After all, Wang is also one of the best magicians in Camartage. When everyone first arrived, they really didn't expect to greet them in such a battle. There was no reaction for a while. And Black and Doctor Strange, seeing Wang's familiar face, the trance in his heart became stronger. At the same time, the sense of regret that had swirled in his heart for an unknown number of years suddenly surged up. The king of his world, but because of his own selfishness, he was wiped out. Next second, behind the king, there was a sudden surge of boundless and all-encompassing magical energy, which easily erased the shape of the magic array he had constructed. Wang, they are guests, don't worry. Subsequently, a female voice that seemed very graceful and atmospheric with a sense of benevolence slowly floated in. And that voice, even if you can't see the real person, just listening to words will make everyone feel that the other party is a great being with a boundless heart and can tolerate everything. Teacher. Black and Dr. Strand looked even more gaff, and when he opened his mouth, his lips trembled a little. Next second, wearing a yellow robe, the whole person looks like a jade carving, and the temperament is sacred and inviolable. Ancient One magician walked into everyone's field of vision with unhurried steps. Black and Doctor Strange became more and more excited after seeing each other with his own eyes. In my mind, I saw that Ancient One carefully taught himself and had unlimited expectations for himself. Later, he advised himself not to blindly think about changing the absolute point of time and not to lose his power. In the end, there is no choice, only the picture of disappointment in oneself remains. Everything came to life like a flood of ice. It turned into countless regrets and drowned Black and Doctor Strange. His eyes immediately turned red. Stephen. Ancient One naturally noticed Black and Doctor Strange's eyes, and immediately said softly, I have heard your story. Everyone has to continue to move forward, the past cannot be changed, the future can still be mastered, right? The former Black and Doctor Strange was not taught by the Ancient One magician. Now when I listen to it, I feel it deeply. The mood that was suddenly agitated calmed down a lot. I understand, thank you, teacher. He sincerely appreciated. Some truths are actually very simple, but if you don't experience it yourself, you will never understand it. And now, Black and Doctor Strange can deeply understand the importance of the sentence in the mouth. As for the others, some are equally deeply impressed. There are exceptions to definitely. Thor didn't pay much attention to the communication of the people next to him, just stared at the quilt that did not continue to produce new beer, looking distressed. It's just that he didn't have the embarrassment to continue to let Black and Doctor Strange refill himself under such circumstances. The other side. Advertisement. After calming Black and Doctor Strange, Ancient One set his sights on the Observer. "Are these the helpers you got me?" she asked. "I call them multi-universe Asgardian, no weaker than Avengers." The Observer's expression remained serious and serious. "You said Avengers." After hearing the conversation between the two sides, Captain America Carter was a little surprised and asked, "Does this universe also have Avengers?" After saying these words, she reacted that each parallel universe is different. But there are some things that are originally related to each other. Definitely. Ancient One smiled when he heard this. Then this universe, does it also have Thor? If Thor, who is 900 in the world, suddenly lit up his eyes and said with great anticipation, "Doesn't this mean that people as good as me can now find too? I'm starting to look forward to taking him with me." And Carter's eyes on the side became more and more shining, and he directly squeezed away and continued to ask, full of alcohol, "That is Steve still in this world?" Because of an important mission, Carter had to abandon his agreement with Steve, the original Captain America, at the dance. Since then, this incident has become a haze that Carter's heart has been unable to erase. Now, thinking that I still have the opportunity to meet each other again, I can't help but get excited. Previously, Ancient One was entrusted with summoning the Avengers. She herself is also the Asgardian of this cosmic timeline. The matter with Captain America Steve could not be clearer. At this moment, he has woken up, and he will join the Avengers later. In the future, you will become comrades who will fight side by side. With a smile, Ancient One answered Captain America Carter. Really? When Captain America heard this, Carter's eyes flickered even more. Others, seeing this, all have their own curious questions, wanting to know whether the person they want to see can be seen in this Marvel main universe. Among them, Black and Doctor Strange is particularly obvious. After all, in the world of What If, he spent centuries doing everything just to resurrect his girlfriend. "If I can see you again, then..." The Observer who sent everyone here said, "Next, the fate of the entire multi-universe will be left to you. Come on, everyone. I'll always watch you." The voice just fell. A void crack appeared behind him. Immediately afterwards, the Observer disappeared from view. An Ancient One looked at these people on the opposite side who were ready to carry the fate of the universe and took a deep breath. "Come with me," she said. Then he was the first to walk out of the room. The rest looked at each other, and they all saw the look of anticipation in each other's eyes, as well as nervousness. Carry the whole multi-universe world. How can such a task not make people nervous? What unexpected things will happen next? I'm starting to get excited. If Thor in the world, the style of painting is a little different from everyone else. It seems that the pressure in his heart is not heavy. Perhaps, he has always been the only prince of Asgard, and he has always been confident in himself. Subsequently, everyone followed Ancient One out of the room and into a new world of stormy snow outside. Airplanes. Ancient One waved his hand casually, and 10-dimensional doors with cash-colored rings appeared. On the other side of the door shows the connecting spaces, the S.H.I.E.L.D. basement. She looked back at everyone and said slowly, "Come on, what you are looking forward to may be just around the corner." 128. Come on, what some of you are looking forward to is on the other side. Ancient One magician turned his head and smiled slowly. Her words directly added 3 points of excitement to the already expectant mood of everyone present. As Ancient One magician walked through the dimensional gate first, the rest of the people followed behind, with an unconcealable excitement, and walked through together. Opposite the dimensional gate, the S.H.I.E.L.D. underground meeting room is connected. Tony Stark has been waiting here for a long time. After seeing the golden points of light in front of him converge into a circle, he took a deep breath and stood up, and saw the people on the opposite side walking out one after another. "Hello, my name is Tony Stark." He stepped forward to say hello and then looked at Ancient One magician, Sorcerer Supreme. Ancient One nodded and slowly spoke, "These people are the helpers I said before, from other universes. I believe they will be of great use in dealing with Chen Tian." "Oh? Since Sorcerer Supreme said so, I'm going to look forward to it. I've almost found everyone in the Avengers plan, and I'm looking forward to the day when everyone will fight together. Each of them is a person with extraordinary abilities." Tony Stark raised an eyebrow and smiled as lightly as Playboy in the past. However, there was lingering worry and exhaustion hidden between his eyebrows. Ancient One magician took a deep look at the man in front of him. After Chen Tian killed Nick Fury, breaking the absolute point in time on the timeline, she couldn't see the future. But Tony Stark is the core character of Avengers in the original timeline. Therefore, there is still a high level of information about him. "I have already brought the people to you, and after that, I will be familiar with them, and the arrangements for all aspects of the ruins will be handed over to you," she said. "That's totally fine," Tony Stark said confidently. After the two ended their brief conversation, Ancient One explained a few words to the people of the What If world. Then he left through the dimensional gate. "Okay, now let me get to know you guys." At this time, Tony Stark turned his gaze to the person sent by the observer. "After all, we are future comrades in arms," said. One by one, his gaze swept over the visitors from the world of Marvel. What if? Well, an old magician who often has things in his heart, a blonde young man who knows at a glance that he is a big player. At the same time, his mouth kept ridiculing, men in strange costumes, and women with green skin. When the gaze falls on Black Widow, Tony Stark couldn't help but be surprised, although knowing that you are Natasha Romanoff from a parallel world surprised me. Exactly the same. Looks like it? I would like to see me in this world. Suppose Black Widow, hearing this, raised an eyebrow. Because the experience is different from the Black Widow in the main universe, her eyebrows are still good looking, but she is less charming and more tired. The other side. Tony Stark's eyes had already turned to Carter, and his heart was even more surprised. "If I'm not mistaken, you should be the female version of Captain America, right?" "It's Captain England." Carter frowned when he heard the other party's teasing. "She is a soldier, and the army is very disciplined." To Tony, a playboy like Stark, who is obviously out of tune, simply can't like it. But just when Ancient One left, he said that the other party was responsible for all the arrangements after that. So Carter didn't show too much unhappiness except for frowning. But he's a bit like his father, Howard. She thought silently. But if the world's Black Widow sees the living Tony again? Stark, I was somewhat touched in my heart. Advertisement. Although her universe is because of Tony Stark's mistake led to the tragedy of Ultron, but the latter's motivation was for the benefit of humanity. "Although I have changed the universe, I still find it incredible to meet you," she muttered in a low voice. However, Tony, after Stark heard the other party's words fall into his ears, he raised his eyes to notice the emotion in the woman's eyes, and immediately took a few steps back. "To be honest, you are very beautiful, but I am not much interested in the Black Widow of any world. You are too dangerous." Then, Black and Dr. Strand walked out, his pale face showing a bit of impatience. "If we can, let's not waste time here." He spoke in a deep voice, "Let's take us quickly and see the Avengers of your world. We are here to cooperate, not to recruit. Don't worry, just get to know each other." Tony Stark glanced at the other party and always felt that there was some kind of strange magic in the other party's eyes. Just by looking at it, you will feel as if you are not facing a human being, but a monster with the ability to devour everything. He immediately smiled and said, "Since this friend can't wait, let's hurry up and meet the other Avengers." Finish speaking. Tony Stark led the people of the world out of the underground conference room. And just as they passed a laboratory, they heard a strange noise coming from inside. "I always feel that something is wrong with this sound." British Captain Carter suddenly narrowed his eyes and slowly put his hand on the vibranium shield behind him. Black and Doctor Strange also frowned slowly. Then, a figure hurriedly walked out of the laboratory with a panicked look. He is Professor Eric, one of the leaders of the Cosmic Imitation Project. "Tony, something happened," he shouted in panic. "Eric, don't worry, speak slowly." Tony Stark saw the other party's panic and immediately soothed. Eric's panicked expression still did not calm down. Tesseract was launched. He spoke urgently, his pupils constantly vibrating, and from the other side, "Someone wants to come through the Rubik's Cube." Tony Stark immediately understood the importance of the task and frowned. "It seems that it will take a while to go to the assembly, and now there is a task coming." He spoke in a deep voice. The tone was serious, and the whole person no longer had the frivolous appearance of half a minute ago. "Oh, that's great. I didn't expect that when I first came to this universe. I had work to do." Thor immediately became interested, and said with a smile, "Shouldn't it be that Chen Tian, then just now, quickly solve him, and then I will go back to continue my body." As he spoke, he directly took out his Mjolnir, which was already surrounded by dazzling electric light. Seeing this, the rest did not appear as excited as him, but had serious expressions like facing a great enemy. After all, it is the first mission, and it must be taken seriously. Tony Stark saw the battle of these people and ridiculed, "If you want to do it, remember to pay attention, don't destroy this place directly." He didn't know the combat power of these hypothetical worlds, but from the tip of the iceberg revealed by Thor, he could predict that these helpers brought by Ancient One Magician were definitely not ordinary. The voice fell. Tony Stark took a few people and walked quickly towards the laboratory. Click. Click. As soon as I entered, I noticed that all the machines in it had been fully activated, and the majestic energy beams converged into the Tesseract floating in mid-air from different directions. If Chen Tian were here, he would know that this is exactly the scene in Avengers 1 before the start of the big war. Loki carries aliens to attack Earth. Sure enough. Next second, Tesseract, which was floating in mid-air, suddenly burst out into brilliant white brilliance, and those white energies slowly condensed into pieces. Then, a figure wearing a green robe and a golden crown slowly walked out, and its crown had two large horns rising into the sky. It was exactly what I wanted before. I came to this world. Advertisement. Midgards, come and worship your king. The figure raised his hands and raised his head in a gesture of looking down on everything. Merely. After he walked out, he noticed that there was silence around him. Loki always feels that the atmosphere is different from what he imagined before. Why is there no feedback at all? At this time, I heard a happy voice ringing in my ears. Hey, it's a small version of Loki. When he heard this extremely familiar voice, he immediately raised his head in surprise. I saw a smiling Thor looking at him with Mjolnir. Loki was stunned. How come you ran to Midgard yourself, and you can still see Thor in this place? After defeating himself last time, shouldn't he return to Asgard as his king? On the other side, Thor from the hypothetical world does not know what Loki is in the main universe. In his world, Loki was not adopted by Odin at all, but returned to the giants of Jotunheim. There is no brotherhood between the two at all, but they have become drinking friends who will be hilarious together on the body. On weekdays, if the Loki of the world also appears as a giants of Jotunheim. You know him. Tony Stark asked if Thor was, is he in danger? I don't know. If Thor wasn't stupid to be iron, in my universe anyway, Loki and I have a good relationship. What the hell are you talking about? I won't have anything to do with you damn fellow. On the other side, Loki was fried when he heard this, and immediately opened his mouth to scold. His heart was even more horrified, and Thor, who was almost killed by himself, could not say such a thing. Tony Stark shrugged. It seems that in this universe, Loki and you don't have a good relationship. If Thor also felt speechless, don't I in this universe like to open the body? Two of you, when you say a word to me. Loki didn't know the situation at all, thinking that Thor had chased him here. What the hell are you going to do? You actually chased me here, and you still won't let me go. He stared at Thor, his eyes actually reddened. It's just that the words have just been spoken. Syllable. A golden magic array suddenly appeared behind Loki, and a grey tentacle stretched out and directly stunned it. Black and Dr. Strand looked at Loki on the ground indifferently, and the magical energy on the tips of his fingers slowly dissipated. Let's go. Tony, seeing this scene, Stark raised his eyebrows, muttering in his heart to summon tentacles. What kind of magic move is this? Time passes slowly. Whew. A fighter plane is passing through the clouds at a very fast speed. In the cabin, Loki was tied up and held at the back. At the moment he woke up, but his mouth was gagged and he couldn't speak. And if Thor was sitting next to him nervously, looking him up and down, it's a wonderful feeling to see people in other universes, to see familiar and strange people. I just don't know what I look like in these universes. As for Black and Doctor Strange, he seems to be closing his eyes. But the eyeballs that kept beating under his eyelids told him of his uneasiness and nervousness. Others are communicating the differences that exist in the universe. Are you saying that in your universe, Stephen was successfully injected with a super soldier serum and then frozen in the glacier for decades before being excavated and thawed to awaken? British Captain Carter hears Tony Stark, after telling the story of the main universe Captain America, was embarrassed. Well, and that guy kept nagging that if he hadn't missed that dance in the first place. Tony Stark laughed. When British Captain Carter heard this, he simply answered, and his heart was overwhelmed. Advertisement. She definitely knew that the Captain America of this universe was not the person she remembered, and for a moment she didn't know what mood to face the next meeting. Both expectant and nervous. And Black Widow has been lamenting that it is really good that the world has not been destroyed. The cheerful Star-Lord T'Challa and Gamora, who inherited Thanos' ability, also participated in the discussion. Only one side inherited Wakanda's Eric, and his expression was incompatible with the excitement around him. After all, in his world, time was brought to the universe by circles. Then, he rescues Tony, who should have been kidnapped by passive rioters. Stark, as a result, there was no Iron Man in that world. Instead, it also used the latter's trust to build a robot core. In the end, in order to fight for the control of the robot army, he personally killed Tony Stark, who then took the throne of Wakanda, became the Black Panther of their world. So, when Black Panther Eric, goodbye Tony Stark, although he knew that the person he killed was not the other party. But I always feel weird in my heart. Then, Tony Stark looked at the time, the Avengers are all at another base, and I'm here just to transport a shipment of goods. However, we will be there soon. The words did not fall. Click. Outside the plane, the sky in the original situation suddenly thundered, and the black money was easy to cage. Everyone's expressions changed and they raised their heads. Outside the window, thick dark clouds like ink had reached the speed visible to the eye, rolling towards the plane they were riding on. In the meantime, dense arcs of electricity were constantly flashing, and between the flashes of thunder, the boom was created, and even the fuselage of the entire aircraft was trembling. Everyone's hearts were tight, and they realized that such a change must be extraordinary. What happened here? If Black Widow narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Is the weather in your universe so strange?" "Nope." Tony Stark's expression was not relaxed. "I'm sure that at least the climate of different universes is basically no different." When the others heard this, they immediately secretly prepared for battle. "It seems that there are guests." Black and Dr. Strange slowly opened his eyes, his expression was calm, and there was no mood swing. I always felt a strange breath. Very familiar. Thor of the supposed world slowly frowned. Then, bang. It seemed that some heavy object fell on the top of the plane, and the entire fuselage shook violently. Damn it! At this moment, everyone stood up like a great enemy. Bang. Next second, the entire cabin door was directly violently pulled open from the outside, and the howling wind with rain poured in. Who is it? Such a question suddenly flashed in everyone's hearts. A figure, also under their gaze, slowly walked in. The endless arcs of electricity wrapped around his body jumped, and the thunder radiance reflected his cold face. This person just stands there, giving people the feeling of not being angry and self-threatening. Yes. It's you. How is it possible? Loki sitting in the deepest part of the cabin. After seeing the comber, his expression was uncontrollably distorted, his eyes were horrified, and he was greatly shocked. Foot. Who is in the cabin then? 129. Bang. The fighter in the high-speed flight was violently used from the outside and tore open the cabin door. The howling wind carried the superstar rain into the cabin. Click. Inside the thick clouds rolling outside, a terrifying thunder flashed, dyeing everything white. A burly figure that suddenly swirled around a dense electric arc and exuded a sense of terrifying oppression, carrying a hammer, slowly walked in. In his gaze, a brilliant white divine light was projected, and step by step, a sense of oppression that seemed to be in the dust of the heavenly gods spread. The eyes that bloomed with a rich divine light seemed to be able to directly penetrate the space, quickly swept past everyone, and locked on Loki in the depths of the cabin. Are you? How is it possible? The moment Loki felt that gaze locked on him, his body involuntarily shook. Fang Cai could still maintain a calm expression, and at this moment, he looked even more shocked. His eyes kept scanning back and forth at the figure at the cabin door and on Thor beside him. The person next to him was sure that Thor was unmistakable. And the figure standing at the cabin door is also Loki's brother Thor. Thor. Damn it! What the hell is going on now? He shouted in disbelief. Loki is a fraud with super camouflage magic, and he is very confident that he can judge the two Thor in front of him, and there is no problem at all. It's all King Thor. Loki's long, meticulously combed black hair fluttered with the wind pouring in. Straight eyes. He's messy. I don't know what the situation is now. How the FK can there be two Thor? And if Thor next to him, after seeing the main universe Thor, an interesting expression suddenly appeared on his face. The corners of his mouth are slightly hooked. He had been looking forward to the moment when he would meet him. Now it seems. Tall of this universe, not bad either. Very majestic, did not insult my Thor's reputation. He thought smugly. Sure enough, it is worthy of me Thor, no matter which universe I am in, I am majestic and domineering. And Tony Stark, seeing the other party at the cabin door, was menacing and had a bad face. Immediately stood up. What's so expensive? he asked. I'll take Loki. Thor said quietly. I'm sorry, now Loki is our prisoner, he has what we want, we can't let him go so easily. Tony Stark was not prepared to let Loki go so easily, and said in a mocking tone, also, this plane belongs to Private Property 820, and you destroyed him. Not only can you not take him, but you also have to think about compensation. Thor narrowed his eyes after hearing the other party's words, looking very unhappy. Walked straight over to Loki and grabbed it in his hands. No, Loki is a god and should be punished by our Asgard law. He spoke in a deep voice. Then, Thor turned his gaze to the side, and was immediately stunned. Because he saw on the side, exactly like himself, if Thor. The latter is looking at himself with an interested gaze and even waving hello. But Thor didn't dwell too much on this matter. Loki, it's all at this time, don't play these meaningless tricks anymore. He scolded, thinking that the appearance of the other party was just Loki's trick. At this point, you must return to Asgard to get punished. Next second, he ignored the people in the cabin around him, casting curious glances at him. The silver arc on his body flashed, and Mjolnir roared in his hand. But he took Loki directly and flew out of the cabin. Whew! Advertisement. When the two brothers left, they were still bringing up a strong air current, blowing the cabin that had been temporarily rained. The other side. Tony, since Stark was so arrogant, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Thor's arrogant and unreasonable way of acting clearly annoyed him. I looked over and saw that Tesseract had disappeared after Loki appeared, so I couldn't let him go so easily. Tony Stark said coldly. I agree, in this universe, domineering is domineering, but it's also too rude. If Thor heard this, he immediately agreed. After all, he can play with so many people in his own universe, and naturally there will be rules for playing coffee. This kind of untold behavior was greatly despised by him. Then. Huh? Doctor Strange is gone. Carter had just suddenly felt a fluctuation of magical energy beside him, and when he turned around, he saw the empty seat next to him, and immediately exclaimed. I think you need to help me untie my body before you prepare to chase that over-universe Thor. Black Panther Eric, who was tightly tied by a black rope on the side, spoke with some embarrassment. Just now I saw Doctor Strange suddenly stand up, and I wanted to ask. Where did I think that as soon as I put my hand on him, I was tied up by the magic black rope? His expression was strange, and his tone, BFBG, was slightly sad. After that, he told me that he was going to find Christine, so he directly opened the dimensional door and left. As a result, after leaving, they didn't help me untie the rope. In between his words, Tony Stark and Thor had already flown out of the cabin door. Seeing this, Carter thought for a moment, I think Doctor Strange should have his own sense of proportion. Let's solve all the problems at hand first, and then discuss his affairs properly, said British Captain Carter, already wrapped in his parachute, walked to the hatch. She turned to Star-Lord T'Challa and Gamora and said, remember to untie the rope on Eric. Phew. When Carter turned back, there was already a fierce wind outside the cabin, blowing her shoulder-length medium-length hair into a flutter. In the clouds, from time to time, dazzling thunder flashed, shining white on the body of its super soldier, which was stronger and bullier than ordinary men. Trample. Carter's voice just fell. She jumped out of the cabin, ready to keep up with Tony Stark and suppose Thor. Call. At this moment, outside the fighter, thick dark clouds were rolling, and the electric snake flashed densely with thunder. It looks like a terrifying sea that is churning with endless monstrous waves, and Carter plunges into it, seemingly easily swallowed by it. Merely. Carter, who had been injected with super soldier serum, had a firm look in his eyes and did not waver in the scene in front of him. She is like a solid reef that will not waver in the wind and waves, her hands are tightly at her side, and she accelerates down. Meanwhile, somewhere unknown hill. Weo. Two figures, one white and one green, had already torn open the sea of clouds, fell from the sky, and smashed down fiercely towards a cliff full of grey rocks at an extremely high speed. These two figures are Loki and Thor. Boom. Loki was about to approach the ground. Directly smashed into the rock by the latter. Although he was the body of a god, he suffered such an impact, and it was difficult to speak in unison for a while, lying on the ground and humming in pain. Then, he raised his eyes and looked at Thor, who was standing in front of him, angry. At this time, Loki is sure that the person in front of him is the brother who grew up with him and has always made him envious. Thor, I didn't expect to see you here. He laughed self-deprecatingly. Where did you take Tesseract after destroying the Rainbow Bridge? Thor asked angrily. Loki lay on the ground, stroking her belly, a self-deprecating smile on her face. I missed you too, Thor. Advertisement. Do you think I'm in the mood to joke with you right now? Thor's expression became even more ugly. Huh. Loki laughed at himself and struggled to get up. Thor went up and grabbed his shoulder. I thought you were dead. So you mourned for me then? Loki laughed. We all mourn, our father. Thor said in an eager tone. Loki's gaze suddenly turned cold. That's your young master, he should have told you about my background, right? The Lord should have been my Thor. I am no worse than you. But I was never your brother, I have the blood of giants of Jotunheim on my body. The words fell. He opened Thor's hand and prepared to leave. Loki, we grow together, we are brothers. Thor looked at the other person's back with a sad expression. Brother. Loki paused, a hint of self-deprecation at the corner of his mouth. You know, Thor, the majesty is like a huge amount of shadow that hangs over me and makes me breathless. So, you're ready to destroy my cherished earth? Thor asked. They are just a bunch of stupid bugs, and if they are easily provoked, they will kill each other in groups. Loki said disdainfully. Thor looked at Loki, looked at his brother who had gone the wrong way, and said sincerely, Loki, let go of Tesseract, that is not your power. Go home with Big Brother, okay? Loki's eyes were stunned when he heard Thor's last words. Tesseract is not in my hands now, I transferred it after I came to Earth. As for where to transfer, I don't know. Loki wasn't done talking. Weo. A red and gold intertwined steel figure, hand and foot pushers spewed out huge amounts of flames, and the wolf knocked Thor away. Boom. Tony Stark, dressed in a steel battlesuit, pushes Thor and crashes into a huge rock wall. He stared at the ladder. Loki can't just leave it to you to take away, at least let us take Tesseract, I'll come back. Loki will be punished by our Asgard laws. It's not your turn on Earth. Thor said viciously. Raise your hand. Mjolnir, who was placed on the ground in the distance, instantly flew over a distance of thousands of meters and smashed directly onto Iron Man's back. Clang. Between the symphony of gold and iron, sparks splashed everywhere. Even if Tony Stark wore a steel battlesuit and felt a huge impact, can't help but let go of his hand. Good dogs don't get in the way. Thor let out a low sigh and summoned Mjolnir into his hand, and the wolf smashed into Iron Man's abdomen. Clang. Even if it does not trigger the power of thunder, it is just an ordinary smash, and this hammer is as heavy as a mountain. Directly blasted Iron Man thousands of meters away, smashing one tree after another. Everywhere they passed, a strong wind swept up the dust and dead leaves. Well done. Tony Stark looked in front of him, and on the red subtitle that popped up, Battlesuit Damage Detection. His eyes immediately became cold. Thor was just about to fly in front of him. Rumble. Iron Man suddenly got up, raised his hand, and the energy rolled and flashed, and the palm arc burst out like a torrent of energy like a volcanic eruption. The dazzling brilliance of the cannonballs directly cuts the surrounding woods white. It directly blasted Thor out, smashing a deep ravine in the woods, breaking an unknown number of trees and dust and fog. Thundered. The next moment, Tony, before Stark could make any other moves, he faintly saw a figure standing up through the dust curtain and raising the hammer in his hand. Above the sky, the lightning that had been flickering all the time, suddenly slammed towards the hammer, roaring and slashing down. Bang! Suddenly, all the dust and fog were blown away by the aftermath caused by the coarse razor striking. Advertisement. I saw Thor, holding Mjolnir, surrounded by electric light, and endless divine light bloomed in his eyes, and his power climbed abruptly. The whole person slowly floated up, giving people a sense of oppression like the collapse of the heavenly dome. Snap! 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 Its body shone with a dense and amazing arc, and its power was amazing. The next moment, he lifted Mjolnir and quickly pointed forward. Rumble! Suddenly, all the thunder light on his body instantly gathered on Mjolnir, and then suddenly roared and wrapped in endless thunder, pierced the air, and bombarded Iron Man. This electric snake is too fast, even if the Iron Man drama can't be opened. Boom! He was directly hit by Thor's move, and the whole battlesuit, sparks splashed in an instant, and the temperature on the surface climbed wildly. Sir, it has been detected that the charging speed of the battlesuit is climbing wildly, and it has reached 400%. The sound of the artificial intelligence JARVIS is immediately on Tony Stark's ears ringed. Huh? I think so. He didn't expect that being attacked by Thor's lightning could achieve such an effect. He immediately raised his hands. Those energies that were injected into the battlesuit by lightning instantly condensed wildly on the arc light cannon in front of his palms and chest. Rumble! 3 thick and violent pillars of energy immediately roared and violently tore through the air, creating a burst of wrinkled aftermath in the space. Bombarded Thor. Boom! This time, Thor suffered again. Bombarded again. The whole body wanted to break the line like a kite, flew out upside down, and smashed into the stone wall. Rumble! In the violent noise, even the surrounding ground was trembling wildly. Damn it! Thor gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, and immediately clenched his hand Mjolnir out of the stone wall, and once again burst out of thunder, ready to continue to fight back at the other party. The energy cannon on Iron Man's body on the other side also began to brew a strong power. The next moment. Whew! Snap! 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 Thor's pupils shrank and his complexion changed slightly. Because he saw that the hammer that was exactly the same as his Mjolnir, wrapped around the endless arc, was actually breaking through the air and smashing towards him. What's going on? For a moment, he thought of what he had seen in the cabin before. However, before he could think more, the hammer had already slammed. Thor can only go forward. Clang! 2 Mjolnir collide hard. The 4 colors of electric light are not distinguished. How so? Thor couldn't believe it. At this time, if Thor fell in front of him, he showed a bright smile. Hey, man, finally see you, are you really handsome? In front of Iron Man, who was just about to fire the arc cannon, a vibranium shield with a beige stripe also flew to stop his attack. Whew! British Captain Carter slowly walked over, pulled out the shield from the ground, and said slowly, I think, we should stop and have a good chat. The voice fell. If Thor smiled and winked at the bewildered Thor. Meanwhile, the world of the black-robed pickets. Chen Tian floats above the world, feeling the sunlight, his body constantly absorbing fixed star energy, and his strength continues to grow. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. After taking such a long break, it's time to start doing something. 130. Black Robe Picket World. It was early in the morning. The warm sun is quietly shining over the city. One of the new and most prosperous villa areas, surrounded by a large area of lush greenery, is pruned by dedicated forest garden experts every day. There is also a crystal-clear artificial lake flowing through it. The sparkling blow brings a sparkling and fresh air. It's beautiful at a glance. Chen Tian lay on his back on his balcony, closed his eyes and took a nap, allowing his son to bask in the sun. All the cells are at this moment, frantically absorbing fixed star energy, and at the same time, under the blessing of the energy of infinite gems in the body, they are rapidly evolving and dividing. Even to his current level, he can still rely on rapid change, strong. A new bloodline with unlimited potential doesn't have to be a chicken rib. On the contrary, after Chen Tian's strength is ascended, the speed of bloodline improvement will already be flying. If I had to say a standard, I can improve the strength of a young master for every hour I bask in the sun now. Chen Tian felt the changes in his body and silently evaluated in his heart. During this time, he occasionally went back to the DC world to accompany Catwoman to do sports, and the rest of the time he stayed in the Black Robe world to rest. I don't know where Selena learned so much from. Not to mention the increasing flexibility of the body, I also signed up for a yoga class. Sure enough, it's better to hear than to see. If nothing else, at least it's quite interesting. Between thoughts. In Chen Tian's mind, Catwoman's charming eyes and dexterous posture could not help but appear. Royal Sister also has the benefits of Royal Sister, she is really a studious woman, quite good. He reminisced and couldn't help but mumble admiration. The fingertips inexplicably remembered the wonderful elastic touch, which made Chen Tian stretch involuntarily. Recently, I always feel a little slack, but these days are also very good. He muttered and opened his eyes, looking at the beautiful scenery outside the balcony, and suddenly felt refreshed. Before in the Marvel world, there were so many things to do, he planned to stop for a while. Anyway, Chen Tian was dedicated to life from the beginning, not fighting and killing all day. After all, killing seemed to him to be just a means, not something he liked to indulge in. Flesh and blood are flying, and there are always no waves of flesh rolling around. As for returning to his own main universe and creating a mutant empire that belongs to him, Chen Tian wanted to go back, but Charles's words gave him new ideas. Even if I go back now, counting all the mutants in the world, I can't make up much, and it is a little reluctant to form a village. Not to mention the empire. Even if all the mutants are gathered together and develop the primary productive forces every day, it will take an extremely long time to wait for the number of mutants to be called an empire. So, after some thought, Chen Tian had a new idea. That is, he can completely pull together the other universes, those fallen mutants. I remember the Observer guy, that's what he did. If you can't beat Ultron, you will go to other universes to pull people. Chen Tian raised his eyebrows, and suddenly thought of something, that big-headed doll won't already be ready to use this trick against me, right? Between thoughts, he again dismissed the idea. Wrong. I have already shattered the void with one punch before, because no matter how strong the head baby is, it will die. Moreover, I did not sense the existence of any living form at that time. Chen Tian thought silently. However, what Chen Tian didn't know was that the Observer, as a descendant of a race that had survived for trillions of years, Duan was beyond ordinary people. Unexpectedly, under Chen Tian's means, he grabbed a trace of life and survived tenaciously. Thinking about it, Chen Tian's eyes suddenly narrowed, got up with helplessness, and opened the door. Wanda, it's not good to go out on the weekend, why stand at the door of the war? Advertisement. He looked at the girl with a crimson face and sparkling eyes like water, with a strange expression. Chen. The girl looked at Chen Tian, a pair of sapphire-like eyes flashed, and the shell teeth bit her lower lip lightly, and she wanted to speak. Feel the latter's fiery gaze. Wangdamo's things, for a while, pieces of snow-white skin suddenly became redder, crawling all the way to the root of his ears. Like a ripe peach, it exudes a seductive sweetness. Her appearance almost put shame on her face. Is something happening to you that you can't handle? Chen Tian looked puzzled. Wanda looked left and right for a while, her eyes lowered, but unfortunately her vision was blocked by herself, and she couldn't see her toes. Chen Tian's gaze followed her. Ahem. Then he unconsciously cleared his throat. If nothing else, just go play with BA. It's hard to attend classes. As for going back, don't worry about it for the time being, I have other arrangements. With that, Chen Tian continued to go back to bask in the sun. Chen. At this time, Wanda stretched out her soft and boneless little hand a little and grabbed Chen Tian's arm. So what the hell is going on? Chen Tian turned around and asked with a smile. In fact, with his spiritual ability, he can easily see through the things in the girl's heart. But think about it, after all, the other party is still a little girl who is in adolescence. It is better to leave some privacy for the other party. So, Chen Tian didn't do it directly. He only felt Wanda's heart beating faster and faster, and at the same time, there was a certain anticipation and excitement in his heart. What the hell is wrong? Chen Tian couldn't help but think. Pete. He got a girlfriend. Wanda then said in a voice like a fly. It's normal, didn't you all celebrate your 18th birthday last month? Chen Tian said with a smile, it's all adults, have a girlfriend or something. He didn't come back for days. Wanda's voice suddenly became lower, her face redder, and she lowered her head. Chen Tian looked at the scene in front of him and first exclaimed that Wanda was really capable. With her current posture of lowering her head and burying her chin in the flesh, I am afraid that few girls can do it. Then, Chen Tian realized the meaning of Wanda's words, and couldn't help laughing and scolding, Pete that kid. Then, he seemed to have another meaning in his words. Hiss. Chen Tian's face changed. I couldn't help but gasp a little stiffly. He felt like he was still in control. Chen, Pete and I are twins. The girl said weakly with a crying voice. Ahem. Chen Tian is not a casual person who is easy to get hot, cleared his throat, and said squarely, okay, I'll teach you a Chinese idiom from our Orient today. What idiom? Wanda looked up a little puzzled. Chen Tian smiled and said, Guanbao's friend. Today's black-robed picket world is approaching summer. In the green park of the villa area, it is inevitable that some people will hide in the shade of the trees. Got it? No, no, no. It's just that different know-hows are different. Some pull very long, others are short and the frequency is urgent. The man-made river outside the villa area is not urgent, it is very clear, after all, it is still a river that has just been used. In other words, the river is still young and has not experienced any strong winds and waves. However, sometimes when the wind is strong, it will still blow some splashes and wet the flowers and plants on the riverside. Wet the riverside to the point of mud. The time soon came to evening. Advertisement. On weekends, Wanda prepares dinner. But tonight, Wolverin and the others went to see the Little Mutants. As for Pete, he accompanies himself to Anfa. Only Wanda and Chen Tian were left at home. The former seems to be tired and sleeping. On the contrary, Chen Tian was in a good mood and showed his cooking skills rarely. I have stepped on the top of mountains, touched the roughs, gone deep into the valleys, witnessed the floods. When Chen Tian was eating with Wanda, he looked at the pure face of the girl and inexplicably thought of such a sentence. It's a little later. Stay until Wanda sleeps again. Wolverine and the others came back. Along with them, there was also Red support. Then, as on previous occasions, Chen Tian explained to Wolverine and Charles that he had some things to deal with and would return after dealing with them. Several of them understood this. During this time, Wolverine was also working hard to train her newly enhanced ability. Subsequently, Chen Tian returned to his room. ___. He didn't turn on the light, and the only source of light was the thin moonlight that spilled in through the window. After taking a breath, Chen Tian's mind began to diverge. Now, with the blessing of infinite gems, his spiritual ability has reached a vast and boundless level. Using the ability of dimensional teleportation, you can also do more freely. Previously, when Chen Tian was preparing to go to the world without leaving a mark, he could not accurately grasp that he would teleport to that universe. Just like last time, he clearly wanted to go to the timeline of Avengers 1, but went to a similar one, but there are different Marvel zombie universes. However, now he no longer has to worry about such problems. Now, I can decide with complete accuracy that I will eventually appear in that universe. Chen Tian muttered. At the same time, I also set the target point in my mind to go next. Next second, Chen Tian's heart moved. Enable dimension transfer ability. The space in front of him immediately appeared out of thin air. A spatial rift then opened. His figure then disappeared in place. The next instant, Chen Tian soon arrives in a new universe that he has never stepped into before. Ask for flowers. He appeared in a narrow alley. Then, the feet gently lifted off the ground and floated away in mid-air. With my current ability, you can't go wrong, it should be here. He looked down at the empty and dead city beneath his feet and muttered to himself. Looking into the distance, the rest of the area around the city was also empty and uninhabited. Chen Tian continued to look far. Not far from 9 o'clock, there was a huge and stout vine, rising from the ground and reaching straight into the clouds. Standing there like a pillar of heaven, just a glance will give people a sense of huge amounts of oppression. That's right. The moment Chen Tian saw the huge vine, his eyes immediately lit up. Then the gaze continued upwards along the vine. Immediately, I saw a floating island standing above the clouds. Advertisement. This floating island is just a glance away, giving people a sense of grandeur and atmosphere, like a heavenly city, descending on the earth. Like the abode of the gods, out of reach. Those who live on it can easily overlook everything in the world, as if they have trampled some under their feet. This city is my sights on this trip. Chen Tian thought, in the future, the mutant country I established will be 1,000,000 times more magnificent than this floating island. Thoughts are not falling. As soon as his mind moved, his thoughts diverged, and the boundless spiritual fluctuations like the Han Sea quickly shrouded the world towards the past. This world, the entire planet on which it is located, all the corners have appeared in Chen Tian's mind. As long as he wants, he can even detect all the molecular level news of this world. Not often. Chen Tian has a certain understanding of the world. It seems that Charles in this world, as I thought, has long been dead. He compiled the information he had just harvested, and Magneto is still alive. While his thoughts were running, Chen Tian's gaze rested on the floating island. Magneto, the old guy, fought for mutant alone and built the mutant empire as Chen Tian had in mind. It's just that Wang Qiang is strong, but it's not enough to face everything after the establishment of the empire. So at present, the empire has fallen to a precarious bottom and may be destroyed at any time. However, this is exactly what I wanted. Chen Tian's face was calm, everything was within his expectations. Bring the Magneto of this world back to the main universe where I was before, and this will be perfect. He already has experience in building the mutant empire, and he can better assist me later. Thinking. Chen Tian then set off and flew towards the floating island. He can't wait to see the new era in the overworld. Meanwhile, Marvel main universe. Tony Stark and his group on a fighter plane. Thor listened to Tony Stark maintained an incredulous expression on his face after their explanation. Looking at Thor, who was sitting opposite him, his appearance was exactly the same as himself, and his face was full of smiles. He was stunned. It's been a long time. Only then did he slowly take a breath, looked at the other party, and asked, "So, you are me from another universe?" "Yes, I've been looking forward to meeting you." If Thor of the world was very casual, he said in a natural tone, "Looking at it today, you really didn't disappoint me, and you are as powerful as me." Loki continued to be pinned to the deepest part of the cabin and gagged. Otherwise, he also wants to ask what he is like in the universe. Although I had heard Thor say before, Loki of that universe had a very good relationship with him. But he still couldn't imagine under what circumstances he would be so close to Big Brother. As for Tony Stark, shortly after ending the fight, quickly dropped his mustard against Thor. After all, the contradiction between them has been properly resolved. Forthwith, Tony Stark looked at Thor and talked about the Avengers' plan, and the crisis that the multi-universe was facing. When the latter heard these words, he couldn't help but be stunned, and then sighed heavily. "My father's second task was to help the Midgard people solve this crisis." As he spoke, Thor's expression appeared bitter. "I thought it would be enough to clean up Loki, but I didn't expect that the most difficult thing to deal with was Chen Tien." Chen Tien was recognized by him as a comrade in arms. How did things evolve like this? Will God King Odin also make a move? Tony Stark took the opportunity to ask. "When necessary, my father will definitely make a move." Thor nodded. "He told me that this incident is serious." Saying that, he paused. "Chen Tien, alas," Tony Stark said with a solemn expression, "he is already the enemy of the entire universe." 131. Marvel Universe. Woo. The warplane, like a black metal behemoth, roared through the sea of clouds and came all the way to the sky above a boundless sea. It ended up on an aircraft carrier suspended in mid-air. "Stay until the fighter is stable." Tony Stark took the lead in stepping down the hatch and turned back to everyone who was about to get off the plane with open arms and smiles. "Welcome to the Avengers' temporary base of this universe." He spoke aloud. Then, a man wearing a black tight uniform and long red hair came over. "Tony, aren't the people of Avengers already assembled? You brought someone here again." The visitor was the universe's Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, with a puzzled tone. Now, after deciding to join Avengers, she has partnered with Tony Stark's relationship got some relief. Natasha Romanoff. Tony seeing the other party's arrival, Stark's expression became even bigger, and he raised his eyebrows. "They are helpers from other universes." Other universes. Black Widow had heard of the concept of parallel universes before, but in his understanding, with today's technology on Earth, it is not possible to shuttle between different universes. When you hear Tony Stark said this, and she immediately became very curious. Definitely, it may take you some mental preparation. Tony Stark seemed to be smiling. And before Black Widow understood what he meant. If the people of the universe have already walked down from the fighter. Naturally, there is Black Widow. "Hello, me from another world." She knew everything before, and naturally said hello to the main universe Black Widow. When Black Widow saw this woman who looked no different from himself, his expression suddenly froze, and his pupils were shocked and incredible. Then she thought of Tony Stark just told himself about the parallel universe of 047. As a decades-old agent, IQ is obviously not low. Black Widow immediately reacted that the other party was himself in the parallel universe. "But I understand, but that doesn't stop her from being shocked." "Hello." Black Widow greeted the woman who was smiling at him and greeted him, and then turned his gaze to Tony Stark. "How did you do it?" "Ancient One magician brought them here, and I don't know how." Tony Stark shrugged, but what is certain is that they are all a group of people with ability that can help us a lot later. Why? Black Widow has something to say. Turning around, he saw two identical Thor walking down. Hey, beauty, although it is still the first time we have met in this world, I have known you for a long time before this. If Thor greeted warmly. Thor had a somewhat complicated expression on his face. When I saw them, my expression was the same as yours. Don't be in a hurry to look in the mirror here, let's go to the assembly first. Tony on the side Stark quipped. Then, British Captain Carter, who was walking at the end of the group of people in the world, caught a glimpse of a figure standing not far away, and his expression was slightly stunned in place. And the burly figure who walked out with a smile, the smile at the corner of his mouth also froze at the same time, looking at Carter stunned. Dr. Banner, who came out with the figure, looked at the different Captain America standing next to him, and raised his eyebrows suspiciously. What's wrong, Stephen? Did something happen? He couldn't help but wonder. However, Captain America did not reply, but instead walked towards British Captain Carter. I didn't expect to see you here. Captain America, who can maintain a calm on weekdays, has a slightly shaky voice. Stephen. I think we meet again this time, not only across time, but also across space. Carter took a deep breath and smiled on his face, but his eyes were a little red, although you are all different from him, but the same. So, I still want to tell you. Advertisement. Long time no see. Captain America didn't understand Carter's meaning, but the excitement in his heart also pushed him to speak. Long time no see, Carter. Huh. Tony Stark watched this meeting across time and space, and raised his eyebrows. Guys, I don't want to disturb, but if there is anything, let's go back to the conference room first. Meanwhile, Chen Tian, who was in another universe, had already soared into the air, and soon crossed the sea of clouds and landed on the large floating island at the top of the big vine. He walked slowly while gazing at the buildings on the floating island. In his memory, although there are many buildings on the periphery of this floating island, they are actually not used for habitation. The main use is to use it on the battlefield when foreign races attack. Therefore, it can be seen that the modern buildings on the periphery of the floating island are empty, and even many houses are covered with traces of countless battles. You can even see a lot of skeletons. It seems that no matter what world, the battles between races are the most cruel. Chen Tian muttered. Meantime, he quickly passed through the outer areas of the floating island. I came to an entrance. A portal made of countless vines intertwined and woven into each other. Only by passing through here can you truly reach the mutant empire that Magneto has built. Chen Tian looked at the bursts of spatial aura that permeated from the vine gate, and thought silently. Immediately, he was ready to enter it. However, as soon as he took a step, the space on his side twisted slightly. A purple figure as strong as a leopard, holding a crimson cold light, suddenly attacked him. Chen Tian's expression was calm, and he had expected this attack. After all, a mutant country naturally will not let others casually come to the entrance. Definitely, even if Chen Tian didn't make any mental preparations, he wouldn't have any panic because of this sudden attack. The attackers were fast. It just fell in Chen Tian's eyes, but it was as clear as slow motion. It's not good that the little girl is so fierce. He smiled teasingly and easily took the crimson dagger that the other party stabbed. With a light force of 5 fingers, the weapon in the person's hand was crushed into pieces. Who are you? The purple figure let out a short exclamation, and already reacted quickly to take off the handle of the knife in his hand, and quickly stepped back a long distance. I'm just a guest without any hostility. Chen Tian casually threw away the fragments in his palm. Between words, his gaze slowly swept over the other party's body. Opposite is a beautiful Asian girl, and the matching of facial features gives people a cold feeling. On the cheeks and forehead, there are purple patterns, and the ears are pointed like elves. Long burgundy hair fluttered in the wind. The purple tights on the body will belong to the curves of a young girl, completely outlined. The most noteworthy thing is the girl's eyes, the whole eyeball is green, and the pupils are undetectable. And while he was communicating with the other party. Battle detected, rewarded, space teleportation, flash. Chen Tian's mind sounded the prompt to copy ability, explaining the identity of the other party. Sabretooth's adopted daughter, Flash, is also one of the former X-Men. What are you doing here? Flicker narrowed his narrow eyes and looked at the strange oriental teenager in front of him. I'm a mutant too. Chen Tian laughed easily. The voice just fell. The expression on the face of the girl on the opposite side suddenly turned cold, and the hostility under her eyes was even worse. Now the whole world of mutant is in the mutant camp, and it is in a utopia. Flicker whispered coldly, took 2 crimson blades again, and squeezed them into his hands. You traitor. Chen Tian listened to the other party's words and raised his eyebrows. Understand that Twinkle has mistaken himself for a hostile camp. But it's also true. After all, he appeared out of nowhere, and he had never contacted them before. Advertisement. In this world, it is completely normal for mutant to have a life and death relationship with humans, and to have sufficient hostility towards strange visitors. How can I prove it? Chen Tian thought. Then. The other side stared at him like a cheetah, and could no longer suppress the anger against the traitor in his heart. With a low roar, traitors deserve to die. Trample. The words did not fall. She took a step forward. But he stepped into the space in front of him, and his figure disappeared. The next moment, flickering with a hideous expression and a hostile gaze appeared behind Chen Tian out of thin air. The girl clenched her crown, and the strength on her arm was exerted to the extreme. The 2 crimson daggers seemed to turn into 2 shining dangerous streams at this moment, and the wolf bombarded Chen Tian's 2 jin. Merely. The flickering hostility is menacing, and the attack is fierce to the extreme. Next second. When the crimson dagger fell, Chen Tian's body in front of him became illusory, like air. Directly let her stab the air. Even the body also rushed forward, and it actually passed directly through Chen Tian's body. How is that possible? Flicker looked at such a scene and was shocked in his heart. It's just that the killing intent in his heart has not completely dissipated, his eyebrows are twisted, and the 2 long legs bounce on the ground twice in succession, unloading the strength of the forward charge. Immediately, he turned around and prepared to continue the attack. However, the next second. The little girl is so fierce, she can't be liked. Chen Tian shook his head. You. Flicker looked at the handsome face of the teenager opposite, and his eyes moved. Because when Chen Tian spoke, she suddenly found that the tights on her body turned into steel-like hardness, directly locking herself in place. Can't move. Followed by syllable. The purple tights, which were already tight enough, began to tighten on the flashing body again. It was so tight that all the lines imaginable on the girl's body were all outlined without a trace. Flicker sensed something and panicked and wanted to shout something. However, the tights that were constantly tightened on the body brought huge amounts of suffocation, and I couldn't say anything at all. Only a painful moan can be hummed between the mouth and nose. A few seconds later, flickering and suddenly feeling a force, withdrawing from her tights, she suddenly felt a burst of relief. Hoo. And it can continue. Continue to take a big gulp of air. She suddenly got up again. It's just that because of the oppression just now, the flickering at this moment is soft, and the 2 long legs are trembling slightly, and they are unable to do other actions at all. I could only stare at Chen Tian viciously. Shameless. Flicker cursed angrily. She didn't know how Chen Tian did it just now, but now, her body and every part were greatly oppressed just now, and she was even more numb, and her whole person was like soaking in water. Soaked up and down. Seeing this, Chen Tian shook his head. I just don't want to hurt you. Then, a figure slowly emerged from the portal on the side. This is a middle-aged man who wears a helmet with the characteristics of a person who exudes the majesty of a superior person all over his body. Advertisement. Dressed in silver-white armor, shining with dazzling white light. The founder of the Mutant Empire, Magneto Eric. As a matter of fact, just when he found out that Chen Tian was not his rival, he immediately sent a message to the utopia where Mutant was located. After that, he made a move on Chen Tian, just to delay the other party. After Magneto appeared, he also noticed the flickering embarrassment, and immediately became hostile to Chen Tian. The betrayal mutant, from the very beginning the presence of the enemy, is even more abominable. He frowned and said in a deep voice. Before the words fell, he raised his hand and turned to Chen Tian. Moment. Chen Tian felt the invisible magnetic field around his body and was manipulated. Turned into a big invisible hand and grabbed it. It was actually lifted into the air out of thin air. Feeling the magnetic field in all directions of his body, it seemed to turn into a rolling torrent, crushing him fiercely. Chen Tian raised his eyebrows. Combat detected, rewarded, Magneto. Hear the icy electronic beep ringing in your head. Feel the extra ability in your body. He nodded. It seems that the Magneto of this world has reached the Omega level. Omega level mutant has a standard that can control things at the molecular level. Magneto's ability, in fact, does not control metals, causes trouble to control magnetism. It's just that in the early stage, when his potential has not been fully tapped, manipulating metal will be a little simpler. And as Magneto develops the ability to the extreme, he can directly manipulate the magnetic field, rather than simply sticking to the metal. Sure enough, to have the confidence to build the mutant empire, you still have to have strong strength as a support. Chen Tian muttered. The other side. Magneto looked at the strange teenager opposite, and after being controlled, his expression was not flustered in the slightest. Also slowly wrinkled his brows. Who the hell are you? What is the intention of coming to us? 4.3. The questioning voice reached Chen Tian's ears. He smiled softly. I'll give mutant the way forward. The voice just fell. Buzz. Chen Tian's body also erupted with the same magnetic force as Magneto. It was so easy to blast the latter's control away. However, he did not fall back to the ground, but looked down on the other party condescendingly. I said I have no malice, you don't need to rush first. Chen Tian said slowly, his tone flat. However, the expression of Magneto on the other side became more and more ugly. He could feel that the magnetic manipulation used by this teenager just now was exactly the same as himself. Moreover, the other party's ability to impact his own means that this teenager's control of supernatural abilities has also reached the same level as his own. Since you have no intention, why do you want to do something to Twinkle? Magneto asked in a deep voice. Chen Tian was helpless when he heard this. Obviously she did it first. But think about it, the mutant of this world today has been fighting with human beings and is in a state of war. Everyone's spirits are tense, for fear of disaster. Therefore, when facing strange visitors, it is reasonable to be a little smaller. After all, it is about survival. There is no room for carelessness. Not trusting yourself because of a few words is not something incomprehensible. However, since it is impossible to say it, then I will prove it to you in other ways. Chen Tian smiled softly. Buzz. Next second, the majestic psychic fluctuations diffused away, directly using the psychic ability to invade Magneto's brain. The latter felt the familiar feeling of mental ability, and suddenly widened his eyes in shock. This man, Magneto, is unbelievable. The breath exuding from the boy in front of him is exactly the same as his deceased old friend Charles. 132. This is Charles's breath. The moment Magneto felt Chen Tian's mental ability, he could distinguish his familiar breath. He was immediately shocked, and his old face was a little shape-shifting because of his agitated mood. More importantly, Magneto was also surprised to find that Chen Tian's majestic mind fluctuations actually passed through his helmet. Got into my head. It's as if you can't stand the slightest hindrance. How is that possible? There are even foreign psychic fluctuations that can pass through my helmet. Magneto felt that the wave of uncontrollable mind fluctuations was unstoppable to his mind. The horror in my heart has reached an incomparably higher level. The pupils fluctuated constantly, and the body trembled uncontrollably. His helmet is specially designed to resist psychic fluctuations. He worked with Charles and others to design and build the brainwave strengthening. Although they were good friends, out of selfishness, he took precautions and created this helmet. For mind fluctuations, there is a strong defensive effect. Even the fluctuations of Charles's mind, which used the brainwave powering machine, could not penetrate. So, in Magneto's view, as long as you wear a helmet, no matter what kind of mental fluctuations, you can't have any impact on yourself. As a result, when facing Chen Tian, such a scene appeared. It really shocked him to the extreme. However, what he didn't know was that Chen Tian's spiritual ability had grown to the point where it could cover all corners of the universe. Even Charles, who has undergone brainwave strengthening, is not as good as 1/10,000th of Chen Tian. Wearing through Magneto's helmet is a breeze. Even if his helmet is thickened by 1,000 layers, it will not help. Damn it! Magneto scolded darkly. At this moment, the spiritual fluctuations that poured into his thoughts had reached an extremely terrifying level, and the expression on his face was also extremely distorted. You're an artificial human. He recalled that Chen Tian would use both his own magnetic power and Charles's psychic ability. Such an idea immediately popped up in my heart. Magneto looked at the other person's eyes and became 15 more and more hateful. In this universe, humans have used mutants' DNA to create powerful artificial mutants through technical means, trying to wipe out their last remaining mutants. Charles' mutant suffered. He was killed by the android X-24, and several other X-Men were also persecuted by him. You! Hurry up and get out of our mutant country. At this point, the hatred in Magneto's heart increased abruptly. He grew up from persecution from birth. Since he was a child, he has been discriminated against and suppressed because of the problem of his race, and after he grew up with awakening superpower, he was even more hostile to the whole world. All the family members were persecuted because of themselves. He looked at Chen Tian's face, only to feel more and more disgusted, and let out a roar like a trapped beast, desperately trying to struggle. Unfortunately, where could Magneto be Chen Tian's opponent? Even if he is hoarse, it has no effect. But Chen Tian doesn't have much malice toward Magneto, after all, except to take it for his own use. In the end, Magneto is just a person who has been fighting for mutant to walk safely in the sun. It's just that the methods he uses are more extreme than Charles's. Advertisement. Without hostility. Chen Tian repeated the sentence again, and at the same time, through spiritual fluctuations, transmitted everything he experienced in the main universe to the other party. Moreover, he also explained his intentions. At this point, he naturally does not have to hide it, just expose everything. Magneto felt the extra majestic information in his mind, and his eyes that were still filled with endless hatred before, began to slowly become calmer. He was at a loss at first. After all, Chen Tian's coming from other parallel universes was too strange. However, after accepting the huge amount of information in his mind, he began to gradually understand everything. The eyes immediately began to become excited. If what Chen Tian said is true, then the other party actually coincides with himself in all his motives. Moreover, he had no doubt about the authenticity of the information given by Chen Tian. After all, the current Magneto really felt the horror of Chen Tian's mind fluctuations. Even himself wearing a special helmet could not resist the teenager's mind fluctuations, so as long as he wanted, he could kill all the mutants in one thought. There is no need to be calm with yourself. Now, you should be hostile to me, right? Chen Tian slowly relieved his mental ability and allowed Magneto to regain his freedom. An embarrassed smile suddenly appeared on the latter's face. He, you are very strong, you don't need to lie to me. Actually, it was really reckless just now that we mistook you for an enemy. Flicker on the side heard Magneto's words and didn't understand what was happening. It's just that when she watched Chen Tian easily suppress Magneto, she was really surprised and terrified in her heart. Magneto is the entire mutant empire, a powerful existence. If even he can't stop the strange-looking teenager, then I'm afraid that the other mutants will not be opponents of the other party. However, it is now clear that Magneto has reconciled with the other party. Flicker quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he began to look at Chen Tian with complicated eyes. Since Magneto has apologized to you, then I will also apologize to you. I'm sorry, I just made you an enemy too. Chen Tian waved his hand, not caring. He knew that the hostility that had just given rise to Magneto was aimed at unidentified uninvited guests, not at him. Chen Tian. Changing yourself to their place will also be cautious of sudden visitors. Now, can we have a good talk? Then, Chen Tian looked at Magneto, who had obviously regained his senses, but his expression was still excited, and asked with a smile. Good. Magneto nodded, and then there was a hint of complexity between his eyebrows. He had just learned of Chen Tian's plan. So, now he's been thinking about the feasibility of that plan. Let's go into Utopia first and discuss it properly, he said, walking to the entrance of Mutants Base Camp Utopia and gesturing towards Chen Tian. Well, I just wanted to go in and take a look. Chen Tian nodded and did not refuse. Then several people walked through the huge floating island, which was transformed into a connected space door by countless vines, and walked to the mutant base camp, Utopia. After entering, Chen Tian even found that the entire Utopia was even more unique. Originally, from the outside, the floating islands floating in mid-air were already large enough. It can fully accommodate a medium-sized city with complete facilities. After passing through the gate of space, more than 6 floating islands float above a sea of clouds. Each of these islands is brought out separately. Compared with the floating island outside, the area is not too much. Each island has a different medium-sized city. Advertisement. A futuristic cyberpunk island with a Chinese-style pavilion. There are also steam age-style islands, and you can see medieval architecture looming on islands full of mist. There are also small islands, which are covered with ice and snow at a glance, just like the ice and snow age of the Arctic. This whole floating island is alive and cultivated from special seeds. Magneto began Chen Tian's introduction. When you came over, you should have seen the rough sky reading along with the ground and the island, right? Chen Tian nodded. Well, the entire floating island is like a towering tree growing on the ground. That branch, in addition to supporting the entire floating island, also has a huge amount of function, that is, to deliver water from underground to all the cities. Magneto laughed. I used countless metals and magnetism to reinforce that branch. It is very strong. Even with a nuclear bomb, it is completely impossible to destroy. This place is really nice. Chen Tian praised. When the two people kept talking, Flicker obediently followed behind, looking at Chen Tian with curious eyes from time to time. This strange young man, she had just experienced the other party's magical ability firsthand. Meantime, from Chen Tian's conversation with Magneto, he learned about the other party's ambition to build a larger mutant empire. She wondered what mutants' future would look like when that day came. In the flickering of thoughts, several people have been led by Magneto to one of the 6 utopian islands, full of cyberpunk near-futuristic islands. Each island is independent of each other, but also connected to each other. Magneto pointed to the interconnected bridges of each island and said, "This ensures that the enemy cannot take Utopia at the same time." Chen Tian nodded when he heard this. Including the layout of the peripheral city outside the entrance, it can be seen that Magneto has done enough to consider the security of the whole Utopia. Meantime, Chen Tian also became interested in such islands. This kind of environment layout can also be used when the mutant empire that belongs to more people is established in the future. He thought with a smile. Meanwhile, several people also completely entered the cyberpunk island. Looking up, you can see a variety of brilliant colors and a sense of technology. Various colors of neon light are intertwined and projected, and countless floating suspended cars pass through it, giving people a very wonderful feeling. Right then, a man wearing sunglasses on a flying skateboard noticed the arrival of Magneto and others. Immediately leaned over and greeted warmly. At the same time, he set his eyes on Chen Tian. "Professor, I don't know who this is. He is our new friend of Utopia, and perhaps in the future, he will bring a lot of change," Magneto said with a smile. Chen Tian, on the other hand, recognized the identity of the other party when he just started to get closer. It's like the Cyclops in the X-Men. After all, the signature glasses are really eye-catching. "You can call me Chen." Chen Tian immediately nodded to the other party. "Hello, I'm Cyclops." Cyclops responded, while the surprise in his heart kept spreading. Because he actually saw Magneto laughing. It's still that kind of smile from the heart. Because of this boy named Chen Tian. Cyclops pondered. At the beginning of the establishment of the mutant empire and the constant war with humans, he had never seen Magneto smile so much. Subsequently, Magneto continued with Chen Tian. Advertisement. Along the way, we passed 6 different islands. Passing by the medieval island where steam was everywhere in the streets, Chen Tian saw the Nightcrawler watch over the highest part of the city. And Burning Man John warming the boiler. When you enter the island full of Oriental-style buildings and pavilions, Chen Tian met the witch dressed in Han clothes. Magneto also smiled when he introduced Chen Tian. This made the witch also feel surprised in her heart. One of the so-called people who knows Magneto best, she knows that Magneto rarely shows such a smile because of the emotions that are accumulated in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Chen Tian met Phoenix Gray on the last island, which looked no different from modern architecture. When Chen Tian met her, she was in a lab. She wore a white coat from the experiment, and her fiery red hair was pulled behind her head, looking dry 030. However, even the white coat could not hide her tall and hot figure. "Hello, my name is Jean." Phoenix showed a gentle smile, and his voice was gentle and beautiful, when greeting. He also noted Magneto's emphasis on Chen Tian. "My name is Chen." Chen Tian nodded, and at the same time couldn't help but glance at the other party's face twice. Sighing in his heart, Phoenix still seemed very well behaved when he didn't run away. And there's a reason Magneto finally brought Chen Tian to Phoenix. After all, the latter is one of the most promising mutants in the entire mutant empire. Therefore, many things also need to be communicated with her. However, several people didn't have time to say anything more. Dip-de-dip. A sharp and urgent siren that was enough to pervade all corners of Utopia suddenly sounded. Suddenly time. The expressions on everyone's faces changed drastically in an instant. Magneto nervously rushed to the lab screen, calling up the radar around Utopia and the picture in the sky. At this time, you can see that there are densely packed radar points, rapidly approaching Utopia. Just a few seconds. Those things that were close finally appeared within the range of Utopian cameras. This is Sentinel. When Phoenix saw the picture, he immediately exclaimed with a pale face. Sentry is a new special combat robot specifically designed to obliterate the mutant. They can mimic mutants' abilities, and have high-level intelligence, know how to cooperate, and know how to find mutants' weaknesses to attack. Know how to swap abilities against mutants of different abilities. Previously, the human side just produced a Sentinel, which cost us a lot. Phoenix looked at the screen, densely packed with Sentinel, at least 100 or more, and even his voice trembled. Are they releasing so much at once this time to directly destroy our mutant utopia? Speaking of this, Phoenix felt that his mood had begun to fluctuate a little. Don't panic. Magneto soothed Phoenix, then turned on the megaphone in Utopia. Children, now that Utopia is about to face a large-scale enemy attack, please be prepared for battle. This time, we have already experienced a lot of utopias, and I am afraid it will be very difficult. Meanwhile, the sky in the distance of the floating island. The wind above the sky is stirring. Countless sentinels suspended in the air, high-speed flight, his eyes flashed with icy red light. They gathered together to form a black pressure cloud. Exuding an imposing momentum that seems to be ready to crush the entire mutant utopia, it is menacing and unstoppable. The surrounding space seems to be pressed into ripples like folds because of the large number of sentinels advancing together. 133. Boom boom. In the distant skyline of Utopia, endless dense sentinel gathered, and the black pressure gathered into a shrouded sky. As they approach rapidly, even across the screen, you can feel the overwhelming pressure of the real waves, rushing to your face. The endless space around them seemed to tremble because of their appearance. The sound of rolling thunder roars in the hearts of every utopian mutant. Even if they haven't been able to see it with their own eyes, the mutants on the 6 floating islands have all felt some kind of suffocation and panic in their hearts. Are those people targeting our mutant again? Why can't we live free? Time. The feeling of panic spread throughout the utopia. Cyclops, Iceman Poppy, Burning Man John and others gathered together after hearing the sound of Magneto's announcement. Everyone had solemn looks on their faces. Magneto in the laboratory also realized that things were beginning to become extremely serious, and immediately began to issue orders. John, Poppy, you take the self-defense forces prepared in the city and prepare for battle. And Twinkle and Katie, to organize the evacuation of the people in Utopia and return to the center island. The center island is a shelter prepared by Magneto in advance, made of extremely rigorous materials that can face many extreme situations. In the process of giving his order, Chen Tian did not rush to move and smooth out the time in front of him. Instead, his gaze slowly swept over Iceman Poppy and Burning Man John, as well as Phoenix beside him. He is still quite interested in these Omega-level mutant abilities, and can wait to replicate them. The other side. With Magneto after giving the command. The people in Utopia, although flustered, still methodically followed his instructions and began to withdraw towards the center island. After all, although the situation this time is much more serious than what may happen to the previous Utopia. But almost all mutants have experienced various scenes. It is clear in my heart that disorderly panic does not help reality at all, and only obedient obedience to the arrangement can it be possible to turn the danger into a disaster. From this point of view, mutant, which has experienced suppression, has a stronger cohesion. And Burning Man John, and Iceman Poppy, also led the self-defense forces in Utopia out of the inner city at this time. I came to the outer city of the floating islands standing outside. Call. Now. As the Black Press Sentinel army approached, the already noisy wind in the sky was even more howling. The powerful airflow passes through the periphery of the floating island, which is already full of holes. With a trumpet-like echo, it hovered above the sky, as if cheering for the mutants who are about to meet the enemy. A few more seconds passed. Whew! With the sound of tearing air sounds that gathered into a substantial sound wave, the Sentinel group, which was far away in the sky before, actually came to the floating island. Boom! In the dense landing sound one after another, the number of Black Sentinel was countless at a glance, and in the process, it landed heavily on the floating island. The entire island and the surrounding heaven and earth were trembling because of this. And the moment the first Sentinel landed, it raised its black round head, and the majestic and endless terrifying energy condensed in its head in an instant. Rumble! A violent pillar of energy light shot out directly towards the already dilapidated outer buildings of the empty island in front of him. In the horrific explosion, the complex exploded into pieces, and the heat wave splashed everywhere. Boom! As soon as the other Sentinel fell, they also began to blast out violent lasers. Advertisement. Countless beams of light streaked through the air, intertwined, sweeping and destroying the complex in front of them. In just a few seconds, the small part of the complex on the periphery of the floating island lost its shape and turned into flying ash in the sea of fire. Iceman Bobby saw this scene. The expression on his face suddenly became angry, gritting his teeth. These damn guys. The words did not fall. He has gone straight up against the heat wave from the paving. In the process of running, Iceman Poppy's eyes suddenly flowed with a blue luster like frost, and with the breathing, between the mouth and nose, there began to be an extremely cold white airflow. You guys, get away from me, Carrot. The young man's face was covered with a thick layer of frost, transmitting endless cold, and the anger in his chest was fierce. He roared and raised his hand. Above the two palms, pale energy flowed, and frost spread all the way to the forearm from the fingertips. Push forward with both hands. Whew! Suddenly, the endless majestic blue cold chi was like a volcano brewing to the extreme, suddenly erupting from its palm. The immeasurable blue aura like the water of the Han-Hai Sea instantly occupied all the space as far as the eye could see. The temperature between heaven and earth that had originally risen due to countless explosions and a sea of fire was as cold as the arrival of the lowest temperature cold wave in an instant. Thundered. The blue breath is as blue as possible, like a monstrous wave roaring angrily, shocking the world, rolling forward and rolling away unstoppable. Time is a few breaths away. Fang Cai was still constantly erupting, and the boundless sea of fire that emitted endless heat waves was directly frozen into ice. Even those sentinels that had just fallen, and the lasers they burst out, directly turned into frozen ice crystals and froze in place. The outer city of half a floating island. With Iceman's burpee, it directly became a glacier braving starless cold. Under the sun above the sea of clouds, it reflects the brilliant light of ice crystals. Meanwhile, battle detected, rewarded, Iceman. In Chen Tian's mind, with Iceman Poppy's shot, the prompt to copy ability also sounded. He lowered his eyes slightly. Look at your fingertips. In the next instant, on Chen Tian's fingertips, thick ice crystals condensed out of thin air, exuding a thick cold aura. However, after another moment, those ice crystals disappeared as if out of thin air, no longer existing. The Iceman Bobby of this universe is really powerful, worthy of being an Omega-level mutant. Chen Tian felt the new ability he had just acquired and sighed. He feels that his current self can exert his cold ability at the molecular level. Even if there is no water, the structure of the molecule can be changed out of thin air, and water molecules can be condensed out of thin air. At the same time, it can instantly withdraw a large amount of heat, so that the heat energy between molecules disappears, completely reaching the absolute freezing point of the universe. Between thoughts, Chen Tian slowly raised his head, turned on supervision, which was copied in Dacheo, and looked at Sentinel covered in frost outside. At the same time, with more Sentinel landing. Like those Sentinels before them, they began to face the city in front of them that had condensed into a glacier, brewing laser cannons that exuded a terrifying sense of weighting. Iceman Poppy watched the scene. Take a deep breath and let out a long breath of cold air that can freeze everything. He raised his arm covered with frost again. No matter how many of you come, we mutant will not back down. Every time Iceman Bobby uttered a word, a substance like cold breath spewed out of his mouth. The voice fell. He slapped his hands the ground. Whew! The endless blue icy cold aura burst out, condensed into an unstoppable terrifying cold wave, and swept forward. Advertisement. The cold wave with the temperature of the road reached the extremely low, rolled and roared, and directly in front of all Sentinel, condensed 100-meter ice wall. Rumble. The dense laser, the next instant directly bombarded the ice wall. Those furious lasers that were enough to flatten a city fell on the ice wall formed by the absolute freezing point, and they could only leave Deo cracks. In a short time, it cannot be broken at all. Then, next to Iceman Poppy, a red figure exuding billowing heat suddenly rushed forward, each step also carrying the anger of the invasion of the home. It's Burning Man John. A bunch of scum. We won't let you get away with it. His hair fluttered, his eyes suddenly reflected a raging red fire, and his pupils spewed out substantial anger. He took a step forward, jumped up, raised his arms, and suddenly condensed a little flame in his palm. That flame came out of his hand, like a meteor cutting through the sky, and instantly became furious, forming a vast sea of fire, towards the countless sentinel that were output against the ice wall below, burning away. Thundered. This moment. Exuding a sea of fire with endless heat, the raging fury engulfed everything, and the chest was all sentinel caged the courtier. That terrifying heat wave formed a roaring rolling heat wave, spreading out in all directions. Together with all the air around the floating island, it was distorted. Burning Man John, at this moment, pushed his Omega mutant strength to the extreme. The entire sky dome was illuminated as a vast crimson because of the boundless firelight. Like the most terrifying natural disaster befalling the world. The surface of Sentinel, bathed in endless fire, was burned red and began to gradually lose its shape. The mutant self-defense forces who came out with Iceman and the Burning Man saw this scene, and they were originally a little panicked, and they suddenly gave birth to a little excitement. Maybe we can hold on. Utopia can continue to exist. They couldn't help but mutter. Meanwhile. Battle detected, rewarded, flame collar, human. Chen Tian, who was standing in the laboratory, heard the copy ability prompt sound in his mind, and felt the extra ability in his body that could make matter burn at the molecular level. He muttered, sure enough, every Omega level mutation ability is very powerful. Then, Chen Tian raised his head and looked away, but frowned. But unfortunately, even an Omega level mutant may not be able to handle Sentinel. He spoke with some regret. Through supervision, he saw all of Sentinel directly. It was found that although their surfaces were frozen by 2 Omega level mutants, or they used flame ability, they were burned shape-shifting. But internally, nothing went wrong. Even constantly analyzing the ability that the other party hit on their body, and the special structure in the body is still imitating their ability. Phoenix next to him, after hearing Chen Tian's words, immediately said. We repelled a sentry fleet attack half a year ago, and Sentinel was able to replicate our ability. It's just that it's still torn to pieces by us, it's just a quantity. Not as much as this time. When Chen Tian heard this, he did not open his mouth and continued to pour cold water, there was no need for that. But in the bottom of my heart, I secretly thought, It seems that Sentinel at that time was not enough to defeat the Omega level mutant. However, this batch of Sentinels who have attacked again is much stronger than before in terms of strength. Not only can it resist Omega level mutant attacks, but the number is huge. Thinking about it, Chen Tian raised his eyebrows. No wonder, the mutant in this universe will eventually be killed by Sentinel to extinction. In the end, the problem can only be solved by sending someone to travel through the past and reverse the future. Meantime, Chen Tian also noticed that Sentinel outside has gradually completed replicating ability. It is estimated that a counter-attack will be launched immediately. Then. Advertisement. The expression on Magneto's face also began to become serious. Let's go, it doesn't seem like the situation is as good as we thought, and we still need our help outside, he said in a solemn tone. Then he took Chen Tian and Phoenix towards the outskirts of Utopia and walked past the doctor. Chen Tian walked behind and looked at Magneto and couldn't help but admire. Magneto is also experienced and can make the most correct judgment. It's also a good fit to join the puzzle of your own mutant empire. And with Magneto's feelings for mutant, there is no need to worry about the other party's lack of effort. Just as they reached the exit of Utopia. Rumble. I saw those sentinels, who were bathed in the endless sea of fire, suddenly released a billowing cold chi in their bodies, and at the same time, the sea of fire surrounding them was directly absorbed into their bodies. The body, which was originally burned red, immediately cooled down. Burning Man John looked at the scene and was startled. This is our ability. And the ability strength is not weaker than ours in the slightest. Iceman Poppy on the other side also had an incredulous expression on his face. Next moment. Rumble. All sentinel brushes raised their hands and roared out with a sea of endless power. It slammed into the 100-meter ice wall erected in front of him. Although Sentinel's ability to burst is slightly worse than the real Omega mutant. But there are too many of them. So many robots, Zhao Zhaos, shot at the same time, and the power formed by the convergence instantly destroyed the ice wall that originally seemed impregnable. Damn it! Seeing this, Iceman Poppy gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, raised his hand again and blasted out a billowing cold breath, roaring forward. Burning Man John also condensed the endless sea of fire, and shot again. However, they copied abilities Sentry Fleet across from them, and the counter-attack was even more furious. Divide each in half, and also bombard the mighty ice and fire impact. But he directly and easily suppressed the attacks of the two Omega mutants, and suppressed them one by one. 3 meters around Iceman Bobby, it turned into a sea of fire. Only rely on the cold chi that bursts out desperately, and protect himself hard. The situation of Burning Man John, who was surrounded by the cold and death, was not good. Magneto and the others saw this scene, and their expressions changed. Damn, something really went wrong. As for Chen Tian, he also raised his eyebrows and was ready to start. Later, I'm afraid the Waterman and the Fireman will be finished. And yet, right then. Get out of here. He listened to Phoenix beside him snort angrily. The whole person flew directly on the spot, and his eyes shone scarlet. Everything around seemed to freeze and stand still in an instant, and the sky suddenly shrouded in clouds and churned. Thundered. Suddenly. The thunder that was enough to shake the heavens and the earth was born out of thin air in those dark clouds. Inside it, a crimson thunder flashed. It is an endless sense of oppression, from above the clouds, falling abruptly, covering everything. Phoenix's body immediately gave birth to a dazzling red luster, and every corner of Phoenix's body was exuding a majestic power that could crush everything. A woman who looked gentle before, this moment is like a god descending. Everything trembled because of her anger. Then, behind him, Chen Tian's mind sounded again to copy ability. Battle detected, rewarded, Phoenix Force, Phoenix. 134. Bang. In deep space. In the roar that was enough to cause the sky to tremble, the vast floating island outer city turned into a world of ice and fire. At this moment, a large number of Sentinel burst out with a copy of Omega-level ability. The majestic and endless billowing cold chi that was enough to freeze everything erupted from half of Sentinel's whole body, shrouding it like a fire god descending before. Reigning over the supreme flame, John the Burning Man who seems to be able to burn everything. Ah! He roared, condensing a wall of fire containing terrifying temperatures, but he could only barely protect the 3 meters around him under the impact of the raging cold air. And, over time, the range he was able to protect was constantly shrinking. The other side. Iceman Poppy, wrapped in a boundless sea of fire, is also not easy, and the ice wall surrounded by it can only barely resist the attack. Moreover, the ice wall that had been condensed by him had been washed by those flames at this moment, full of cracks, crumbling, and could shatter at any time. Just a minute. With those sentinels, after copying the super ability of the two of them, the situation on the field was abruptly reversed. The change in everything was so unexpected. Fang Cai looked at Iceman and Burning Man, the momentum was strong, crushing Sentinel, and the cheering self-defense forces turned into roosters that were choked by the neck at this moment. No sound can be made. Even the faces of everyone in the self-defense forces were filled with panic and worry. They are now tempted to rush up and take on the pressure with Iceman and Burning Man. But the members of the self-defense forces also know that with their combat power, in the face of such a terrifying torrent of ice and fire, rushing in is no different from sending them to death. All they could do now was pray powerlessly. When Magneto saw this scene, his expression was not relaxed. Sure enough, this group of sentinels is not so simple to deal with. Even John and Poppy's abilities can be copied to them. His old face looked solemn. We have to go and help them. As a matter of fact, even at this moment, Magneto did not have much confidence in the face of such a severe form. But he is the City Lord of Mutant City, the patriarch of the entire mutant group, and naturally cannot show much frustration in front of the children. He must be as steady as Tarzan and remain sane at all times. Others can panic, but not Magneto. It's just that others may not know, but Chen Tian next to him can read Magneto's mood. He could feel the latter's mood. Chen Tian also raised his eyebrows when he looked at the battle situation on the floating islands such as 500. It seems that it is still possible, otherwise Iceman and Burning Man, if they continue, they will be finished. He muttered. However, Chen Tian did not feel flustered in the face of the current situation. As long as he shoots, everything can go easily. It's just an attempt to replicate the Omega-level mutants' abilities. Now, except for Iceman and Burning Man, the abilities of others have not been copied by him for the time being, but at this point, you can't watch your fellow mutant die like this. Forthwith, Chen Tian was ready to move. However, his thoughts had just fallen. Beside him, Phoenix Graychen's whole body began to tremble. Her eyes, reflecting the endless sea of fire and frost in front of her, the picture of madly washing everything began to quickly become pitch black. The eyes that were originally as clear as gemstones turned out to be as invisible as an abyss after an instant, and they were extremely terrifying. It gives people the feeling that as long as they look at her, they will be directly devoured by this woman. It's terrifying. Advertisement. Meanwhile, the momentum on Graychen's body also suddenly changed at this time. Before her, she seemed to be an intellectually gentle and generous woman. But now, it seems to have turned into a brutal queen who stands high and acts on everything according to her will. Sentinel, you all get out of my way. Deep in Gray's throat, a low roar erupted. This voice was filled with anger and disdain. The voice just fell. Her long crimson hair, as the words fell, actually began to flutter without wind. The robe on his body also began to be windless. Invisible stance began to erupt in her. In an instant, everything in heaven and earth stopped at this time, and it seemed that time also froze. A bunch of scum. Graychen let out a deep cry in his throat. In the next second, her body wrapped in a white coat began to rise off the ground, looking down on the group of sentinels indifferently. The white laboratory coat, worn on her, danced slowly, but it seemed to give people the feeling of a queen's dress. Incomparably noble, not to be seen directly. Jean. Magneto looked at this scene, and the expression on his face suddenly shook, but he glanced at the sentinels who were suppressing the ice and fire people in the distance, and his eyes began to become complicated again. Chen Tian raised his eyes to look at Phoenix and narrowed his eyes. He knew that Phoenix was the most powerful potential of all the X-Men. When he first debuted, he had the combat power of a 5th-level mutant. And the potential of Phoenix originally, with the blessing of its Phoenix Force, can even be described as infinite. It is only said that in terms of the potential of strength, it can already be compared with the Krypton bloodline, and it is not lost in the slightest. But another side effect of the Phoenix Force is to give Phoenix a freewheeling personality dominated by instincts and desires. Previously, this personality was sealed by Charles, using a mind fence. It seems that the Phoenix personality belonging to Grey Jean rushed out again after seeing the scene that is now almost desperate. Chen Tian silently judged. Combat detected, rewarded, Phoenix Force. As soon as his mind fell, the prompt to copy ability sounded in his head. Hearing this, Chen Tian felt the spiritual ability in his body, and after obtaining this ability, he skyrocketed again, and at the same time, there was room for growth. It's growing. Seeing this, his eyebrows showed joy. I didn't expect that my spiritual ability has reached this level, and I can still grow, and after that, I have obtained almost unlimited growth space. Just to harvest this ability, this trip is worth it? Chen Tian thought, not in a hurry to make a move. After all, the current Phoenix has fallen into a rampage, and if he shoots again, it will not become a steal. So, Chen Tian gathered his thoughts and set his eyes on Phoenix. At this moment, the latter was floating in mid-air, his robe was constantly hunting, and his red hair was constantly dancing like flames. A round of terrifying, substance-like coercion burst out from her curvy-looking and alluring body. Momentarily, though, that coercive pressure had already enveloped all the space on the entire floating island. At this moment, heaven and earth suddenly buzzed. The space seemed to be overwhelmed. Above the sky, dark clouds as rich as ink suddenly converged, and in an instant, the sense of oppression between heaven and earth became even stronger. Stand down. Grey Jean raised his eyes, which had become as dark as an abyss, and spoke indifferently. The next moment, the glaciers and sea of fire that erupted from countless sentinels together were as fast as encountering ice and snow in boiling water. Like sea water at low tide, it recedes rapidly. Advertisement. However, Iceman and Burning Man, who were rescued, looked back and saw Phoenix, who stood in mid-air, as if he could not look directly at the Queen. The feeling of urgency in my heart was not relieved by Sentinel's threat being lifted. The already ugly expression on his face even became more nervous. They, after the Phoenix of Fear rampage. And Grey Jean, after easily suppressing all Sentinel's offensive, the expression on his face did not become relaxed. The expression on his face suddenly began to become uninterested. It seems that I feel bored by everything in front of me. The world is still as boring as ever, huh? She let out a low laugh. Jean. Don't. The other mutants, looking at her like this, suddenly became frightened and quickly shouted at her. However, next second, boom. Grey Jean's body suddenly burst out a round of more terrifying power. Between heaven and earth, the already, BFCC, incomparably heavy sense of oppression suddenly became more and more suspicious. All the air, it seems, became extremely dignified at this time, and had a majestic glue-like feeling. It was extremely difficult for those frightened mutants to breathe. Everyone felt that their chests seemed to be pressed by something extremely heavy, and their whole body quickly cooled. The shouts released by Fang Cai were suppressed. Not the slightest sound at all. Bang. The next moment. With the change of aura exuding from Grey Jean's body, the changes in heaven and earth have not stopped. Whew. All the air that became as viscous as solid glue began to form a powerful wind, roaring in all directions. The position within 10,000 meters of the surrounding area has also changed terribly. Above the firmament, those thick black clouds that were turbulent and churning were spinning wildly at this moment, condensing into a twisted black tornado and falling downwards. On the floating island, those broken stones, regardless of file size, began to float like balloons and rose into the sky. This moment, heaven and earth reversed. Weo! Weo! Those who fell into sluggishness began to burst out of dense firelight, and the surface of the body gave birth to shining arcs. This is because they tried to parse Phoenix's ability, but found that the other party's ability completely exceeded the limit of their own computer computing power. That's a supercomputer that even Omega-level abilities can parse. This can only mean that Grey Gene at the moment has far surpassed the Omega-level mutant. When the latter saw the ground, those mutants had a terrified expression on their faces, and the disdain on their faces became stronger. Boring. 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 The expression on Phoenix's face became more and more hideous. After repeatedly sighing at the feeling in her heart, she slowly raised her arms. Rumble. A round of increasingly thick terrifying power surged out like a tidal wave. On the dome of the sky, the endless dark clouds that fell down fiercely fell on the floating islands, and the clouds that should obviously flutter lightly were like endless steel at this moment. The bombardment caused the entire floating island to tremble violently because it was overwhelmed. On the ground, the floating building debris was like a heavy rain that was violent to the extreme, and suddenly accelerated and flew into the sky. Chen Tian stood in place, his hair and clothes, and at this time, affected by the changing stance around him, began to float upwards. It seems that Phoenixon can't control his personality and strength, he muttered. When Magneto on the side heard this, his expression was extremely solemn. Now Chin, you can barely control yourself, otherwise it is not only those gravel that are flying into the sky now, but also our mutant. You have to evacuate quickly. Advertisement. Chen Tian narrowed his eyes and nodded, looking at this situation. If it continues, Phoenix may directly destroy this world. Meanwhile. Boom. Those sentinels, who stood in place and stopped moving, began to disintegrate into countless black tiny pieces one by one like sand sculptures that had encountered a fierce wind. With the huge wind howling around, it drifted into the sky. Gene. Cyclops stared at the pressure, and hissed at Phoenix. However, his voice was like a catalyst. It also fuels the madness in the other party's heart. Weo! Cyclops' voice just fell. Phoenix, who was floating in the air, frowned, and his raised hands suddenly clenched into fists. Thundered. The increasingly majestic coercion of the invisible, at this moment, roared around, like a terrifying wave, swept out again. In the terrifying sound of shattering, dense cracks began to appear out of thin air on the floating island. Large blocks of stone began to peel off from the ground. Suddenly, the originally relatively flat ground began to fall apart like the surface of the stormy sea, setting off amazing huge waves one after another. All the space, at this time, kicked out one after another distortion ripples visible to the naked eye. The mutants of Utopia before, Sentinel, who was terrified, have all disintegrated at this time. Followed by the entire floating island, also at this time, began to disintegrate rapidly from the edge. All the land quickly turned into fine powder, and fluttered up. Everything is terrible. The light between heaven and earth, in this process, began to become dim, and dim. It's like the end is coming. Magneto felt the terrifying feeling of the ground constantly shaking, and his face became more and more solemn. The calm that he had tried to maintain was also broken at this time. Kids! Hurry up and go, you can't stay here any longer. No one can stop the piano at this moment. He shouted loudly, raising his hand to release magnetism, barely blocking some of the mutant, who couldn't even stand. Then, he turned his head to look at Chen Tian. Chen, you should also hurry up, otherwise when the Qin completely breaks out, no one can stop her anymore. At the time of what Magneto said, the expression on Phoenix's face above the sky began to become more and more hideous. She wantonly destroyed everything she saw on the ground. Wherever the terrifying power passes, all the substances that touch will be easily crushed and disintegrated into powder. Yes, that's it. Phoenix's face began to show a smile of enjoyment. She's destroying everything, she's in control. On the ground, the mutants standing in place looked up at Phoenix. There was both fear and entanglement in his eyes. They looked at Magneto. Professor, are we just that alone? We can't stop her anymore, I'm sure she won't be hurt in any way, let's protect ourselves first. For a while, Magneto seemed to be 10 years older. Chen. Then, he set his eyes on Chen Tian again, wanting the latter to leave as soon as possible. Where to think? Tsukami's expression remained calm. He looked at Phoenix, his eyes glowing red. Don't worry, I can solve everything. 110. Roar. In the low roar, the atmosphere in the entire base was suddenly full of oppression. Crimson energy streamers spread through the air, and the scarlet light shone brightly, dyeing the entire base with a layer of red. Everything inside turned into hell at the moment. Wanda. She also became lost. Bruce S. Banner looked at the figure at the end of the opposite passage, slowly walking out, and his voice was a little trembling. He had also seen the horror of turning into a zombie before. Those zombies will not lose their abilities, but all their sanity will be overwhelmed by hunger. And Scarlet Witch Wanda's ability is also known to be powerful. Now that she has become a zombie, if she wants to do something to the people present, I am afraid that no one can stop her. Between thoughts, Bruce S. Banner's face grew pale. Everyone be careful. This guy can eat people. And when she is very hungry, she can't think at all. Black Panther T'Challa, in the arms of the Winter Soldier, looked at Bruce T'Challa with an unusually ugly face. Banner and others shouted. The other side. Oki had already eagerly run towards each other when he saw their king of Wakanda appear in front of him with a missing leg. T'Challa. How did you end up like this? There was concern in her tone. Black Panther's brows furrowed when he heard this, and he looked at Vision not far away. When I was surrounded by countless zombies in San Francisco, Vision came and drove away the zombies and brought me back. At the time, I thought I was saved, but I didn't expect that this guy just treated me as a takeaway. As he spoke, his tone became more and more irritated. After Vision brought me back, he tied me up in front of Wanda and used it as her food. I just watched Wanda and gnawed one of my legs clean. At the end of the sentence, Black Panther became more and more agitated, almost cursing angrily. Why would you do something like this? Bruce S. After Banner heard what happened, his eyes showed a thick incomprehension, and he looked back at Vision. You must know that the people you feed to Wanda are all living people. And she has become a zombie who only knows hunger. Vision, which is materialized by artificial intelligence, usually maintains absolute calm, but at the moment it seems a little hesitant. I don't know how I feel and I don't understand the emotions, but I just don't want Wanda to suffer because of hunger. He said slowly. Damn it. Bruce S. Banner didn't expect a robot to have such a situation, cursed secretly, and turned his head to look at the passage. At the moment, the zombie Wanda has reached the entrance of the passage that is very close to everyone. Woohoo! Her eyes, which should have been as beautiful as sapphires, have turned into cloudy yellow eyes. The muscles and skin on the beautiful face have withered, clinging to the face bones, and the tall nose is only a pitch black and terrifying black hole. Her silky hair is dry as grass, and her body is like a skeleton. With a limp, the whole person's head emitted a strange breath. Round after round of scarlet energy waves like a tide spread out uncontrollably on her body, impacting everything around her. Damn it! Everyone present, bearing the huge oppressive force from the other party, all changed their faces and couldn't help but retreat. Woohoo! At this time, the zombie Wanda raised his head and stared at the person opposite with a low roar in his throat, and saliva dripped from his mouth, appearing very hungry for food. Subsequently, she lifted her hand, which had dried up and seemed to have lost all moisture. Weo! Crimson ability blinked and spread forward. Save me! Save me! Kurd, who survived, was lifted up by that scarlet energy. In an instant, he was pulled above the head of the zombie Wanda, and his body floated with it. Roar! Zombie Wanda immediately let out a low roar. The next moment. Click. Advertisement. Two more visible big hands disappeared in the air, like twisting a towel, condensing the survivors on top of the zombie Wanda's head into a twisted shape. The bones of the entire body were shattered, the body was twisted and broken, and a huge amount of blood was dug out of his body. Zombie Wanda raised her head and opened her mouth, gulping down her blood, appearing extremely satisfied. Then. It's all your reason. Vision twisted to look at Chen Tian, his tone was still calm, but his eyes were very gloomy. It's because you woke up Wanda, and now she is hungry and has no reason at all. Saying that, he swept his gaze over everyone present. She will eat all of you. Vision, what are you doing? Just watch the saint like that. Bruce S. At this time, Banner returned to his senses and immediately shouted at Vision, didn't you use a method that could control zombies? There are also zombies that can be restored to humans. Then why don't you take Wanda under control and then restore her? The voice fell. He saw Vision slowly shake his head. No, I can't. Vision said without hurry, Wanda's strength is too strong, I can't control her at all, let alone restore her. So far, the only thing I've managed to restore to human form is Ant-Man's head. After hearing Vision's words, several people present fell into despair. Bruce S. Banner fell silent. After all, if they can't control Wanda, they are now dead. Don't forget. Outside the base, there are still countless zombies around. Although they can't move for the time being, as long as they go a little further, they can encounter normal zombies. In the base, although there is only one zombie, she is Wanda. If he didn't show mercy at all, who would have beaten her there? Can't even mind gem control Wanda. Little Spider-Man also exclaimed at this time, she is too powerful, what should we do with her? She was also panicked in her heart. Catch. Winter Soldier also ran to Oki at this time, and he narrowed his eyes when he heard Vision's words. Directly tucked Black Panther into the other person's arms. Turning around again, he removed the rifle from his back, you can't sit still. He let out a low roar and pulled the trigger hard. Bang bang. The muzzle burst into flames, and he emptied a magazine in one go. Dozens of bullets roared and tilted out. It turns into a dense streamer and shoots towards the zombie Wanda. Roar. Seeing this, the zombie Wanda roared and waved his hand, but he reacted extremely quickly to control a steel plate several meters long and wide on the ground, blocking it in front of him. All the bullets clanged against the steel plate, sputtering out patches of sparks. Weo. Subsequently, she threw her hands again. The steel plate full of bullet holes turned into an afterimage, bringing tearing air sounds, trembling and shooting back towards the Winter Soldier. Damn it! That steel plate is terrifyingly fast. Winter Soldier had no chance to dodge, so he could only watch as the thing came to his chest. Clang. Crisp crashing sound. But it was little Spider-Man who rushed over quickly and kicked the steel plate back. You're right, something has to be done. He turned back to the Winter Soldier and said. Speech gap. The zombie Wanda on the opposite side reacted slowly, was directly hit, stumbled back 2 steps, and then was directly crushed to the ground. Roar. Next second, zombie Wanda roared and rolled over, erupting with even richer scarlet magical energy. The red light was like a roaring tide, but it directly lifted the steel plate on the body. Advertisement. Good to die or not to die. The steel plate smashed right into the head of Ant-Man, who was placed on the chair. Oh, this is no funny joke. Today's Ant-Man head is housed in a semicircular glass jar, leaving no room to hide. He could only cry out in fear with a pale face. Then, the bell was smashed out by a large steel plate. Scott. Seeing this, the Wasp immediately set out to catch Ant-Man. The speed of the steel plate was too fast, and it smashed Ant-Man too far to pick it up. Then, whew! A red cloak actually flew up out of thin air, catching the Ant-Man, who was about to fall at a very fast speed. Then it wrapped the glass jar and slowly flew up. Phew, good risk. Ant-Man looked at the red cloak that held him up and exhaled a long breath. This cloak is Doctor Strange's magical cloak. When Spider-Man went to pick up Dr. Banner, he collected it as a memorial to his deceased friend. I didn't think it worked at this time. It's okay. The Wasp girl, who was very nervous before, watched this scene and suddenly relaxed a little. The other side. Little Spider-Man looked at the zombie Wanda, who stood up again and narrowed his eyes slightly. Lady Wanda, though, as a man of grace, I shouldn't have done anything to the Queen. But now you want to eat us like a hamburger. With bits and pieces out of his mouth, he burst into the ceiling and swung up. People should respect each other. Since you already disrespect us, then don't blame me. Spider-Man uttered the last words. The whole person seemed to fly, swinging around in midair. Meanwhile, constantly shooting spider webs at Wanda's body. Layer after layer of spider webs soon steamed layer by layer on the zombie Wanda. Roar. The zombie Wanda roared, and immediately controlled one object after another on the ground and smashed towards the Spider-Man in the sky. Meanwhile, Winter Soldier also took out his pistol and pulled the trigger one after another. Bang! 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 Each shot is spaced about a second apart, not to hurt the zombie Wanda, but to distract the other party. Sure enough, zombie Wanda heard the gunshots and immediately split a hand, controlling the scarlet energy to defend against the bullets that were fired at him. I'll go the other side. Seeing this, Sharon Agent immediately ran to the other side of the zombie Wanda. Learning the movements of the Winter Soldier, he took out the pistol and shot the latter's attention. Roar. Zombie Wanda perceives herself. There were people on both sides at the same time, shooting towards it, and suddenly roared. However, she couldn't let go easily, either. As a result, the zombie Wanda can only separate 2 hands at the same time at this time to resist bullets from both sides. Well done, friends. Seeing this, little Spider-Man, who was swinging in mid-air, couldn't help but praise, and then he didn't stop moving, and hurriedly seized the opportunity that others created for him. The cobweb in the web shooters on the wrist tilts out in the sun. A large number of cobwebs were ejected, rubbing the air and making rustling, tearing air sounds. Blasted towards the zombie Wanda. Advertisement. Burst. 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 The moment those cobwebs touched the zombie Wanda's body, they directly catapulted away, instantly sticking to all corners of her body. Zombie Wanda was not known for his strength, and he was a little motionless for a while. And after the hands and feet are controlled, the surging scarlet energy in her body could no longer be used as she pleased. Roar. Zombie Wanda suddenly fell into an even thicker anger, roaring and swinging her body wildly, trying to break free. An increasingly turbulent scarlet wave suddenly erupted on his body, madly impacting the cobweb on his body. 0. Good opportunity. Seeing this, Vision suddenly raised his head, and the mind gem on his forehead suddenly shot out a golden laser. Rumble. Directly slammed the ceiling of the base into a collapse, shooting out an opening, and the falling ceiling rubble was piled up, just enough for people to walk up. Let's seize the opportunity to go. Now Wanda is more and more angry and roaring, the stronger the power will come out. He turned to the survivors and said, Wanda is angry now, we all know that the spider web can only temporarily control her. When she breaks free, Wanda's ability will definitely become stronger and harder to deal with. Hear what Vision has to say. Everyone thought it made sense. Let's hurry up and leave, I don't want to stay in this place for a second. Black Panther, who lost a leg, looked at Wanda, who was under control, and prepared to leave. They all walked towards the big hole that Vision bombarded. Then Bruce S. Banner noticed that Chen Tian, who had come over before, was still standing in place, unmoved. Chen, let's go quickly, we can't continue to waste time here. He couldn't help but persuade worriedly. After all, although Chen Tian was already strong enough in his mind, both in power and magic. But the existence standing across from them at the moment is Scarlet Witch Wanda. Its powerful psychic magic energy is no joke at all. I admit, you're weird, I can't figure out what you're thinking. Vision also set his sights on Chen Tian, but Banner is right, you better hurry up, no one can stop Wanda now. Strong hunger will make her desperate, falling into extreme emotions of the strong, more powerful than the ordinary strong. Between several conversations. Rumble. Trapped by spider webs, Wanda suddenly burst out into an extremely turbulent energy area. It was like a huge volcano that brewed terrifying energy, accumulated for a long time, and finally erupted at one time. Endless majestic scarlet energy suddenly burst out from her whole body, like a floodgate, easily breaking through the cobwebs on her body. A pillar of scarlet light wrapped in majestic energy rose into the sky. Round after round of terrifying shocks, constantly spreading in all directions, one after another turbulent air currents, tearing the hair and robes of those present. Together with all the equipment in the base, it was blown off. There are even all the stones, which can be easily blown up. B. Wanda, in the center of the scarlet light pillar, had an increasingly hideous expression on her face, and a pair of terrifying eyes flashed dazzling red light. Strands of hair fluttered, and the sharp and threatening teeth of the sun mouth opened and closed slightly. The whole person actually gave people a terrifying oppression, like a messenger of hell, destroying the heavens Mephisto. The threat of death was like substance, turning into a torrential rain and smashing into everyone's chest one after another. Damn it! Dr. Banner felt that his whole body could not control shaking. The same goes for everyone else. Roar. Then the completely erupted zombie Wanda roared angrily, and the whole person actually directly exploded and slaughtered Chen Tian. The coercion of the sky was like a heavy wave towards the latter, almost devouring it. Seeing this, Chen Tian did not retreat and took a step forward. Battle detected, rewarded, Origin Magic Power Gate.